Pressing his palms flat against the stone floor, he felt a growing familiarity with earth magic. The very bricks of the inn, a product of his own creation, were already infused with his mana. This connection, he realized with a flash of insight in his crimson eyes, meant he could use his store memory magic on the entire structure. With a triumphant shout, he threw his arms wide as bricks flew into place behind him. The inn recreation experiment was a resounding success. But it hadn't always been this way. Some time ago, his consciousness returned to a world of darkness and confusion. A single thought pierced the fog: I can't move. His infant body, slick with tears, was paralyzed as a wail escaped his lips. Through the blur, he saw the silhouette of a woman approaching, her footsteps echoing on the stone floor. Was I in an accident? The thought, adult and out of place, echoed in his mind. Her gentle voice cut through his panic. Are you hungry? He stared at her, this beautiful woman, and his disoriented mind supplied a simple answer. A nurse. This must be a hospital. But then she raised a single finger, a soft word on her lips, illuminate, and a sphere of light bloomed from her fingertip, banishing the shadows and his assumptions along with them. The shock gave way to an earth-shattering conclusion. This wasn't Japan. This wasn't his world. He had been reincarnated into a world where magic was real. As the woman lifted him into her arms, his infant body acting on instinct, the full weight of his new reality settled in. Contented burp escaped him as he lay in his new mother's arms, reincarnating into a new world with a beautiful young mother and the existence of magic. It was the best thing that had ever happened to him. He began his new life as a baby, known only as the third child of Ashila and Marie, learning that a true name would only be bestowed at a naming ceremony when he turned 6. Lying in his crib, a profound thought took root. If magic was used for something as mundane as lighting a room, it must be a part of everyday life here. His eyes snapped open. And if that was true, it meant he might be able to use it too. A thrill shot through his tiny body. The mere possibility that he, too, could wield magic was intoxicating. He pictured it vividly, commanding fire, water, wind, and earth, his heart pounding with an excitement he hadn't felt in his previous life. He couldn't wait. Driven by this exhilarating new dream, he thrust his small palm forward, mimicking his mother's gesture and focusing all his will into a single word: illuminate. An absolute crushing silence was the only reply. Nothing happened, not a flicker, not a spark. Frustration boiled over into a full-blown tantrum, his infant limbs flailing as incoherent cries of rage filled the room. His cries brought his mother, Marie, rushing to his side. As she scooped him up, her gentle presence soothing his tantrum, a single thought echoed in his mind: how disappointing. Mission failed. He needed a new strategy. As Marie set him down, he resolved to stop trying blindly and start observing. He would watch how his family used magic and learn from them. As if reading his mind, she smiled. Oh, you were awake, she chuckled, and once more summoned a ball of light to her fingertip. Watching her this time, he perceived something new, a faint shimmering energy flowing from her body into the spell. Mana his mind supplied, that's what he needed. Though his baby talk earned a laugh from his mother, he knew his vocal cords weren't yet developed enough for incantations. The first step then was to find that dormant energy within himself and train it. For 3 years, he dedicated every waking moment to this singular task. But even after 3 years, he was still unable to use magic. Worse, a constant, gnawing hunger plagued him. His family were poor farmers, and poverty was taking its toll on his small body. With grim determination, he clenched his fists. Starting today, he would find his own food. He had discovered there were 2 types of mana: the energy that existed within his body and the magic that saturated the very air around him. By inhaling the external mana and fusing it with his own, he learned to control and spread it throughout his small frame. At just 3 years old, he had mastered the art of refining his mana. Yet a barrier remained. He wouldn't be able to cast spells until he received a name at the ceremony in another 3 years. His parents only knew simple lifestyle magic, but for him, even that was out of reach. Still, he perched on a log overlooking the fields, hands outstretched, and tried again, just as he had every day since he was a baby. And this time, something was different. As the familiar wisps of mana swirled around him, he felt a tangible feedback, a connection he'd never experienced before. For the first time, he was getting a response. He took a slow, deep breath, drawing the mana from below his stomach and refining it. Carefully, he guided the energy upward to his chest, then let it flow through his limbs, a steady, deliberate circulation reaching every extremity before drawing it back. The mana in the air felt like a light gas, but what he had cultivated within him was a thick, viscous liquid. Gathering the overflowing power into his palms, he pressed them to the earth, releasing everything into the soil. He steeled himself, refusing to lose focus. In the past, he'd reached this point only to cast the spell carelessly, watching his hard-earned mana scatter uselessly. This time, he would hold the image in his mind. The very essence of a field, he knew, lay in the quality of its soil. He pictured it perfectly, soil that was soft and fluffy, warm to the touch and packed with nutrients. He envisioned the weeds gone, the earth properly tilled to receive sunlight and drainage, just like the fertile ground his grandmother in his past life used to cultivate. His heart hammered against his ribs as he panted, sweat beading on his brow. He looked down, his hands still resting on the transformed earth. He looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief. It had worked. He had done it. He clenched a fistful of the rich, dark soil, a wave of relief and triumph washing over him. Before him lay nearly 10 square meters of perfectly prepared ridges, carved into the hillside. A stark contrast to the hard, weed-choked soil his family usually struggled with. In a world with no agricultural machinery, this was a monumental achievement. The magic itself was simple, but it was the first spell he had ever successfully cast in this new life. A smile spread across his face. This was his first real step. A loud growl from his stomach immediately reminded him of his next priority. The exertion of magic had left him ravenous. He decided to plant twennes, a hardy root vegetable that matured in 20 days. They were known as poor-quality livestock feed, terrible in both appearance and taste, but he didn't care. He had to eat something. For the first time, the regret he'd felt about his rebirth began to fade. Heaving a heavy wooden bucket, he began the arduous task of watering the new field. The labor was punishing for a 3-year-old's body, each trip leaving him breathless. 5 days passed, each one spent pouring his magic into the soil. To his astonishment, the plants were already blooming. Flowers were a sign of a good harvest, but they shouldn't have appeared for another 2 weeks. This was abnormally fast. He tugged at the first plant and unearthed a massive cluster of roots. Where there should have been only a few edible vegetables, he held more than 10 in his hands. The sheer volume was astounding. He dropped one of the dark, round vegetables into a basin of water to wash it. Taking a hesitant bite, his face immediately contorted. It was utterly vile, a bitter, earthy awfulness. And yet, a smile broke through his grimace as he walked through his flourishing field. This was the beginning of his farm's revival. With the soil improved, he turned his thoughts to selective breeding. The vegetables were growing at a frightening pace, maturing in 5 days instead of 20. He recalled the delicious, fresh produce of his past life, the result of generations of careful cultivation by farmers and researchers. He choked down another one, the awful taste a constant reminder that something here defied common sense. That something, he knew, was magic. He had to capitalize on it, but how could he improve the taste? His mind drifted back to a story from a class in his old life about a monk who counted the wrinkles on thousands of green peas. Mendel's law, the principle of inheritance. He didn't have enough varieties to begin crossbreeding yet. So, his first order of business was to examine the features of every single plant, pulling them up one by one and noticing the subtle differences in their roots, stems, and flowers. Cataloged every variation. Some roots were black, others purplish-red, some grew in smaller but more numerous clumps. The flowers bloomed in shades of white and yellow, and of course he had to taste them all. Each one was as awful as the last. After classifying each trait, he separated the field into 6 distinct sections. What began as a desperate attempt to find food had now become his daily scientific routine. And through this routine, he realized something profound. These vegetables were also magical. The unique spell he devised fused both internal and external mana, but using it completely drained his internal reserves, leaving him unable to cast again. When that happened, how was he supposed to recover? While mana recovered naturally over time, he came to a stunning conclusion. Regularly eating the vegetables replenished it much faster. The effect was subtle, which is why he hadn't noticed it before. This opened up a new line of inquiry. Which of the different breeds restored the most mana? The awful taste could be dealt with later. For now, he had a new, exciting goal. Alright, next is to sort the ones which recover the most amount of mana. He was having more fun than he'd had in years, discovering something new every day. He just wished for a faster method. He recalled how rice farmers use salt water to sort seeds, but that wouldn't work on these. All this thinking was tiring. For now, he decided he would simply expand the field. He knelt, placing his hands on the ground. It had been difficult at first, but he could now concentrate on his magic without closing his eyes. As he worked, he noticed a strange shimmering over the field like heat haze. He couldn't make it out clearly. Then, a sudden insight struck him. What if he concentrated his refined mana directly into his pupils? The world erupted in a new spectrum of light. A pale blue gas like ethereal flames was rising up from the field. He yanked a plant from the ground and saw it clearly. The blue gas was leaking from the roots of the twennes, evaporating into the air. He ripped another from the soil, his mind racing. The ones that restored the most energy. They were also the deepest shade of blue. A grin spread across his face as the truth clicked into place. That's it, this blue color must be mana. After that, he spent his days observing the fields with his mana-infused eyes. He discovered that in any given clump of 5 or 6, the largest vegetable also contained the most potent blue glow. Just like that, day after day, his research continued. Now, at 5 years old, he was still making new discoveries. He had successfully cultivated a strain that restored a large amount of mana, though the effect wasn't immediate. This new information, this ability to see the blue of magic, had reinvigorated him. A new thought sparked, making his cheeks flush with excitement. If I can concentrate mana into my eyes, what would happen if I sent it to a different part of my body? Until now, he had always let his mana seep out into the soil. This time, he circulated it and kept it contained. By concentrating it into specific body parts, he found his physical abilities were dramatically enhanced. It was the fabled body-strengthening magic. Suddenly, watering the crops and expanding the fields became effortless. He clenched his fists, another idea taking hold. If he could strengthen his muscles, what about his internal organs? Let's test it, he thought. If I enhanced my ability to digest food, could I increase the speed at which I absorb mana from the vegetables? The effect was immediate. He could feel his rate of absorption and digestion increase. After spending so much time mastering his unique magic, his life had found a rhythm. Then one day that rhythm was broken. His father announced, "I'll be off." His mother's voice was tight with worry. "Please come home safe." His father, now armed with a sword, looked down at him and offered a sad smile. "I'll leave the rest to you." He watched the wooden door swing shut, the sound echoing the emptiness in the house. His father, the pillar of their family, was gone. Why did a simple farmer have to leave home with a sword? The answer was one he already dreaded. The heavy tread of boots on the dirt road marked the exodus. A large-scale conflict had erupted, draining the village of its able-bodied men. I watched them go, a familiar ache in my chest. I'd always felt this world's progress was stunted, and now the reason was marching away from me. It was war. I pictured what could be, endless fields shimmering under a peaceful sun, a world of technological marvels and prosperity built on the land. Mary must have seen the sorrow on my face. "Don't worry," she said, her voice soft. "This isn't the first time he's left." In those imagined times of peace, villagers would work side by side, gradually taming the surplus of land. Your wealth was measured by the soil you could cultivate. But her words offered little comfort. My own self-made cultivation magic was more vital than ever. With taxes levied proportionally to the land used, my magically enhanced fields, bursting with crops that grew impossibly fast and yielded far more, gave us a critical advantage. What truly gnawed at me was the state of the men who'd left. They carried farming tools, pitchforks and axes, not weapons. They were being sent to war as little more than cannon fodder. With the memories of my past life, the thought of killing was abhorrent, but I knew a certain military potential was necessary just to survive. To protect what we have, we'd need the bare minimum, proper armor and weapons. And most importantly, the one thing that could acquire them all, money. You can never have too much money. As if to prove my point, our neighbor Marie appeared, offering to trade some of her potatoes for our twenties. The problem was this entire system of bartering. It generated no actual currency. In a village like this, there was only one way to earn real coin. I'd have to find a merchant. In that case, why not make sandals? Mama suggested brightly. You can weave all sorts from dried 20 stalks, zari boots, even sneaker-style ones. You could buy whatever you want then. I held back a sigh. Mama, that sounds extremely inefficient. A merchant doesn't just sell wares. They negotiate, they travel, they understand profit margins. Still, it was a start. I found a merchant in the market and presented my handiwork. "These are quite good," he remarked, turning the painstakingly woven sandal over in his hands. I put on my most earnest smile. "My mother taught me," I said. "I've been practicing every day." "All right, kid, I'll take them," the merchant declared, and with a cheerful grin, he tossed the payment into my waiting hands. Money, shiny, glittering coins. My elation died as the coins settled in my palm. 6 worn-down coppers. My mind raced. It wasn't that he was cheating me. The market price for sandals was just far lower than I'd imagined. At this rate, buying weapons would be impossible. A cold resolve hardened my features. I grabbed the front of his robes. "Hey, merchant," I said, my voice low and laced with a pressure that made him flinch. "Can I ask you something?" Several days later, I finally let the thoroughly interrogated merchant go. I had learned everything I needed to know about the local market prices. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I felt a new resolve. "All right," I breathed. "Time to try something else." Based on the information I'd squeezed out of that merchant, this next venture should be far more lucrative. I began my experiments in creating magical mushrooms. "You're kidding," I'd exclaimed. The pressure I was applying to his collar momentarily forgot. "Mana restoratives exist," the merchant, eager to please, had explained. "Yes, but the primary material, the magical mushroom, is very rare and difficult to grow." He then produced one from his pouch. "Look, this is the real deal." But as I stared at the fungus in his palm, my excitement curdled into confusion. "Isn't this just a common shiitake mushroom?" The merchant offered me one to try, and its taste was as plain as I expected. My mind, however, was already racing. Mushrooms grow from fungus on nutrient-rich trees. If magical mushrooms grow in the same way, then all I needed to do was recreate the perfect environment for the fungus to thrive. The logs I'd gathered were already dried, which saved me some work. I knew I needed the optimal balance of dryness and dampness. I planted the fungus and waited, but nothing happened. Of course, if it were that easy, everyone would be doing it. I racked my brain. What was I missing? Then it hit me. It's called a magical mushroom. It must contain mana. If it draws nutrients from the tree, wouldn't it draw mana as well? A brilliant idea sparked in my mind. What if I just gave the logs my mana directly? It was time to start experimenting. My days fell into a grueling but hopeful rhythm, tending the fields by day, infusing logs with varying amounts of magic in the evening, and weaving sandals late into the night. After some time, I saw it. Oh, crouching by one of the logs, I found 3 perfect mushrooms sprouting from the wood. It worked, but my victory was short-lived. To make any real profit, I'd need to produce these on a much larger scale. This was nowhere near enough. My gaze drifted to our house, already packed to the rafters with 20 stalks, finished sandals, and harvested crops. I didn't just need more storage space, I needed a dedicated building. A new thought, a new challenge took root in my mind. When I use magic to create a field, I raise the soil to form ridges. By that same logic, it should be possible to shape the earth into a building, an architectural magic challenge. This wasn't just a whim. The mountains of soil right here could be my building material. The fundamental rules of magic dictate that creating something from nothing is incredibly difficult. For example, in the earth magic common in games, one refines mana in their palm to generate a throwable stone. While it's doable, it's terribly cost inefficient. One shot and your mana is spent. It's far more manageable to manipulate something that already exists, and it seems I have a natural affinity for earth magic. Still, I've tried so many other things, but for some reason, the only magic I can cast properly is when I'm using dirt. If I could just convert soil into metal, none of this would be a problem, but that's not happening. I let out a long sigh. All right then. Instead, I'll take on the challenge of creating a storehouse using nothing but the soil itself. I place my hands on the ground, focusing my will, pouring my power into the earth beneath me. A sudden, violent surge of energy erupted. And then nothing. My vision swam, the world tilted, and I collapsed into darkness. A dull throb pulsed behind his eyes as consciousness returned. He'd been bedridden for 2 days, his vision slowly focusing on the worried faces of his family gathered around him. Sitting up, he explained the diagnosis: acute mana deficiency. He recalled the feeling of his innate magic, a current that constantly circulated through him to reinforce his physical form. The sudden, total depletion of that power had nearly been fatal, a reckless act that had earned him the stern disapproval of everyone he knew. He stood at the edge of the crater, the modest scar his failed spell had left on the earth. His mana shouldn't have been completely drained by something so small. Then, with a finger pressed to his chin in thought, the concept clicked into place: the critical magical distinction between a 2-dimensional area and a 3-dimensional volume. With a frustrated puff of his cheeks, he accepted the absurd truth: he'd expended 10 times the necessary energy. Grandiose construction was a dream for now. I'll switch to creating the building materials instead, he resolved. His hands hovered over the soil, and with a surge of focused magic, a single perfect brick materialized, a small but crucial success. The final structure was, charitably, a storehouse. More accurately, it was a crude brick box looking as if it were stacked together by a complete amateur, and yet it stood firm. It was his first true construction, a testament to the ever-increasing applications of his earth magic. He surveyed the land his ancestors had cultivated for generations, now a chaotic mosaic of stumps and stones. It was an awful, unusable mess. His curiosity, usually dormant for such matters, was now piqued. Not even a modern tractor could tame this terrain. He had always felt a secret pride in his village, and this neglected plot was a blight he could no longer ignore. With a new spell, he cleared the land, converting every stone and stump into rich fertilizer for the soil. His arsenal of abilities had grown: magic to cultivate fields, magic to strengthen his body, and now magic to create bricks. Still, he mused, the name magic to cultivate fields was a bit lengthy. Since he was the only one who could use it and the name itself didn't seem to trigger the effect, there was little point in formalizing it. And yet, with a slight blush, he admitted to himself that whenever he used magic, he instinctively ended up chanting a spell name. He knelt once more, his hands hovering over the earth as he muttered the incantation: improve soil. Instantly, the ground before him reshaped into perfectly tilled rows. He stared, wide-eyed in astonishment. It had worked. The spell activated the very moment he uttered the words. Until now, he'd needed intense concentration and vivid visualization for any result. A brilliant smile spread across his face as he realized he had finally developed his own original magic: spell creation. While chantless magic was possible, the mental strain was immense. He was grateful that the magic now activated instantly with a spell. He did notice a new quirk, however. Using a spell seemed to lock the effect's range to a consistent 10-meter square. Without a spell, he could freely change the area, but the mana consumption varied. With a spell, the cost seemed to be lower and more consistent. He still couldn't quite grasp how he'd managed it. Perhaps it's because I mumbled the same phrase each time I practiced, he wondered aloud. There was only one way to find out. Time to begin experimenting. For days on end, he chanted the words, whether awake, working, or even in his sleep. Brick creation, brick creation. Several months later, his efforts paid off. With a final, confident chant of brick creation, a perfect brick materialized before him. He pumped his fists in triumph. He could now consistently create bricks of the exact same size and mass. The spell was complete. This is a conditioned response, he realized, the logic clicking into place. It was just like Pavlov's dog salivating at the sound of a whistle. The chant itself had become the trigger, the key. This was how he had gained his newest technique, spell casting. Now he just needed to apply the same principle to his other abilities. Looking at the veritable mountain of bricks he'd created, he had to admit he'd gotten a bit carried away. Having so many bricks here is a bit of a problem, isn't it? His mother observed gently. Well, if they were dishes, they'd at least be usable. Her words struck him like lightning. Mom, you're a genius, if it's possible to make bricks out of soil. And I should be able to make tableware with the same raw ingredients. He dove into the new project, producing a flood of earthenware. Mom, look at these, he presented proudly. I'm very happy to hear that, but, she said, surrounded by stacks of pottery, we have enough, thank you. He looked at the plain, brown pottery and resolved to shift his focus from quantity to quality to make something truly special for her. His next creation, a delicate white porcelain cup and saucer, left his mother speechless. Amazing, I've never seen pure white tableware before, she exclaimed. Emboldened, he attempted to adorn the next set with a flower, only to find the result was painfully childish. Apparently, he sighed, I have no artistic talents. Refusing to be discouraged, he pivoted again. In that case, I'll make tableware that isn't white porcelain. He recalled hearing that glass could be made from sea sand. Focusing his mind, he pictured the form, long, narrow, cylindrical, with a satisfying thickness and transparency. A moment later, he held his new creation, a simple glass cup, up to the light. In this way, he began creating items previously unseen in the village. At the market, after selling his magical mushrooms and sandals for a handful of bronze coins, he was just considering how to sell his new tableware when a merchant called out to him. Hey kid, come here for a second. Perfect timing. Sell me some of those spare bricks you've got, the merchant requested. I saw that little building you put up recently. The boy blinked. Are you talking about the storehouse? He asked, trying to steer the conversation to his new wares. When he confirmed that he'd built it himself, the merchant stared in disbelief. You made them. I'm only interested in the bricks right now, the merchant said dismissively. Don't be that way, the boy insisted, his grip surprisingly strong as he grabbed the man's arm, an unnerving pressure in his eyes. I swear you won't regret it. The merchant, overwhelmed by the sudden intensity, could only stammer okay. Dragged to the display, the merchant's eyes went wide. These are amazing. How did you make them? He agreed to buy the lot along with the bricks, tossing a few coins into the boy's hand. The boy stared down at the paltry sum in his palm. 5 bronze coins. It was nothing. In a flash, his hand shot out, grabbing the merchant's collar. His face was a mask of cold fury. You must think I'm some dumb kid you can just rip off, he hissed. Hold on, hold on. The merchant yelped, sweating under the boy's terrifying gaze. Why is it so cheap? The boy demanded. Look how pretty it is. The merchant, trying to placate him, explained, you see, the people I sell to are commoners who live in small towns and villages. Even if it's pretty, nobody would spend that much on tableware. The merchant continued, explaining that the wealthy only do business with established merchants they've known for a long time. The boy's anger cooled, replaced by a dawning, frustrating realization. Even with a great product, it was worthless without reaching the right people. But in a world without internet or even newspapers, how could he possibly advertise? He sank to the ground, defeated. His grand get-rich-quick scheme was dead before it began. He had none of the connections needed to pull it off. Talking to him was a total waste of time, he muttered. The merchant recoiled. You're giving off this evil vibe all of a sudden. Well, don't feel too down about it, the merchant said with a grin. The market for bricks is pretty good right now. I'll buy everything you've got the next time I'm here. The boy's head snapped up, a determined glint in his eyes. I'll have 10 times as much ready for you. When the merchant returned, he was greeted by a literal city of stacked bricks. Yo, kid, he called out, amazed. Looks like you really came through on that promise. I took you at your word and brought along someone strong enough to carry all of these. Behind him, a massive, scaly creature came into view. The boy stared, his mouth agape, at the towering, white-scaled beast with powerful wings and sharp horns. A low growl rumbled in its chest. What is that? He stammered. It's a monster. Never seen a dragon horse before, kid. The merchant chuckled. This guy here is a work beast. He explained that it wasn't a true dragon, but a creature hatched from an egg and raised by humans. These beasts grow by absorbing their owner's magical power, ensuring they are always obedient and making their masters highly valued individuals. In this world, creatures of burden known as work beasts are not born, but hatched. Raised from eggs infused with the mana of their owner, they develop an unbreakable, instinctual loyalty. The form they take is a reflection of the very magic that gives them life. With a final, solid thump, the last of the bricks was loaded. The merchant, standing atop the groaning cart, gave a hearty approval. Nice job, kid. But the boy's attention was fixed elsewhere, his gaze locked on the magnificent dragon-type beast that pulled the heavy load, its powerful form a testament to the value of such creatures. Hopping down from the cart, he approached the merchant. Aren't work beasts expensive? He asked, his mind already racing. The merchant confirmed it. Powerful mounts were invaluable assets. The boy pondered his own enterprise. The demand for bricks was high now, but it wouldn't last forever. He needed to diversify. An egg. If he was lucky, an egg could be a jackpot. Hey, Mr. Merchant, he called out. A spark of resolve lit up his eyes as he tightened his grip on his coin purse. I want to try raising a work beast egg too, he declared. Bring one with you next time and I'll buy it. The price the merchant named was staggering, a sum that represented every coin he had painstakingly earned. Without hesitation, he poured it all out. As the merchant's party departed, the sounds of the village returned. A small child darted past, calling out "Daddy-yi" to one of the departing men. Another villager spotted the boy and waved. "See ya later. Isn't that Ashira and Marie's fourth kid? Your dad's been pretty busy." His family gathered around him, his mother Marie smiling warmly. "Should we get something good from the merchant to celebrate?" she suggested, then turned to her son. "Could you lend me some money? I'll be sure to pay you back." The boy looked away. I don't have any money though." Her smile froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her shock sent him spiraling into a memory. He was 3 years old again, his small fists clenched with an unshakable purpose. "You want to try growing blue twenties?" his mother had asked, bewildered by her strange, determined child. She had tried to reason with him, her voice gentle but laced with doubt. "Those things don't taste all that good and you can't barter for much with them. Besides, working in the fields would be impossible for such a small child." But as she looked at his face, flushed with a motivation far beyond his years, her skepticism melted away. A fond chuckle escaped her lips. "Foo-foo," she had laughed, completely won over by his earnest spirit. True to her word, she had given him a small plot of land. The memory then jumped forward to her and his father standing in utter shock before a field overflowing with a colossal harvest. And there, in the middle of it all, was her little boy, proudly holding up a bunch of his miraculous crop. Another memory surfaced, this time from when he was 5. "You want to earn money?" she'd asked, no longer surprised by his ambition. He had excitedly explained his plan to save for the future. She thought her child was amazing then, but she was floored when she saw what he'd accomplished, cultivating rare magic mushrooms and negotiating with merchants all by himself. His talents seemed boundless. He had built a storage room with his own 2 hands and even crafted brilliant white tableware, the likes of which she had never seen. Holding the delicate pottery, she had marveled with pride and a touch of fear. But how is he able to do all of this? Present came crashing back. He was holding the egg he'd bought, his face alight with happiness. His mother's expression, however, was thunderous. "What were you thinking?" she snapped. "I can't believe you'd throw away all that money. Buying a work beast egg is like gambling away your entire fortune. I've heard stories of people being sold worthless eggs that never hatch." His smile vanished, the harsh reality of his wager finally sinking in. "Besides, I earned the money myself, so it should be fine if I spend it," he protested weakly. His mother responded with a terrifyingly serene smile, her eyes completely hidden in shadow as her anger reached a boiling point. "I let you buy and sell things because I wanted you to save up money for the future," she said, her voice dangerously calm. His father, Ashira, stood silently in the background, offering no support. "It'll be fine," the boy insisted, completely misjudging the situation. Her composure finally broke. "You do realize that not all of it was yours, right? Didn't you also sell the sandals that everyone worked together to make?" she accused. He flinched. With a sharp, pointing finger, she laid down the law. "From now on, you're forbidden to buy anything without my permission." Though crushed by her anger, a new resolve hardened within him. "I have no choice," he thought, his expression shifting from despair to determination. "I'll just have to game the system a bit and secretly save up some cash." Pushing the argument aside, he focused on his immediate priority, pulling out a small net he'd woven from 20 stalks. Anyway, now it's all about the egg. As he held the egg, he could feel it, a subtle but constant drain on his energy. A faint blue haze seemed to cling to its surface. It was already trying to absorb his ambient mana. He took a deep breath, a new idea forming. What if I pour my mana into it directly? Closing his eyes, he cupped the egg in his hands and focused his will. "Mana injection," he whispered. Luminous streams of his own life force flowed from his palms, enveloping the egg in a swirling, silent vortex of power. He examined the result. The egg now shone with a deeper, more vibrant blue. The mana had been absorbed, but how much did it need? He pressed the egg gently to his cheek. "Please soak it all in properly," he murmured. This became his daily ritual, a quiet vigil as a new plan began to form in his mind. Maybe I should make a hideout. He sat against the stone wall, contemplating the antiquated customs that governed his life. As a younger son, his future was prescribed. Spend his life as an assistant to his father and eldest brother, or somehow become independent. His gaze drifted to an image of a fine sword, the tool of a warrior seeking glory, a path that required a fortune he no longer had. He pushed himself to his feet, his decision made. He wouldn't wait for war or for his family's blessing. He would prepare for his independence now. With the egg pouch jingling at his hip, he looked out over the village. "All right," he declared. "Like they say, you gotta strike while the iron is hot." He walked to the edge of the village, to the simple wooden fence marking the border of cultivated land. Beyond it lay a dense forest. In peaceful times, this area had been cleared for fields, but constant wars had shrunk their territory, forcing them to huddle behind the walls. With a soft thud, he jumped the fence, leaving the safety of the village behind. He pushed through the undergrowth of the untamed land. Out here, there were no owners, no rules. The land belonged to whoever had the will to cultivate it. A determined smile spread across his face as he surveyed the wilderness. "Now then," he announced to the trees, "let's find a place to build my house." A faint shimmer of power enveloped him. With body enhancement magic coursing through his veins, fatigue became a distant concern. "Okay," he murmured, crouching low, "now for the roots." He pressed his hands to the forest floor, channeling his will beneath the earth. A deep groan echoed through the woods as the earth trembled. Subterranean roots, their grip magically severed, snapped like dry twigs. With a final, shuddering crack, the massive trunk toppled. He watched it fall, a flicker of satisfaction on his face. Yikes, that went pretty well. With the obstructive trees gone, he turned to the uneven ground. Placing a hand on the soil, he unleashed a wave of power. The earth itself seemed to sigh, settling into a perfect 10 by 4 meter rectangle. He repeated the process, and in the blink of an eye, a massive, perfectly flat clearing stood where the wild forest had been. He sprawled on the newly leveled ground, the next step daunting him, laying all those bricks for a full storage house. The thought of fainting from mana exhaustion out here far from the village sent a chill down his spine. Then a thought struck him, sharp and clear. Wait a minute. I don't actually need to build a house, do I? His mind raced, forming a new hypothesis. Magical energy consumption must be tied to the total volume and surface area of the creation. Building a hollow structure meant wasting immense power on the empty space inside. In that case, he realized, eyes widening, this is simple. It would be far more efficient to construct the individual walls first. Using the bricks he'd already painstakingly crafted as a base, he focused his intent. A viscous, magical mortar flowed from his hands, sealing the blocks together in a systematic, orderly fashion. In his mind's eye, the wall was already complete, a towering plane of perfectly joined stone, rising from nothingness at his command. The result was, admittedly, a simple box, a self-defined, tofu-shaped structure standing starkly in the clearing. The roof and door will have to be done by hand, of course, he sighed to himself. And just like that, in a fraction of the time it should have taken, his secret hideout in the forest was complete. Cradling the egg in his lap, he noted how it had grown, its blue shell deepening to the color of a twilight sky. Come now, his mother's voice called from the doorway, it's almost time to go. His face brightened instantly. Okay, I'm coming. This year he was turning 6. The day had finally arrived. He sat on a simple wooden pew in the village church, a place far smaller and less populated than he'd imagined. As he fidgeted restlessly, a man in sacred robes raised a hand. Well then, the priest's voice filled the quiet hall, I will now start the baptism, and the naming ceremony that takes place during it. His heart hammered with excitement. Finally, I'll be able to use household magic. While he dreamed of illumination and fire, the priest began his sermon. Humanity has always feared monsters and lived lives hiding from them, he intoned, his voice echoing off the stone walls. However, many people have become able to use household magic, and the number of places humans can live have become much broader. The driving force of humanity's rapidly increasing population, the priest continued, his gaze sweeping over the children, is that very magic. Citizens receive this power through the baptism ceremony. Now, we will begin the naming ceremony. The boy held his breath, every fiber of his being focused on the promise of what was to come. The priest explained the system, a symbiotic relationship where the church gained followers and the feudal lord a register of names. With this naming, he clarified, you will receive the divine protection of our master and the ability to use magic. However, this magic should only be used for the purpose of improving human lives. Do you swear to not abuse this magic without reason? The priest asked, his eyes serious. Yes, I swear, he replied without hesitation. The priest nodded. Very well. As the man opened a massive, ornate book, he couldn't help but stare. The binding and decorations were incredible. Is that parchment? Are they using a name lexicon or something? As Shira and Mary's third child, the priest's voice rang out. I, the Holy Light Church's priest Paulo, shall christen thou. From now on, thou will be ours, and you shall live for the Lord and your friends with integrity and righteousness. As Paulo raised his hand in blessing, a soft light began to emanate from his palm. As I thought, Ars realized, his eyes locked on the gathering energy. Magical power is concentrating in the palm of his hand. This is the preparation for granting someone magic. A wave of power washed over him, and a vast, intricate magic circle materialized in the air between them. He stared, mouth agape, at the glowing, complex letters swirling within the sigil. Memory preservation. He activated the spell instantly, a gamble on a wild theory. As the magic circle pulsed, he felt it, not just power, but pure information being inserted directly into his mind. Back in his hideout, he tested his new gift. A flick of his finger produced a floating orb of light. Another gesture ignited a small, controlled flame, but as he suspected, the power was standard. There was no difference in strength between his casting and an adult's, and no amount of practice seemed to increase its effectiveness. He sighed, letting the flame die out. So much for improving household magic. But then another thought surfaced, a far more valuable prize from the day's events. Father Paulo's magic circle. A grin spread across his face. If he could decipher that, he might be able to understand the very depths of this world's magic. But after days of staring at the memorized patterns, he was no closer to understanding. It's no good, he grumbled, rubbing his sleep-deprived eyes. He couldn't even read the modern letters people used, let alone these ancient ones. As he flopped onto the floor in frustration, a sharp chip sound cut through the silence. He shot up. The egg, it was finally hatching. He scrambled closer, his heart thumping in his chest as a network of cracks spread across the blue shell. The process was agonizingly slow, the egg just rolling and chipping away bit by bit. He fidgeted, wondering if it would be bad to try and help it along. Before he could decide, a final loud crack split the shell wide open. He leaned in, peering through the clatter of falling fragments. Sitting amidst the debris was a small, fluffy creature with wide, curious eyes and two tiny, budding antlers. A beast had been born. The newborn creature, pure white and ethereal, sat amidst the shards of its own shell. Its deep blue eyes, ancient and curious, locked with his. A faint blush crept onto the boy's cheeks as he stared, captivated by the silent, squeaking thing before him. He watched in amazement as its spindly legs trembled, already attempting to stand. "You can do it," he whispered, kneeling closer. "Give it your best." After a few shaky stumbles, the creature found its balance, standing firm on all four hooves with a triumphant air. A delighted clap broke the silence. He beamed, reaching out to gently stroke the soft mane between its budding antlers. "There's something about the desperate will to live that just touches the heart," he murmured, a profound sense of gratitude washing over him. "Thank you for coming into my life." He studied its form more closely as it took a few tentative steps. It had the elegant physique of a thoroughbred horse, yet its antlers and gentle face were reminiscent of a reindeer. The only thing that seemed out of place was its long, flowing mane. A hopeful grin lit up his face as he pictured it fully grown. "I wonder," he mused aloud, his hands cupping his cheeks in thought, "if you'll be big enough to carry things for me one day." A sudden, sharp cracking sound shattered his daydream. His eyes shot open in alarm to see the creature, crunching down on the fragments of its own shell. He yelped, completely bewildered. "Is it even okay for you to be eating that?" He sank into thought, his brow furrowed with a practical worry. What in the world does it eat? A work beast's form was determined by the magical feed it consumed. Carnivores like dragon horses were powerful, but providing meat daily was a luxury he couldn't afford. He'd heard too many tales of owners bankrupted by the cost of their beasts' upkeep. His gaze then fell upon the patch of radishes he'd cultivated nearby. The creature was happily munching on one of the dark, round vegetables. A wave of relief washed over him. "So you're a herbivore?" he exclaimed. The creature, finished with its snack, trotted over and began to nuzzle against his leg. "There are plenty more," he said, smiling. "Eat as much as you'd like." The creature's affectionate nudging turned into a clumsy struggle as it attempted to climb onto his lap. What's gotten into you?" Before he could puzzle it out, it had settled onto his legs, curled up, and promptly fallen into a deep sleep, its soft snores filling the quiet air. A deep blush crept up his neck as he stared down at the sleeping form. "Wah," he stammered, his heart trembling with an unfamiliar warmth. "Too cute." In what felt like the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. He stared up at the magnificent creature she had become, her growth far exceeding his wildest expectations. "I did tell you to grow big, but..." His initial plan had been to sell her, a practical decision for his meager lifestyle. He'd even avoided naming her to prevent attachment. But looking at her now, he knew that wouldn't do. "I'm going to give you a name." It couldn't be just any name. It had to be a special naming, one imbued with the power of a magic circle. Father Paul called his ability a divine gift, but it felt more like a program installed directly into his mind. If he could channel it correctly, he could grant her the ability to procure her own clean water. In this land without modern medicine, a simple case of diarrhea from tainted water could be a death sentence. The gift of clean water was life itself. He briefly considered his other, more destructive powers. The existence of ignition is scary, he thought, pushing the worry aside. I'll deal with that if the problem ever occurs. He stood beside the great beast, arms crossed in deep concentration, the weight of the decision settling upon him. What should I name you?" He grimaced. "To be honest, I have no confidence in my naming sense." Still, he wanted a name that suited her regal presence. His mind began to spin, a frantic word association game firing off behind his eyes. Unicorn, bicorn, by Romans 6, Viking, Va. Then it struck him with the force of revelation. Valkyrie, the legendary goddess of war. He gazed at her white fur that shone like silver, her entire being radiating a holy, otherworldly aura. He looked into her intelligent eyes. "What do you think about the name Valkyrie?" To his utter astonishment, the great beast let out an excited cry and nodded its head vigorously, its long mane whipping through the air. A warm smile spread across his face. "So you can understand human language, you're a smart one." He took a centering breath, his expression turning serious. "All right, I'm starting the naming ceremony now." Recently, refining magic had become as natural to him as breathing. He exhaled slowly, magic beginning to swirl around his hands. "I'll do it carefully and delicately this time." He focused, drawing dense magic into himself like a vessel, but struggled to keep the released energy from dissipating into the air. "From here on out, I have to focus." Manipulating magic outside the body was an immense burden. He gritted his teeth, weaving threads of power into the air, painstakingly recreating the complex magic circle he had memorized. A searing pressure built behind his eyes. "Blood is rushing to my head. My blood vessels feel like they're about to rupture." Sweat beaded on his forehead as he gasped for air, his entire body trembling with the effort. The magic circle pulsed before the creature, nearly complete, but holding it together took every last ounce of his willpower. With a final, desperate push, he thrust his hand forward. I did it," he panted, relief and exhaustion washing over him in equal measure. He was at his absolute limit. As the circle flared with light, he poured his remaining strength into the incantation. Your name shall be Valkyrie. With a thud, Ars dropped to his knees, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The ritual had been far more draining than he'd anticipated. Wiping a bead of sweat from his brow, he worried it had all been for nothing. He turned to his gleaming white companion, a new idea taking root. All right, Valkyrie, he managed, a hopeful smile touching his lips. Let's try using magic. Valkyrie responded with an eager squeal and stepped forward. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves around them as a soft orb of light began to coalesce before her. Ars watched, a realization dawning on him as she deliberately avoided conjuring a flame. It would be dangerous to have fire inside the house, he murmured, a wave of affection washing over him. She's a good girl who cares about me. The orb erupted in a gentle, brilliant shine. Whoa, illumination, Ars cried out, his previous exhaustion completely forgot. He bounced on the balls of his feet, giddy with success. Awesome, Valkyrie, you can use magic so well, try using other magic as well. One by one, she demonstrated ignition, drinking water, and purification, but he noticed something peculiar. The fundamental manifestation of the magic remained identical to his own. Then something impossible happened. A nearby brick lifted from the ground, hovering in mid-air. Ars stared, his cheerful expression freezing into one of confusion. Huh! His eyes widened in disbelief as more and more bricks began to float, a silent testament to a power she should not possess. A strangled gasp escaped him, his mind reeling in utter shock. While Valkyrie pranced about, completely oblivious, Ars's world was spinning. What's going on here, he thought, clutching his head. It wasn't just brick making, it was ground flattening, soil enhancement, magic infusion, even memory preservation. Why is Valkyrie even able to use my own magic? The question echoed in his skull. Was there an error in the magic circle, or was the naming ceremony's method wrong? I just don't understand. Testing a theory, Ars focused his energy and conjured a simple earthen cup. Look at this, he said, holding it out. Valkyrie, look here, can you make one just like how I did? She merely tilted her head, offering a confused noise. He patted the ground and thought, the truth solidifying, so it is what I thought. Valkyrie can only use the same spells as mine after being named. She can't create new forms on the fly. Pieces began to click into place. He could alter his ground flattening spell, consuming magic equivalent to the size of the land he wished to level. Valkyrie, however, was limited to the spell's base form, a uniform 10 square meters. The naming ritual transferred the spells themselves, but not the ability to customize them. So the naming ritual is more systematic than the divine protection of God, he mused. That explains my inability to customize the standard household magic. He nuzzled Valkyrie's soft mane. You're awesome. A practical concern surfaced. Would it be safe to sell a beast who could use not only church-sanctioned magic but his own original spells? He needed more information. He found the merchant near his cart where the demand for bricks continued unabated. Did you say work beasts can use magic? Ars asked casually. The merchant paused. I haven't heard of it. There's probably none, right? Ars considered this. If a merchant who had traveled far and wide had never heard of such a thing, then it must be exceptionally rare. The merchant's eyes suddenly lit up with realization. Boy, no, Ars, since you're asking this sort of question, does it mean that your egg is hatched? When Ars confirmed it was a horse fit for carrying loads, the merchant lunged forward. Let me take a look, he boomed, his sudden intensity making Ars flinch. Please, the merchant begged, his face far too close for comfort. Ars felt cornered. He'd specifically instructed Valkyrie not to use her abilities in front of people, but the man's persistence was overwhelming. With a sigh of resignation, his shoulders slumped. I'll bring it over, so wait a second. The merchant's breath caught in his throat the moment he saw her. It's really good, Ars, he stammered, his eyes wide with avarice and wonder. It's good that it can carry things, but more than that, its appearance. Since white is the color the big shots like, Ars offered a small, firm smile. That's great. However, I have no intention of selling Valkyrie. The merchant's jaw dropped. Why wouldn't you sell it? You originally bought the egg with everything you own in order to earn money, right? The merchant pressed. Ars blushed, stroking Valkyrie's neck. That's right, but I ended up growing fond of her. He pulled her into a hug, burying his face in her mane. The truth was more complex. He was fascinated by her ability to use magic, and her strength would be an invaluable help. She was more than a work beast, she was a companion who understood him. If that's the case, shall we make a deal? The merchant said, a shrewd glint in his eye. He gestured to a large basket, revealing 5 more pristine eggs. I'll give them to you, but he added, his business smile returning. It's not that simple. I'm a merchant, after all. I'll give you the work beast eggs, and after you hatch and raise them, I'll then come and buy the work beasts from you. He finished with a triumphant grin. How about it? Ars processed the offer, his mind racing. In short, you'll give me the eggs, and I exclusively sell the work beasts to you? Right. He eyed the contract the merchant produced, a bad feeling prickling at him. But I'll be setting the minimum terms, he declared, snatching the scroll with newfound determination. Terms were surprisingly fair. The merchant provided the eggs for free, and Ars would sell the raised beasts back to him, setting the amount and timing himself. The contract was for 1 year, renewable with an escape clause for substantial loss. With these terms, I don't think either of us will end up at a loss, Ars thought, a wide grin spreading across his face. This was it, the perfect way to earn money in this remote village. He raised a fist to the sky. No matter what, I'm going to get this business off the ground. From here on out, we'll have to work hard. All right, I'll have to properly inject my magic into these, he resolved, looking over the clutch of smooth, white eggs. Valkyrie, however, had other ideas. With a sharp snort, she lunged forward, her snout aimed directly at the basket. Valkyrie, he yelped, pulling the basket back with a gasp. You're not allowed to eat those. His heart leaped into his throat. Be broken, he stammered, picturing a shattered shell. But the panic subsided as he saw Valkyrie not feasting but sitting serenely beside the nest. The eggs were perfectly safe. She nudged them gently with her nose, then looked at him and gave a soft "Kaio." A quiet understanding passed between them. You want to raise these eggs yourself?" he asked, kneeling down. She met his gaze and nodded decisively. As Valkyrie's horn gently touched an egg, a soft glow enveloped it. His eyes widened in astonishment. She's using a spell, injecting it with her own mana. He understood instantly. The egg was absorbing her power. "Wait, you can't," he cried out, a new kind of panic setting in. "The form a work beast takes depends on the magic they absorb at birth. It's pointless unless I raise them." 3 of the eggs were already pulsing with her energy. He knew that incubating an egg with magic from multiple people was possible, but incredibly difficult to balance. He sighed, a smile touching his lips. "Okay," he conceded, placing a hand on her neck. "I'll leave these 3 eggs to you." Valkyrie's ears perked up, her entire demeanor brightening. "Just make sure you take good care of them so they hatch properly." The moment reminded him of something, long ago. Memory was from his past life. He found a stray puppy shivering in a cardboard box and had been determined to save it. But his parents had been firm. "Who's going to look after it? Are you even capable?" Their shadowy forms had demanded. He'd been shocked by their reprimand, but had sworn he would take full responsibility. In the end, he was allowed to keep the dog, but it was his parents who paid for the food, the immunizations, and all the medical fees. Looking back on it now, he knew his parents' words were right. Caring for a living thing was a troublesome, demanding task. The thought was punctuated by a cacophony of chirps and whinnies. 5 of the eggs had hatched safely, and he was now surrounded by a herd of miniature Valkyries. He noted with curiosity that the ones born from the eggs he'd personally raised were a little bit bigger, but their appearances were all identical to their mother. He had cleared the first phase of raising them, but a new problem was already apparent. The food barrels were empty. As you'd expect, he muttered, "The more there are, the more they eat." Clenching his fist, he made a decision. "If I want to continue my work beast business, the fields we have now won't be enough. I'll have to cultivate the forest." He turned to the eager herd. "All right, let's go, you guys." He settled at the edge of the woods, planning to use the same method as before, soften the dirt around the roots, then move the trees. But as he prepared to use his soil improvement spell, he saw flashes of light from his herd. The young beasts were emitting their own magic, aiding in the preparation. He grunted, startled. The field was cleared with astonishing speed. "Wait a minute. No, he stammered, feeling dizzy. "I didn't even give you guys names, yet you can use magic." The revelation spun his world on its axis. Magic was supposed to be tied to a name. Are work beasts subject to different rules than humans? Does this mean all beasts born from this family will have magic? The implications were overwhelming. Maybe if Valkyrie tells them not to use magic, they'll listen. He wondered, but quickly shook his head. He gave up on thinking about it for now and set off to expand the fields. The sheer scale of the cleared land was immense. It reminded him of a phrase from his previous world used to describe large areas. How many domes? Before him, the land stretched out, wide enough to be counted in multiple domes. As someone who had learned about environmental destruction in his past life, he felt a pang of worry about the deforestation. But looking closer, he realized this area must have been fields long ago, reclaimed by the forest after a development boom passed and the population declined. The forest was wide enough that the village head wouldn't object to extending the fields, and for raising beasts as large as Valkyrie, more grazing land was always better. Although he mused, looking from his distant hideout to the far edge of the new pasture, the wider it is, the harder it is to get around. For safety and to combat fatigue, he needed a solution. His eyes fell on Valkyrie. "Shall we try and ride?" Or so he thought. He'd assumed a saddle and stirrup would work even if she wasn't a horse. But his father delivered the bad news. "There's no one in this village who can make a saddle or stirrup for work beasts," he said plainly. "Isn't a cart fine?" It seemed pulling a cart was the norm here, but the hero gripped his fist, his resolve hardening. "Even so, I want to learn how to ride one." His determination was fueled by a practical fear. I might be sent onto the battlefield someday. The fact that cavalry was overwhelmingly stronger than foot soldiers had to be common knowledge in this world, too. Being able to mount Valkyrie would be a great advantage. Using rope woven from radish stems as imitation reins, he began to climb onto her back, even without a saddle or stirrups. "I'm counting on you, Valkyrie," he called out, settling onto her broad back. He knew that controlling a living thing that moved according to its own whims required skill. However, mounting Valkyrie was far easier than he had ever imagined it would be. The intelligent beast, raised with his own magic, moved in a way that wouldn't burden him. For a moment he managed to ride without a saddle, but the relief was short-lived. A gasp escaped his lips as a wave of agony shot through him. "This is bad," he wheezed, staggering off her back. The whole body muscle pain was excruciating. To think he would take this much damage just from riding. Panting, I slid from Valkyrie's back, my muscles screaming in protest. No matter how much I focused, the shaking was relentless. Staying on was a full-body ordeal. A saddle would make this so much easier. As I collapsed for the day, my brother's voice cut through the evening quiet from his bed. "Hey, Ars," he mumbled, propping his head on his hand with a curious stare. "You always say something before you go to sleep, right?" I feigned ignorance, turning away with a nervous laugh. "Hey, what are you talking about?" I didn't say anything, but he was right. After my writing training, I'd been practicing a new kind of magic. When I focused my power into my eyes and looked at people, a faint blue haze would shimmer around them. It was a startling realization. The magic generated within me was constantly leaking out like steam, wasted. I'd noticed this effect before, but had never cultivated it into a proper spell. My other creations were practical and constant, leveling to clear land, brick creation for uniform blocks. The key was spell cultivation, which made the effects persistent. Even my physical strengthening spell lasted through the night, a fact I discovered when I accidentally cracked the wall by rolling over in my sleep. That was the answer. I could use spell cultivation to prolong the effects of fatigue recovery magic. As I drifted off to sleep, I focused on the new spell. Waking up, I felt a wave of complete restoration wash over me, every ache and pain gone. I chuckled to myself, stretching a hand into the morning air, sleeping in bed with complete recovery. It felt like I'd become a hero. Of course, my brother was still staring, having heard me muttering again. My fatigue no longer an issue, my writing skills improved dramatically. When the merchant returned, his mouth fell open in astonishment. Good gracious. I thought one or two might hatch, but he stared out at the field, now filled with the majestic work beasts I had raised. Normally, it takes more than a month to raise even one. They grow so quickly. He looked at me, a question in his eyes. I knew the answer. It had to be the result of my magic injection. They're ready for market, I stated, wondering what price they might fetch. The merchant, however, just gave me a sly grin. To tell you the truth, he began, a strange glint in his eye. I'm not going to sell them. He leaned in, raising a single finger for emphasis. I'm going to give them to someone, for free. My face hardened, anger and distrust instantly flaring. This had to be a trick. With a grand, sweeping gesture, the merchant revealed his audacious plan. I will present them as a gift to the aristocrats who govern this land. He beamed, standing before an imagined audience of faceless nobles, while I could only stare, utterly bewildered by his scheme. He sighed, his demeanor turning serious. I've told you before, merchants like me lack the connections to handle truly expensive goods. To get an aristocrat to buy something, you need credit, and the established monopolies make it impossible for a newcomer to even get a meeting. He winced, a flicker of a painful memory, being beaten over some fine porcelain crossing his face. Without a proper introduction, you're nothing. He gestured toward the beautiful creature beside us. However, a gift like this changes everything. A mountable work beast is recognized as valuable everywhere, but in times of frequent conflict, it becomes an excellent strategic material. He clenched his fist, his eyes burning with ambition. Dedicating one of these to the ruling family will establish the strong connection I need. His grin returned, imagining a shower of coins. If they like it, they'll be reluctant to refuse the next purchase, and I might even be introduced to other noble families. Seeing my confusion, his expression hardened again. With a sharp slash of his hand, he explained the grim reality. You can't just sell a strategic asset to a nobleman who might be hostile to the ruling family. There would be no life for anyone involved. We cannot ignore the nobles who govern this land. His decision was made. For that reason, let us go to the aristocratic residence now. Tell your father about this, too. I was stunned. Me too. He was serious, not just about his plan, but about taking me with him. And just like that, swept up in a merchant's grand ambition, I left my village for the very first time. The distant chatter grew into a lively hum as we crested the final hill. My breath caught in my throat. Spread out before me, grander and more sprawling than I could have ever imagined, was a city of stone and slate. A blush of pure awe crept onto my cheeks. Wow, I whispered, my eyes wide. This is the city where the aristocracy lives. After 3 days of rumbling along a bumpy road in a wagon pulled by my beasts, we finally arrived in Fontana, the town where nobles live. It was my very first journey, and the sight of the massive walled city, teeming with more people than I had ever seen, left me breathless with wonder. Our merchant guide gestured toward a massive construction project where a section of the city wall was being dismantled. He explained that the high demand for bricks was due to this expansion. I quickly deduced that since the bricks were made locally, trying to haul them in from our distant village would never be profitable. A man with a severe mustache and an air of importance approached, introducing himself as Raymond, the negotiator for the Fontana hold. My hopes of seeing the inside of a noble's house were dashed as we were made to kneel in the dirt of the stable's front yard. A flicker of annoyance sparked within me. Raymond confirmed he'd heard our work beasts could be ridden. The merchant, seizing the opening, began to extol their virtues, explaining they were top quality. But Raymond's gaze drifted past him, settling on me with cold curiosity. "And what's with this child?" he inquired. A hand gently came to rest on my head as the merchant presented me. "Actually, ours here was the one who raised the work beasts," he announced proudly. Next to him would be his father. The merchant then made a bold request for permission to produce and sell Valkyries. My blood ran cold. Valkyrie was the name of the firstborn, my partner, not the entire species. I thought in a panic, picturing the real Valkyrie faithfully guarding our village miles away. To my astonishment, Raymond agreed. "All right," he conceded. "I'll issue you a permit later and inform Mr. Fontana." Just as relief began to wash over me, his tone shifted as he clutched a pouch at his side. "However, these work beasts may not be useful in war." The words hung in the air before Raymond delivered the devastating explanation. "The horns are inconvenient. You can't swing a weapon with these in the way." He then turned and called out to his men, his voice echoing with a chilling command, "Cut off these horns." I surged to my feet to protest, but my father's hand clamped down on my shoulder, holding me fast. As the men advanced with saws, Raymond watched with a cruel, detached smirk. "Do it," he ordered, utterly indifferent to the horror on my face. A white-hot, helpless rage consumed me. The ghastly image of the severed horns burned behind my eyes, a testament to my complete and utter powerlessness. I couldn't do a single thing. Back at the inn, the silence was heavy with unspoken anger. You held back well, ours, my father said, his voice low. He gestured to a basin. First of all, you should go wash your hands. But I could still feel the phantom pain, as if my own body had been mutilated. They hadn't let out a single cry. It reminded me of the guide dogs from my previous life, trained to endure any pain, a burn, a stab wound in absolute silence. They were loyal to a fault, just like my work beasts. The thought brought a fresh wave of sorrow for their silent suffering. Aren't you bothered by it too, Dad? I finally choked out. My father's response was chillingly pragmatic. Calm down, ours, I'm more worried that they might die. If the beasts we gave a noble family perish, we'll be the ones to pay the price. His words were a harsh reminder of the stakes. I didn't even know if they could survive such a wound. I marveled at my father's composure. I'm just soaking in my poor social standing as a farmer, he said with a grim chuckle. He reminded me that even with my knowledge from another world, his own experience gave him a different kind of sight. He saw the whispers and jealousy that followed me in the village, the fear a child who could accomplish so much inspired in others. He recounted how he desperately persuaded the aristocratic family who governed the land, arguing against the village chief who wanted to confiscate my fields. Through his sheer tenacity, he had secured not only a license to sell the beasts but also official ownership of our land and the right to pay taxes in cash, a victory even the nobles had desired. My father's hand rested gently on my shoulder, his smile pulling me back to the present. Now then, he said warmly, since we've come all this way, why don't we take a look around? I looked up at the man I could always rely on, my heart swelling with gratitude. Okay, I replied, feeling like the luckiest person alive. To think of it, Ark mused, his gaze sweeping across the uniform brick facades of the city. I don't see any wooden buildings. Ashiro, walking beside him, offered a simple explanation. Houses made of wood would fall easily to fires caused by ignition magic. Ark's eyes then narrowed, noticing another peculiarity. Even so, this town's buildings don't have many windows. Ashiro gestured vaguely. There's no need for them when light can come from illumination spells. The underlying logic clicked into place for Ark. It's all related to household magic then, a divine protection from God. Concept of household magic, a power usable only after receiving a name, swirled in his mind. Was it truly a power related to God? The thought was cut short by a sudden, brilliant flash of insight. He clenched his fists, his whole body trembling with the force of the idea. I see, it's windows, he exclaimed, startling the passers-by. Forget simple, hard-to-use glassware. The real demand, the real innovation would be in durable glass panes for windows. A whole new style of architecture would be possible. If I just change some spells, Ark muttered, his eyes gleaming with entrepreneurial fire, I'll be able to mass-produce them just like the bricks. The demand would be huge. The merchant chuckled at the boy's boundless ambition. Oh dear, he has quite the drive, doesn't he? Ashiro simply smiled. He's always surprising me. But the merchant's expression sobered, his thoughts drifting to a time before such grand plans were even conceivable. Even so, he murmured, his voice low, the village has only prospered thanks to that kid's radishes. Before him, starving to death wasn't so uncommon. The merchant's memory cast a pall over the bustling street. He recalled years of continuous famine that left the people dead and the land ruined. It was a time of constant war where desperation drove communities to the brink of conflict over the smallest scraps of food. It was during this bleak period that he encountered a peculiar plant. Radishes were common, but their taste was horrible. This one, however, was different. While still unpleasant, these radishes weren't so foul as to be inedible. They were large, firm, and filling. Crucially, they grew with astonishing speed, perfect for pickling as winter reserves. With a crop like this, the number of people dying from starvation would plummet. He heard a new type was coming from a village near the northern forest, and when he arrived, he was shocked. In an age where every other settlement was dark, dull, and stifling, this one was different. Unlike the despair-ridden villages he was used to, this place was alive with chatter and activity. Hey, Mr. Merchant, a small voice called out. He looked down to see a young boy, not yet old enough for his baptism, struggling with a heavy basket. With a determined grunt, the child plopped it down at his feet. Please, buy these. After buying a large number of radishes, and the sandals the boy also offered, the merchant went to the other farmers, urging them to cultivate the new crop. But it was the boy who truly captured his attention. He was barraged with questions about other things he might be able to sell. Such quick-wittedness was unheard of in a simple farmer's child. Fascinated, the merchant began making regular trips to the northern village, each visit ending with an hour-long, impatient interrogation from the boy. A few years later, the boy, now a little older, tried to sell him something other than radishes and sandals. He presented a bowl of magical mushrooms that grew deep in the forest. The merchant knew their scarcity could make the poor village a fortune, but he also knew the dangers. It's too dangerous for a small child to be entering the forest alone, he warned. You should wait until you're older. The boy just smiled, a confident glint in his eye. It's all right. I'll be fine, the boy insisted, his confidence utterly blind. The merchant had known many young men who spoke with such certainty and ended up dead. To divert him from the dangerous forest, he proposed a safer venture, making precise, identical bricks for which there was a high demand. But the boy's mind was already elsewhere. Forget that, he announced excitedly, I made new tableware. Merchant stared, dumbfounded. This is awesome, how did you make them? The boy just giggled, it's a secret. Inspecting the splendid craftsmanship, the merchant felt a surge of certainty. This was no peasant child. Most likely this boy is of nobility, he declared to himself, his mind racing. The tableware must be an inherited heirloom, perhaps from a fallen family forced into hiding. He was, of course, completely and utterly wrong. They met again after the boy, now named Ars, had been baptized, and once again Ars managed to surprise him. The work beast eggs he'd bought hatched into the incredibly valuable horse type. Despite selling bricks and magical mushrooms, his inspiration never waned. He was always looking for new things to sell. It was then that Ars turned to him with a serious question. Why are you trying so hard to earn money? Ars's gaze was distant, his voice quiet but firm. I want weapons in order to go to war. The merchant's heart clenched, so that was it. His mind immediately constructed a heroic tale. Ars must want to restore his fallen family through military exploits. Perhaps his parents weren't his real parents at all, but loyal retainers caring for a runaway noble child. It was a grand, tragic story, and it was also wrong. Anyway, the merchant thought, his resolve hardening, he is without a doubt an important person. He envisioned the boy grown, returned to his rightful place in the nobility, clad in finery and holding a sword. By the time he eventually grows up and returns to nobility, I must earn his utmost trust. To establish a stable relationship with him, I must have a monopoly on his work beasts. I must maintain this relationship no matter what. Hey, Mr. Merchant, Ars's voice cut through his scheming. What happened? Aren't we going to shop around? The merchant was startled from his reverie. He looked at the boy, then a warm smile spread across his face. Let's go. And so his life began to revolve around this extraordinary boy from a distant land. The familiar clatter of wagon wheels on the village path announced their return. Ars, you! His mother called out, her face breaking into a radiant smile. After days spent in the bustling town gathering supplies, he leaped from the cart and ran into her open arms, finally home. Wry chuckle escaped him as he tallied his recent expenditures, a hefty saw for the felled trees, a cart for the harvest, and fine liquor for his father. The coin from the peddlers was nearly gone, but his gaze fell upon the newly entrusted beast eggs, a spark of ambition igniting in his eyes. His fortune would be built on the sale of his working beasts, which he'd christened Valkyries, priced to rival even the finest peddling dragon. In his mind, this was no different than being the sole manufacturer of luxury automobiles, an exclusive market for a precious commodity, but a shadow of concern crossed his features. Before this business could truly begin, there was a critical experiment to conduct. The beasts he presented to the Fontana family had their horns removed, and he needed to understand the consequences of that act. With the two newly hatched beasts before him, he designated one for the experiment. I'm sorry, he whispered, the saw feeling heavy in his hand. Please don't be mad. He steeled his resolve, reminding himself that to succeed he had to view these creatures as livestock. With a final push, he managed to cut off the two hard horns. Several days passed. The beast with the truncated horns appeared perfectly healthy, grazing and moving with vigor. A sigh of relief escaped Ars. They were fine. But as he watched them try to conjure their innate magic, a knot formed in his stomach. The familiar glow, the orb of energy, it wouldn't manifest. The realization struck him with the force of a physical blow. The working beasts whose horns were cut were unable to use magic. It wasn't that their power had vanished, but that they could no longer channel it. The situation mirrored what his father had told him of the battlefield. Soldiers who lost both hands were rendered incapable of casting spells. He pieced it together. For humans, casting required pointing a finger to direct the flow of magic. The horns must serve the same function for the beasts. This information was a godsend. The peddler had mentioned that magical beasts were rare and problematic. More than that, if a Valkyrie with magic injection hatched an egg, his exclusive profit would be lost in an instant. The thought was terrifying. With his course of action clear, he ensured all the beasts destined for the peddlers were hornless. Later, at the village church, the priest looked up from a book. Ars, you brought something amazing, didn't you? Ars assumed he meant the official permit from the Fontana family. Yes, that's right. But the priest shook his head. I'm not talking about a license to sell working beasts. The priest slid a formal document across the desk. This officially recognizes the forest clearing as yours. Ars blinked, momentarily confused, and credited his father for the hard work, assuming it was a simple matter of paying taxes in wheat. The priest held up two fingers, a sly smile playing on his lips. The greatness of this document is not only about taxes, it grants two key provisions, ownership of the cleared forest and the right to pay the tax in cash. Ars tilted his head, not grasping the significance. Didn't it say anything that changed that much? But isn't it the place where the trees were cut? Ars asked, bewildered. The priest's smile widened. It doesn't have to be. The document has no indication of when, where, or the measurements of the fields, and paying taxes with money means it doesn't have to be farmland in the first place. Seeing the boy's continued confusion, the priest elaborated on the political landscape. The aristocrats of the Fontana family rule this territory, but they don't control it completely. The land is governed by ruling clans who are granted privileges in exchange for paying money and sending out soldiers in an emergency. And why was I treated like a ruling family? Ars demanded. The priest surmised they likely wanted to tie him to the territory, never imagining a mere child could clear land on a scale rivaling the established families. The truth settled upon Ars. Before he even realized it, he had changed his profession to a member of the ruling class. A fire lit in his eyes. If that was the case, he would expand his land as much as possible while they still underestimated him. His new purpose was clear, pioneering. He rode his Valkyrie deep into the forest, using magic to topple trees while the hornless beasts, tireless and strong, were put to work dragging the down logs into great piles. But he quickly hit a snag. Expanding the land was one thing, but it wouldn't increase his income on its own. He reviewed his potential revenue streams as if they were a hand of cards. Breeding Valkyries was his ace, but relying on it alone was risky. The special demand for bricks would eventually dry up, and both the magic mushrooms and the field harvests required more hands than he possessed. The tasks piled up in his mind, cutting logs for the mushroom beds, planting and harvesting crops, managing storage. He threw his hands up in exasperation. I can't do this alone. To truly pioneer this land, he needed to find part-time help. At evening, over a simple dinner, he broached the subject with his family. In order to devote myself to pioneering, I must first find a part-time job for someone. Before he could finish, his brother's eyes lit up. Don't forget me, Ars, he said with a wide grin. Ars's heart sank. He was looking for a part-timer, not a brother-timer, especially one known for avoiding housework. It's okay, Beto's voice boomed with unrestrained glee. Yes, ma'am, all right. He pumped a fist, the deal already sealed in his mind. Ars, however, looked on with a touch of apprehension. The condition was simple. As long as they both helped during the wheat harvest, this arrangement would be fine. Hey, just leave it to me, Ars, Beto's voice echoed from off-panel. The woman, their mother, turned to Ars with a worried frown. Mother, are you sure this is all right? She murmured, the idea of the elder brother working under the younger one clearly unsettling her. Well, Tilda. Ars chewed his food slowly, his expression souring. Well, if he works seriously, I don't have any complaints. He mumbled through a mouthful, but... His gaze slid sideways to where Beto was already leaning back, whistling a jaunty tune with his hands behind his head. I'm anxious because I already know he tries to slack off, Ars thought, his chewing growing more forceful. If he causes any problems or slacks off, I'll have to think about firing him. No mercy. So what are you after, Brother Beto? Ars finally asked. Beto's eyes lit up, his previous nonchalance vanishing. That goes without saying. I want you to give me a Valkyrie, he declared, a fantastical image flashing through his mind, himself, a gallant hero upon a white steed rescuing a beautiful princess. Every man who's ever been called a hero has done it. Any man is enchanted with the idea. So Beto was hired. His first act as an employee was to stand before Ars's hideout, hands on his hips, and deliver a scathing critique. Hey Ars, your hideout is really lame though. It looks like a jail for real. Ars's fist clenched at his side, a vein throbbing in his temple. Don't look down on me, Brother Beto, he seethed internally as the insults continued. A jail in the middle of an empty field. Tofu architecture. I'm a man who grows every day, Ars declared to himself, finding his center. Beto's words stung, but they also lit a fire under him. This is a good time to test this out. I've always had an interest in architecture anyway. He closed his eyes, breathing deeply, and recalled the new hostel they'd stayed at in town. He had paid meticulous attention to its exterior and the layout of its rooms, and not just with his eyes. With a sizzle of power, he had used his mana to perform a thorough inspection. His concentrated energy spread thinly through the bricks and soil, mapping every detail. Then, with his hands held out as if shaping the air itself, he activated his unique magic, memory preservation. Result was akin to creating a perfect computer graphics blueprint with his mind. He had managed to memorize the entire building without a single error. He shuddered, recalling his first attempt at such a feat where he'd fainted from mana exhaustion. His mistake had been a simple miscalculation. Instead of mapping just the walls, he tried to fill the entire volume of the structure with his mana, a 1,000-fold increase in energy cost. This time would be different, he had learned. By sending his mana only into the bricks and memorizing the structure itself, he could avoid wasting energy. Recreating the building from the memory of the mana's shape shouldn't be as hard, he murmured, pressing his hands toward the earth. Firstly, I'll send my mana into the soil to create the construction materials. A soft glow emanated from the ground as he focused. Next, he whispered, his voice tight with concentration, I'll recreate the mana shape I memorized. The ghostly, shimmering outline of the hostel began to rise from the empty field. With a final push of will, he began the last step. Finally, I'll replace the mana shape with bricks and mortar. A cascade of rattling sounds filled the air as magical energy solidified into physical matter. He sat back, panting, a wide, relieved grin spreading across his face. I did it. He leaped to his feet, thrusting a thumb into the air. Hostile recreation experiment is a success. The building was sturdier than his original hut, and he'd even used his imagination to add extension walls, creating a stable for the Valkyries and a storage area for harvests. I guess I'll have to create the roof for the extensions separately, he noted, observing the gaps left by his magic. Stepping inside, he beamed with satisfaction. While he hadn't replicated the wooden doors or furniture, the solid structure was more than enough. It was proof of his growth. Later that evening, as he arrived home to the smell of bean patties and soup, his father's voice cut through the warm atmosphere. Can you give me a moment, Ars? Ars turned, seeing the uncharacteristically serious look on his father's face. Well, his father began, a bead of sweat on his temple, the lumberjacks. Early the next morning, Ars sought out the man his father had mentioned. A burly, bearded lumberjack named Maddox spotted him immediately. Yo, Ars, what are you doing so early in the morning? Have you run out of logs for the magical mushrooms? That's not it, Mr. Maddox, Ars began. I've heard that the lumberjacks are furious at me for cutting down trees on my own. To smooth things over, he presented a gift of liquor from town, a bottle his own father had been eagerly anticipating. Maddox took a sip and his eyes widened. Ooh, this is some good liquor. With the gesture accepted, Ars explained he'd come to consult with Madoc to avoid any unnecessary trouble. It's true they do not look on this act favorably, Madoc conceded, but to say they're furious is an exaggeration. Ars pressed on, outlining his development plans and suggesting compromises like venturing deeper into the forest for his logs. But Madoc held up a hand, his expression serious. I don't think you understand the essence of the problem itself. Isn't the issue about their livelihood as a lumberjack? Ars asked, confused. The way I've been doing it is replacing manual labor with mana and a work beast. Madoc shook his head. That's not it. Your actions themselves are condemning the pride and dignity we have for our work. As Madoc turned his back, Ars stared in shock. But I've never disrespected the lumberjacks. It's a misunderstanding. We lumberjacks are born into lumberjack households, Madoc explained, his voice resonating with conviction as he rested a hand on a nearby tree. To us, the trees are our livelihood and our treasure. What do you think we feel when we see someone mow down trees unnecessarily? Why do you think we would become as we watch you leave the trees to rot and become unusable? I understand, Madoc said, his gaze softening slightly. I understand that you have requests from the aristocrats, and using the logs for development is something we wished for as well. Ars looked up, puzzled. I didn't get any requests though. Madoc's voice was low and firm. Your actions can only be seen as someone who disrespects the lumberjack's pride and way of life. Ars said nothing, the accusation landing with the weight of an axe fall. That is why no one has said anything to you directly, even though we are displeased, Madoc concluded. We only wanted you to understand the consequences of your actions. The pieces clicked into place. Father must have heard about the dissatisfaction from Mr. Madoc himself. He's trying to tell me before it becomes a huge issue. He looked down, a wave of regret washing over him. I've been so obsessed with the development that I didn't pay any attention to the people around me. Madoc watched the boy impressed. He's really deep in thought. Even though the things he does are exceptional, he still tries to listen to what other people have to say. Ars's head snapped up, his eyes blazing with a new idea. Hey, Mr. Madoc, do you want to help out with my job? I want to start forest management from now on. The forest to the north was a vast, untamed wilderness, and our encroachment upon it was causing a severe imbalance. With the combination of my mother's power and Valkyrie's strength, we were shrinking its borders, but not without consequence. The soil was losing its ability to retain water, and a future without firewood meant a future where we couldn't survive the harsh winters. With a burst of inspiration, I declared my solution to the gathered lumberjacks. We'll create a manageable, man-made forest. I knew how to grow vegetables, but forestry was beyond me. With their expertise, we could cultivate high-quality logs and, as a byproduct, grow magical mushrooms on them. The lead lumberjack, Mr. Madoc, crossed his brawny arms, his expression a mask of skepticism. The forces of nature shouldn't be handled by the likes of mankind, he grumbled. I pressed on, my face alight with earnest hope. But you understand the advantages, don't you? After a tense moment, he relented, agreeing to discuss my proposal with the others. Ultimately, Mr. Madoc managed to persuade the other loggers. They wouldn't fully commit, but they agreed to monitor my progress, and with that, the northern lands fell under my jurisdiction. I couldn't stop myself from fawning over the massive pile of logs they provided. Thank you. With this many, I can greatly expand the cultivation of magical mushrooms. The forestry delegated to Mr. Madoc, I turned my attention elsewhere. Expert woodworkers crafted furniture for my home, and I left the fields to my brother, Beto. I was stunned to find the number of farmhands had swelled. My brother, it seemed, was a natural leader. My surprise turned to shock, however, when I was told he wasn't there. He had gone to practice riding the work beasts. I bowed my head in apology to the workers for my brother's absence, but one of the men simply patted my head. He explained that many of them were unemployed due to the war. By helping in the fields, they earned a share of the harvest. I stood there, dazed. I had assumed I would need to pay them with coin, but my brother had tapped into a system of community and mutual benefit I hadn't even considered. With all these new hands and my brother's surprising knack for management, I was finally free to concentrate on developing work beasts and cultivating the magical mushrooms. The project expanded, and before I knew it, I had turned 8 years old. The peaceful progress was shattered by panicked shouts. The field has been ravaged. A man reported finding boar footprints everywhere. Another worker, his face pale with terror, yelled at my calm demeanor. It's a serious issue. People are refusing to work because they're scared for their lives. A wave of guilt washed over me, my heart sinking like a stone. The cause was obvious. It was my fault. My rapid development into the forest had destroyed the territories of the wild animals, upsetting the ecosystem and forcing them out into our lands. Watching one of the massive boars crunching on our crops, its tusks like sharpened daggers, I understood the dire nature of the threat. If I allowed them to get a taste for our fields, their next generation would continue the raids. As the overseer of this land, I had to do something. From the relative safety of a cart, the villagers stared in horror at the beast's immense size. It's huge, one gasped. My brother turned to me, his voice trembling. Ars, you have to do something. I sighed, the weight of their expectations settling on my shoulders. It seemed I had no choice. Mounted on Valkyrie, I faced the herd, my heart a nervous drum. The lead boar was even more massive up close. I took a steadying breath and tightened my grip on the reins. Let's do it like we planned, Valkyrie. My heart hammered against my ribs. One wrong move, one charge from that monster, and its tusks would pierce us through. The thought sent a tremor of fear through my hands as I clutched the reins. A strange warmth flowed from Valkyrie into me, a calming, steady presence. I looked at her serene expression and realized she was waiting for me to master my fear. Taking a deep breath, I gave her a nod. She understood, and with a gentle clip-clop of her hooves, we moved forward. In an instant, that gentle walk exploded into a powerful gallop. Valkyrie surged forward, the ground thundering beneath her hooves as she closed the distance with astonishing speed. The wind howled past my ears, a constant roar that made it nearly impossible to concentrate. Aiming while moving at this velocity was a monumental challenge, but I had to try. Thrusting my hand forward, I unleashed a volley of enchanted stones. Scatter shot, the projectiles flew from my palm, a desperate gambit to halt the beasts. The stones struck the hide of the largest boar, which let out a guttural roar of pain and rage. The attack had done little more than infuriate it. Even as we raced on, I focused my mind. The technique wasn't a proper spell yet, more a raw application of will, but I was getting a clearer image of how to control it. Its eyes burning with fury, the alpha boar lowered its head and charged, its massive form shaking the very ground. "Valkyrie, we have to run," I shouted, and she wheeled away, the enraged beast thundering right behind us. I risked a glance over my shoulder. The boar was gaining, its eyes so furious they had gone bloodshot. It was terrifyingly fast. A grim smile touched my lips. It was going exactly as planned. The moment was here. "Valkyrie," I yelled, pouring my trust and power into my command. "Jump." At the same time, I activated my true weapon, not the stones, but a physical enchantment on my steed. With a surge of enchanted power, Valkyrie launched herself into the air. For one breathtaking moment, we were flying, soaring high above the forest floor. Beneath us, the ground gave way to a sheer, rocky cliff face, plunging into a deep ravine. This was the trap. My eyes widened in pure wonder as birds scattered around us. We were actually flying. The feeling was more incredible than I could have ever imagined. We landed with impossible grace on the far side of the chasm. Behind us, a cacophony of panic squeals echoed as the entire herd of boars, unable to stop their furious charge, tumbled over the edge and into the abyss. I peered down into the ravine, my heart still pounding. Far below lay the still forms of the boars. The trap I had laid, using Valkyrie's enchanted speed to lead them to their doom, had worked. Turning to my faithful partner, I patted her neck. "Let's go home, Valkyrie. Half-hearted attacks would never have pierced that monster's hide. This was the only way." I looked down at my hands, whispering an apology to the fallen creatures. "I'll at least eat you deliciously." Mr. Maddock and my brother stared at me, their faces a mixture of shock and awe. "You defeated that giant boar. By yourself?" But as Beidou began to celebrate, a wicked grin spread across my face. "You thought there was only one giant boar out there." My brother's expression shifted from confusion to a sudden, terrible realization. He clapped his hands together decisively. "Oh, okay. If more of them appear, I'll leave it to you, little bro." I could only stare in horror. My victory hadn't ended my troubles, it had just given me a terrifying new job title. Scatter shot, with a flick of his wrist, a volley of crystalline shards erupted from his palm, streaking through the air like deadly hornets. He watched them find their mark, a grim reminder that facing a giant monster up close was a fool's errand. Long-range attacks were a necessity for survival. "Let's go, Kiwi," he called to his horned steed. After his first victory against the giant boars, he'd honed his magic, shaping stones into arrowheads he could fire even from the Valkyrie's back. The power faded beyond 30 meters, but it was a start. Still, he grimaced. The process of luring each beast to a pre-dug trap was tedious and unsustainable. "Ooh," he yelled, throwing his arms wide. "Let's not continue defeating them, but think of a way to protect the fields instead." The answer, he realized, was not in aggression, but in defense. He looked to the wisdom of his ancestors. "The simple wooden fences of the village, the mighty stone walls of the town. All hail precedents," he murmured. The strategy was simple yet monumental, enclosed the entire field with a wall. He gazed at the vast expanse, his resolve hardening. "Let's start building the wall across the borders between the forest and the field, a barrier strong enough to guarantee the safety of anyone working within." Colossal pillar of earth and stone, 10 meters high and 5 meters thick, now stood where there was once only dirt. He remembered the crater a single giant boar had left in a trap. This defense needed to be able to withstand that kind of force to buy enough time for escape. Yash, he clenched his fist, mana gathering around it. This was just a prototype. He would have to make countless more and connect them one by one. Familiar sensation washed over him, a surge of power reminiscent of when he'd created the hostel. "I feel like my total mana capacity increases every time I make something," he thought, a flush of excitement on his cheeks. But as he gazed out at the horizon, the sheer, unending scale of the field sobered him. Enormous. To build this, he couldn't just brute force it. He'd have to create a dedicated spell, a process that required casting the exact same magic over and over, solidifying the image and conditions until it became second nature. Most difficult part was the sheer monotony, casting the exact same magic at the same speed with the same intent over and over. It took months of mumbling the incantation until it was rote, but he finally figured it out. By sending his mana into the structure itself, preserving the memory of the shape just as he had with the hostel, the process became easier. He placed his palms on the ground. Wall creation. A section of the barrier erupted from the earth, faster and more solid than any of his previous attempts. Strange sound, a rhythmic thump-thump-thump, drew his attention. He turned, his eyes widening in disbelief. His horned valkyries were stomping the ground, and with each impact, new sections of the wall were rising. Wow, how is this even happening? It dawned on him, the naming session. They could use the spells he had mastered. He watched dumbfounded as the 5 creatures lined up and began their construction in earnest. I don't really understand how it works, he admitted to himself, but it's a great help. Alright, let's have a mana recovery break, he announced cheerfully, offering a basket of magical mushrooms to his diligent helpers. He wasn't entirely sure how to brew a proper mana potion, but the mushrooms seemed to have a positive effect, and thus, with their combined efforts, the work was finished. A massive 4-kilometer, 4-sided wall now stood as a silent guardian around the fields. What do you think, Beidou now? It's awesome, isn't it? He beamed, gesturing proudly at their creation. His brother looked around, impressed. It's amazing, but I don't know where the entrance for the fields is. The hero's triumphant expression froze, then shattered. Entrance. In his focus on the barrier, he completely forgot to build a way in or out. That's true. He stammered as Beidou calmly suggested, can't you just make a road leading towards the entrance to make it easier to find? He clenched his fist in frustration. He'd already leveled the ground and improved the soil, but people still carved their own disheveled paths right through the fields, ignoring his warnings. I should take this chance and create a proper road, he resolved. The plan formed in his mind, 2 formal entranceways, one facing the village and the other leading towards the forestry area. Oh yeah, a memory sparked. While modern concrete or asphalt roads looked nice, their upkeep was a nightmare. But there was a type of road that could last for 1,000 years, the cobblestone streets of the ancient Roman Empire. He recalled the basic steps. First, dig a trench. Second, fill it with layers of rocks, gravel, and clay. And third, place the final stone paving with a slight incline at the center to improve drainage and prevent collapse. The only way to pave such a road was in a perfectly straight line, requiring a high level of measurement technique. Even the slightest miscalculation in the angle would lead you miles off course. Even the demerit is romantic, he thought with a grin, but then his expression soured into a pout as he considered the maintenance. Why are you frowning, Nexan? A small voice asked. His youngest brother had appeared. Oh, it's you, Carl, he was surprised. It was rare for his youngest brother, who had just finished his naming session, to visit him here. I've come to hang out after finishing helping at home, Carl explained, adding with a hint of loneliness, you two always come home late because of how busy you are. He then looked at his older brother's troubled expression. So what are you thinking about? With a sigh, the hero slumped onto the table. The window glass I've made didn't sell at all. He groaned, burying his face in his arms. I got an inspiration for this new product when I wandered the streets in town. Carl tilted his head. Ah, that pretty transparent board. Mother was complaining about how much space it's taking up in the storeroom. The words were a dagger to the heart, that was the problem. In a region that still relied on bartering, no one would spend money on something that wasn't a necessity. Isn't there anything I can sell? He wondered aloud, his voice laced with despair. If it's me, I would want this, Carl exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration for the pretty furniture in the room. The protagonist looked up, following his gaze. Ah, it was done by lumberjacks who excel at woodworking. I was lured in by the strong scent of wood, too. An idea began to form. He remembered Mr. Maddock mentioning that the lumberjacks rarely sell the furniture they make, focusing instead on firewood. Perhaps it was simply too heavy to be carried around. See, Carl is so smart, he praised, a genuine smile returning to his face. The idea had merit. The only way to sell furniture would be to transport it to town, but work beasts were expensive. Still, he mused, I'll have to speak with the lumberjacks. He sat down, a more serious thought taking hold. He'd always wanted a product that didn't rely on his magic. With the lands expanded, it was time to create opportunities for people to earn a steady income. If I want to start selling furniture, he concluded, I'll have to make a workshop and hire people. I'll have to make a company. Nexan is amazing, you can do a lot of things, Carl chirped. The protagonist chuckled, you're still a kid, you should continue playing around for now. Carl puffed out his cheeks. But Nexan is a kid as well, you're only 2 years older than me. His expression then shifted, becoming earnest and hopeful. You've been teaching Beidou how to use magic, right? Hey Nexan, I wish you can teach me as well. Request made him flinch as if struck. He covered his face with his hand, a painful memory surfacing. When I tried to teach Beidou about magic before, Mother was upset with me. It happened back when he was trying to improve the quality of radishes in the backyard. He'd been using his own body as an experiment for a new physical enchantment spell when Beidou had approached him, demanding to know how someone smaller could carry such heavy weights. Curious to see if the effect could be replicated, he had started to teach Beidou how to conjure and use mana. As it turned out, his older brother had absolutely no aptitude for delicate magic like soil improvement. However, he took to the physical enchantment with shocking speed, and in a short period of time, he was hoisting the heavy water buckets with a triumphant grin. With his newfound strength, Beidou started fighting with the other kids in the village. He became an invincible being within his peer group, easily overpowering anyone who crossed him. When his rivals brought older kids as backup, he reigned over them all. To be honest, the protagonist narrated, I don't think his magic technique could have enhanced him to that extreme. He's just a muscle head. However, the older kids who couldn't win a fair fight started to gang up on him. Beidou began coming home with more and more bruises, but he never faltered. He stood right back up no matter how many times he was defeated, running headfirst back into the fray. Through those countless brawls, his battle prowess grew even further. At long last, there was no one left to oppose Beidou in our village. But his constant fighting and skipping out on work, no matter how many times he was warned, brought our mother to tears. Is it because I wasn't a good mother? She would sob, blaming herself. It was because of this, he explained to Carl, that he decided he shouldn't teach magic irresponsibly. Is that okay? Carl's face lit up, his eyes wide with disbelief and hope. I want to try. A smile spread across the older brother's face. But if Carl still wants to learn, I can teach you. You're a smart boy and not like the musclehead Beto Ne. He tapped his temple. For example, if you concentrate your mana to your brain, you can increase your memory, calculation speed, and other brain functions. I'll teach Carl magic that makes you smarter. Pictured it clearly. Carl, a capable administrator, able to read and calculate, someone the village desperately needs. The reason why Beto Ne is good at handling the people in the village is because of how good he is at fighting, he explained with a wry smile. However, I'd rather have Carl use magic to train his brain instead of his muscles. If Carl succeeds, he can really help out with my work. A lone traveler crested the hill, his wide-brimmed hat shielding his eyes from the sun as he gazed down at the small village below. A slight smile touched his lips. So it's here, he murmured, his voice low. Let's see, the face of the great man who managed to defeat the giant boar. Can't make it this shape. Gran barked, jabbing a finger at my initial design. The heat won't be used efficiently. A sigh of exasperation followed the next attempt. It's too poorly made, it'll be unusable after a few uses. Finally, stroking his chin, he conceded, well, this barely reaches the passing mark. A blush of genuine satisfaction crept across his face as he beamed. This one looks usable. Now we just need to make a pair of bellows. My soul felt like it was leaking from my mouth. Every ounce of energy drained from my body. What's wrong, Ars Dono? Gran's voice was far too chipper as he shook my limp form. It's still too early to sleep. I'll provide the heating, so don't worry and continue with the production. But all I wanted was to be left alone. This whole exhausting situation had begun a few days prior, when my brother Beto returned to the village with an unusual traveler in tow. My name is Gran, the man announced, his posture confident. I'm a traveler who engages in item creation by trade. I've heard rumors of this village having managed to subjugate giant boars and have come here to confirm them. His formal, almost archaic way of speaking caught us off guard. Everyone speaks like this in my hometown, he explained with a laugh, noticing our confusion. You from the east by any chance? I ventured, picturing a map in my head, an island country maybe. Gran seemed surprised I'd caught on. It is true that my birthplace is a land east of here, he confirmed, though it's not really an island country. He dismissed my speculation with a smile. Don't worry about it. Changing the subject, I formally introduced myself. It's nice to meet you, I'm Ars. The carcass of the giant boar isn't fully intact, but you can take a look if you like. It's inside this building. I would like to meet the great man who managed to subjugate the giant boar, Gran said, his eyes scanning the area. Do you know where he is? A wide grin spread across my face as I pointed a thumb at my own chest. That's me, though. Gran's jaw dropped, a child like Ars Dono. He stammered, clearly taken aback. Oh no, I must have been mistaken. I quickly clarified I used a trap and I also had a partner. In the background, Beto Ne scoffed. Regardless, aren't they just really big boars? I don't get why you would want to see one that badly. Gran turned to him, a serious expression replacing his surprise. Didn't you know? Giant boars have the ability to cast harden on themselves. That was the reason why we couldn't penetrate them with arrows. I exclaimed, the pieces clicking into place. That's right, Gran confirmed with a knowing smile. We're able to create various items by using materials from beings that can use magic. It is possible to create a weapon harder than metal by using the fang of a giant boar. My eyes widened, stars practically sparkling in them. For real? A weapon? I was so glad we kept the carcasses. So you mean, I asked, barely containing my excitement, you can create weapons from the fangs? He nodded. I've been wandering the lands searching for special materials for my item creation. My face was practically pressed against his. Can you make a weapon for me? I'll pay you, I pleaded. Inside the warehouse, the massive fang was mounted like a trophy. What do you think? I asked, gesturing to it. Can you make one? Gran placed a hand on the ivory surface, his expression turning serious. Let me take a look. This is amazing, Gran breathed, his eyes wide with professional admiration. It's a real fang from a magical beast. You even managed to kill it while it was casting magic. There are traces of mana left on it. He explained that because of this, the conductivity of mana would be far smoother than in average weapons. You mean we can make a very strong weapon from the fang? I cheered, throwing my hands in the air. That's right, Gran confirmed, but then his expression sobered. But there's a problem, he crossed his arms, looking troubled. To be able to process a material from a magical beast into a weapon, we will need the right facilities and a catalyst. There are neither of those things in this village, so it'll be impossible to create one. My excitement deflated instantly. Facilities and a catalyst. What do you need specifically? Don't give up. You need a furnace that is able to control high temperatures, Gran began, and a mana core from a magical beast to be used as a catalyst. I understood the furnace part, but the other term was foreign. What is a mana core? I asked. He held up a hand to illustrate. A mana core is a part of the magical beast that it needs to be able to cast magic. It differs for every living being, but it is a rare catalyst and hence hard to come by. An idea sparked. I rushed over to a pile in the corner and returned with an armful of curved, bone-like horns. Can't this be used as a replacement for a mana core? I asked, holding them up. Gran stared, utterly dumbfounded. If this is usable, then we only have the furnace to worry about. Let me take a look, he said, his voice hushed. He took one of the horns from my hands and examined it with the intense focus of an appraiser studying a priceless antique. Ho, he murmured, a glimmer of awe in his eyes. I can only make a guess, but I think we can use this as a mana core. A wave of relief and joy washed over me. That's great, I cheered, pumping my fists. Gran's eyes narrowed slightly. Are these horns from the work beasts in this area? When I confirmed, he looked genuinely impressed. I understand that there are work beasts capable of using magic. I've heard of places where they remove the mana cores for research. I just didn't realize that this was one of those villages. Wicked thought crossed my mind. I have to rethink the price of my Valkyries. If that peddler uncle was hiding this information from me all along, I'll have to reconsider our relationship. I gave Gran a slightly unnerving smile. Thank you for this information. Shaking off my mercantile thoughts, I focused on the task at hand. So the last thing we need is a furnace that can handle high temperatures, am I right? Before he could elaborate, I declared, I'll try making one. I'll try making one now. Bricks I've made should be more tolerant towards fire in comparison to clay, I explained, gesturing to my newly constructed furnace. They're fire-resistance bricks, but Gran wasn't impressed. What I wanted to do, but he began, his expression weary. Even if we can create a furnace to hold the fire, we will need wind to increase the temperature. He looked down at my collapsed form on the ground. That is why we will need a pair of bellows. The word hit me like a physical blow. Are bellows made from wood? I protested, trying to scramble away. I can only handle soil, therefore I'll be making my exit now. But Gran's grip was like iron, his eyes shone with a manic, creative fire. You can't make a good weapon if you give up now, let's make it together. From a window, my brother Kyle watched, a sad look on his face. I had underestimated the sheer passion of a creator for his projects. The result was a masterpiece, a towering brick furnace and an ingenious stepping bellow. This is good, this is great, Gran declared, admiring our work. I, on the other hand, was ready to collapse. Well, I'm going to bed, I mumbled, but he grabbed me again. We're not done yet, he chirped, holding up a piece of wood. You still have to make charcoal to fuel the furnace, or rather, make a furnace specifically for creating charcoal. So a charcoal furnace was built. That's right, Ars Dono, Gran explained to my soulless husk. If we just burn firewood, it's just going to turn into ashes. To prevent that from happening, we need a sealed space that prevents air from escaping. He looked around at the completed item creation factory, tears welling in his eyes. This is amazing. I've shed many tears after traveling all over the continent, but never finding a place that has all the items required. The most important part in doing anything is the first step. Gran cheered, practically vibrating with excitement. It's time to light the fire inside the furnace. That was the last straw. Are you stupid? I shrieked, a surge of adrenaline hitting me. There's no way I can keep up with this. Using the last of my energy, I bolted. Where are you going, Ars Dono? He yelled after my rapidly retreating form. I slammed through the door and slumped against the wall, gasping for breath. A small, surprised face peeked around the corner. What happened, Nie-san? Kyle exclaimed. I haven't seen you for the past few days, but... I crawled pathetically across the floor toward him. Kyle, can you go to that weird person and help him out with his work? My brother, ever perceptive, immediately comprehended the situation. His expression was a perfect blend of pity and risk evaluation. I'm not going, though. Hey, aren't you just running away, Nie-san? Kyle asked, his eyes narrowed. I tried to play it off. Do you understand, Kyle? I'm telling you to go for your own good. It's better for you to have some internship experience for your future. When that didn't work, I switched tactics, my voice filled with sudden purpose. I'm not. I've already made the furnace needed to make charcoal. As Gran San said, there's such a huge forest by this village with high-quality wood, but it is such a waste that there isn't anyone able to create high-quality charcoal. Kyle's expression shifted. You're saying things that make sense. If such high-quality charcoal can be procured from this area, the value of this land will be exceptional. Seeing my opening, I urged him on. You understand, right? Please just go. Please don't die. And so, after reaching my limit, I sent my brother as my replacement to the strange man. Sometime later, I cautiously returned to the workshop. Gran spotted me and waved warmly. Oh, Ars Dono Tilda, I see you finally returned. He gestured toward the building. The task has been completed thanks to the efforts of Carl Dono. Is that body on the floor the Carl Dono you're talking about? I asked, pointing to the small, motionless form. A flashback showed him frantically pumping the bellows as Gran yelled for more wind pressure. Now he was just, victim Carl. Silence. I knelt and patted my brother's back. My condolences, brother, you can rest well now. Gran approached, holding something with reverence. I've made quite a few items to date, but a quality of this level is hard to come by. This is one of my best works. He presented the sword. The blade was a brilliant, pearlescent white, and it seemed to carry a faint inner glow. It's pretty light, I remarked, surprised that I could hold it with one hand. It was much lighter than a standard metal sword. Despite its weight, a few test swings revealed its incredible balance and sturdiness, even without being coated in mana. You can coat it with mana whenever you deem it necessary, Gran added. Then he gestured for me to follow. I would like Ars Dono to bring this with him as well. He presented a smaller blade, a sword made out of the fang of an infant boar. I took it, examining the fine craftsmanship. A dagger? Is it for my self-protection since I'm a child? Gran shook his head, a finger raised. A weapon made out of an infant magical beast has the growth attribute attached to it. It feeds on the wielder's mana and evolves itself. And this dagger grows to the size of the other sword I've made. It will be a lot stronger than that one, Gran explained. However, it will not grow that fast if it only partakes in a single person's mana. It must be passed down for it to grow into a very strong weapon. Hence, this is a treasured weapon mostly known as an heirloom sword, the kind you might find among noble families. I looked from the elegant dagger to the craftsman. Thanks, Gran. It has been my wish to obtain a weapon. Gran beamed, a humble pride in his smile. It's not every day that a wandering creator has access to such facilities as well as an abundance of materials. I think that I learned from a proper institution rather than coming up with my own techniques. He looked at me gratefully. I felt that I was really lucky to be able to encounter Ars Dono. If it's possible, I would like for you to stay here and continue making various items. There are still a lot of fangs left. I then remembered a tradition. By the way, is there a name for this sword? For a magical weapon, it's normal for them to be named after their creator. I held up the dagger. I would be happy if you would call it Kugiken Guren Invincible Fang Gran. I promised to take good care of it, and that is how I acquired my first weapon. Turning to my still unconscious brother, I popped a small, dark mushroom into his mouth. Hey Carl, chew on this. Gran's eyes followed the mushroom to its source, baskets overflowing with them. There are so many magical mushrooms, he gasped, his voice filled with disbelief. This is amazing. I explained that I had a dedicated field for them within the walls. His excitement was palpable. The most popular choice of catalyst are magical mushrooms. This is a place of dreams for crafters. I've had a lot of help from the lumberjacks, so I was able to steadily increase the harvest amount, I said, pointing to the fungus-inoculated logs. You can use this for making weapons, but I hope you don't use too much. It's my stock for replenishing mana. Gran's eyes lit up with understanding. I see. So this is the stock for creating mana potions. I shook my head. Nope, I don't know how to make potions. I popped one of the dried mushrooms into my mouth and began to chew. I just chew on dried magical mushrooms to replenish my mana. Gran recoiled in horror, his face a mask of disbelief. What? That's so primitive. I can't stand watching you like this, Gran said, shaking his head. If it's okay with you, should I make potions instead? It's not my specialty, though. My eyes lit up. You can make medicine as well. You're amazing. He grinned, his creative passion flaring up again. Of course. I would like Ars Dono to understand the joy of creation by participating in it himself. Gran turned to my brother's comatose form and began shaking him. Well, it's time to wake up, Carl Dono. A weak moan came from the floor. It's impossible, Tilda, I can't move, Tilda. I watched them, thinking to myself, I'm more traumatized than inspired after helping you out. I gently placed a blanket over my brother. Carl, you can continue taking a rest. However, come back after resting. With your memory, it will be enough if you just watch. Then turning to the ever-eager craftsman with a renewed sense of purpose, I grinned. It's time to start part 2 of item creations. Sipping from a small cup, Ars found the mana potion surprisingly familiar. The recipe was simple. Dry a magical mushroom, boil it, then grind it to powder to be mixed with water. The result was a calming brew that tasted less like a bubbling elixir and more like, it's shiitake tea, he mused, a touch of disappointment in his voice. Thanks to the charcoal, I can maintain a consistent temperature which is perfect for preserving the potion's quality, Gran explained, his eyes already gleaming with a new project. I'm thinking about creating some defensive armor this time. He announced his plan to tan the fur of a giant boar in the mana potion, transforming it into a magical item. Ars's face lit up. Leather armor. As they worked the massive hide in a wooden tub, Ars couldn't help but admire the craftsman's skill. You can make so many things, Gran. Thank you for coming to this village. Flustered, Gran waved off the praise. It's not that impressive. His modesty evaporated in an instant, replaced by a manic grin. By the way, Ars Dono, we prepared to stay up overnight for the next few days. Ars's hopeful expression sank. Gran was a brilliant man, but his creative fits were a known thief of sleep. After days of relentless effort, the morning sun finally glinted off their creation, a full set of giant boar leather armor. Finally, Ars sighed, blinking in the bright light. He was certain he would have died of overworking if not for his meditation spell. Gran nodded in satisfaction. It came out really nicely, but it's not made to your size. Is that all right with you? It's a bonus for Beidone, Ars explained with a grin, referring to his older brother. He's still growing, so certain parts have been made adjustable. The armor would be a great help to his brother in the fields. He was really happy when I was taking his measurements as well. When it no longer fits him, I'll just use it myself. Gran was already vibrating with creative energy. What should we make this time, Ars Dono? Every day is so fun, but Ars had to put a stop to it. We'll stop for now, I guess. I still have other work piled up. The craftsman's face fell. He collapsed to his knees in theatrical despair. That's so cruel. Why are you robbing me of my excitement, Ars Dono? Ars gestured to a finite stack of bricks. However, I do have a challenge for you. The amount of bricks here is the same amount used to make the 2-story hostel. You cannot exceed this amount. The task was to build a spacious, livable building within these strict limitations. If you can create a splendid house, Ars added, I'll be able to recreate it with my memory preservation skill. Gran's interest was piqued. A challenge of creativity was far more appealing than simple production. A slow smile spread across Gran's face. This is an interesting request. He accepted with gusto, immediately beginning to count bricks and sketch a floor plan. As the craftsman buzzed with excitement, Ars turned to his own project. Gran's success with the Valkyrie Horn Catalyst had sparked an idea. Maybe I can discover other effects from items made of other materials. He gathered his ingredients. The fang of a great boar, the horns of a Valkyrie, magically made heat-resistant bricks and powdered mana potion. These materials will have to do, he resolved. Drawing on knowledge from his past life, he planned to forge a brick of unprecedented strength by reversing the typical creation process. His experiment began. He began by crushing the heat-resistant bricks, mixing the dust with powdered horn and fang into a clay base. With his hands, he kneaded the strange concoction, finally pouring in the boiled mana potion to act as a magical binding agent. He shaped several samples, each with a different percentage of materials, and placed them into the furnace. The results were abysmal. The bricks emerged brittle, cracking and crumbling in his hands until a veritable mountain of failures stood in the corner of his workshop. Refusing to give up, Ars meticulously adjusted the amount of mana potion and the duration he needed the dough. After countless attempts, he finally produced a perfect specimen. He brought a hammer down on it with all his might. The brick was completely unharmed. He had formed an extremely sturdy brick. He held the new invention, admiring its smooth, marble-colored finish. For the first time, he truly understood Gran's passion for crafting. He realized his own earth magic had been limited by the common sense of his past life. This hands-on experiment was necessary to imagine something stronger than what he knew. But his work was not yet complete. Holding the perfected brick, he took a deep breath and focused his will, aiming to create something as hard as metal in this world. He cast his spell, Memory Preservation. With the brick's composition now locked into his magical memory, he placed his hands on the ground and channeled his power, creating a new spell, Hardened Brick Creation. Instantly, identical bricks materialized around him without the need for horns or fangs. Magic is amazing, he thought, though a frown creased his brow as he examined the result. However, this is. His attempt to create a Roman-style cobblestone road resulted in something else entirely, a perfectly smooth, seamless surface that looked like a single slab of polished marble. He considered it for a moment. Well, it's better for the carts if the road isn't bumpy. He decided to adapt, planning to elevate the sides to create safe pedestrian walkways. After finishing his road placement spell, Ars went to check on Gran's progress and was left speechless. The building was far larger and more impressive than he'd anticipated. Ars Dono, I've finished your request, Gran announced proudly. It's not Roman though, he gestured to the walls. I've made a lot of windows to save on the building materials. Ars's eyes widened in understanding. Arch architecture. By using arches, Gran had displaced the weight, allowing him to save materials while increasing the building's sturdiness. He had even used the spare glass from the storeroom. This is amazing, Gran. This is so much more spacious than the hostel, and it feels so open because of the windows. As a reward, Ars offered Gran whatever he desired. The craftsman's request was simple yet profound. I would like to ask for the right to build my own house. He explained that though he was a traveler, being with Ars made him want to put down roots. Ars hesitated. He'd been rejecting requests from other villagers to live inside the walls, worried about the resident Valkyries. But he couldn't refuse a creator as amazing as Gran. I understand, Ars said, his decision made. If that's what Gran wants to do, I'll allow it. Overjoyed, Gran bowed deeply. Thank you so much. And with that, Gran became the first official resident of the new territory. That evening, as Ars enjoyed a dinner of braised giant boar meat, he considered moving out himself. But his mother's delicious cooking was too powerful a lure. He would stay at his family's home for now. In this world, it was common for the eldest son to inherit all the land and property, with younger siblings staying on as laborers. His eldest brother, Hector, had already married at 14, and the house was getting crowded. Still, his family was close, and he wanted to stay with them as long as possible. But the time for independence had come. Having prepared since he was 5, Ars finally decided to leave his parents' house. His first step was to level the new territory, planning to move his base to the center and recreate Gran's house design, but this time swapping the normal bricks for his new, gleaming hardened ones. The scale of his ambition was vast. Using his hardened bricks, he constructed 4 1-kilometer walls, creating a massive, shining enclosure in the center of his lands. From this central hub, he paved roads out to the 4 walls. He had intended to place Gran's house in the southern area, but the man was a true creation maniac and had already built a new home for himself using the design Ars had preserved. The territory began to flourish. Along the southern road, Ars built several hostel-type houses for his brother Beidou and his friends who worked the fields. The northeastern forest was designated for forestry and charcoal production, attracting lumberjacks and woodworkers led by a man named Maddock. By the time he finished these preparations and turned 9, his uncle Carl stormed up to him, his face red with anger. Oi, I've heard about it, Ars. You gave away some land to a traveler. Why didn't you say anything to me? I'm not planning on being a traveling merchant forever. I want my own land too, Carl insisted. Ars calmly took a bite of a smoked boar meat burger. You're the one who lied to me, saying there's no such thing as a work beast that uses magic. His uncle sputtered, I didn't know they existed. Ars conceded the point, he hadn't known either. They were equally guilty. Ars relented and agreed to let his uncle open a shop. Carl accepted, then his tone grew serious. Oh yeah, I have something I need to tell you. There's a rumor going around that there is a group of dangerous people on this land. Ars looked up, concerned. Dangerous? Who are they talking about? Carl leaned forward and pointed a finger directly at the boy's chest. They're talking about you, Ars. You're considered someone dangerous. Ars's jaw dropped in disbelief. What, me? Dangerous, the pure and angelic me? Ars asked, striking an innocent pose. Let's not talk about how you evaluate yourself for now, Carl said flatly. If you think about it, the nobles governing the area could be unsettled. To them, it looks like a giant fortress suddenly appeared, surrounded by walls. It's almost time for tax payment, so the tax collectors are coming soon, Carl warned. You'll have to be prepared to answer their questions. Ars was stunned. No one had said anything during the last collection. At that moment, an imperious voice cut them off. "What did you say?" A group of officials stood before them. "Stop making me repeat it." One of the men held up an official document, his voice booming across the yard. "This land will be declared as property of Fontana." Ars's face went pale as the man delivered the final, chilling ultimatum. "We will seize it with force and arrest you if you plan to resist." In the village, the annual land and poll taxes were a simple affair. Farmers pooled their wheat harvest for the village head to deliver. My situation, however, was different. I paid in gold, which meant the tax collectors came directly to my home, expecting a lavish reception. The cleaning, the cooking, it was an exhausting ordeal just to hand over money. The official decree was cold and absolute. All land north of the village, my land, was to be requisitioned by the Fontana family. Every object, every living creature would become their property. The official presented it as a kindness, a measure to protect the valuable workbeasts I raised. But I knew the truth. This was the very seizure the merchant had warned me about. To most, this might seem a reasonable trade, a guaranteed livelihood free from the worries of war and hunger in exchange for a little freedom. But I am different. I carry the memories of a past life, a world of freedom and prosperity. I could not accept being treated like livestock, existing only to incubate eggs under the thumb of a noble. A sudden, sharp crash from the stable behind the house shattered the tense atmosphere. Everyone froze, heads whipping toward the sound. A knot of dread tightened in my stomach. What was that? Then a horrifying realization struck me like a physical blow. Carl was in the stable. I broke into a desperate sprint, my own name a choked cry in my throat just as I saw it, a dark, viscous liquid dripping from the stable doorway. Blood. The scene inside was a nightmare. Carl lay unconscious on the ground, a bloody gash across his forehead, his small body cradled by the still form of the Valkyrie. A soldier stood over them, his sword dripping crimson. "I was just taking the beast and this kid jumped at me," he sneered. His words were a distant buzz, drowned out by the frantic, thunderous pounding of my own heart. Beto's voice, sharp with alarm, cut through the haze. "Ars, are you both okay?" As he rushed to my side, the memory of the confrontation seared itself into my mind. The soldier's arrogant face, his sword raised, his voice dripping with contempt. "You fucking farmer." Kneeling by Carl's bedside, I explained what had happened. "He's just unconscious. I think the Valkyrie protected him." The gash on his forehead was shallow, nothing compared to the amount of blood I'd seen. Beto nodded, his relief quickly replaced by a sharp, focused concern. "I see. What about you?" His question hung in the air. I was pulled back into the memory of that moment. The soldier's blade swinging down, the frantic pulse drumming in my ears, and the crystal in my outstretched hand beginning to fracture and glow. In that instant, instinct overwhelmed reason. A torrent of raw power erupted from my palm, slamming into the soldier's chest. A spray of hot blood exploded from the impact, splattering across my face as his eyes widened in shock. Back in the present, I raised a trembling hand to my cheek. "I'm fine," I whispered, my voice tight. "I don't have a single scar on me." Beto's gaze was knowing. He understood the wound wasn't physical. "Never mind," he said, changing the subject. "Father is gathering people who will listen. We'll go together after Carl wakes up." Later, I confessed the truth in a low voice. I used scatter shot on the soldier out of fear. He died instantly. The merchant, Gran, paled, his hand flying to his mouth as the full weight of my actions settled upon him. "I can't see how you are going to get out of this unscathed." "Can't I abandon this place and run away?" I asked, grasping for any solution. Gran considered it. "Seeking asylum with a rival noble is a plausible plan," he admitted. "But if you're valued for your ability to breed workbeasts, your treatment will be no different than the Fontana's protection. Even if your life is saved, you will not be free." My hand clenched into a fist. I would not trade one cage for another. Beto's patience finally snapped. "What are you guys even talking about?" he exploded. "Are you really okay with this place being robbed, Ars? What was the point of you working so hard since you were just a little child? If it comes to this, we have no choice but to fight back." "I'm obviously going to fight with you," Beto declared, his voice ringing with conviction. "It's the duty of an older brother to protect his younger siblings. You've already killed a soldier. Carl might really be killed next time. When they return, all our relatives will be captured." I hesitated, the doubt a cold weight in my gut. But Beto, nah. No matter what magic I use, I can't possibly win against a bunch of soldiers. "I'm in as well," a deep voice rumbled. Medlock, the lumberjack chief, stepped forward. "I can't stand by and do nothing when a kid that is like my grandchild is going to be killed. When you started your work, we lumberjacks never had to worry about food again. No one will be willing to go back to the lifestyle we had before." The old man knelt before me, his expression grave. "You're now the centerpiece of us lumberjacks. Thus, we will lay down our lives for you." Tears welled in my eyes as I hugged him, overwhelmed. "Thank you, Medlock-san." My father placed a hand on his chest, his voice firm with resolve. "If everyone is going this far, as a parent, I can't stand by and do nothing. It's the duty of the father to protect his family. I will stand by your side as well." I stared, astonished. I never imagined I would have a single ally, let alone so many. Even Gran, the merchant, stepped forward with a wry grin. "If this is what we're doing, I'm going to help out as well. I'll gather information from the other merchants about troop numbers and routes." I looked at him, puzzled. Don't merchants never do things that won't give them profit, he scoffed. And if you're no longer around, how am I supposed to monopolize the workbeast market? I feel the same as that, Gramps. I looked at the faces of my family and friends, a determined fire in each of their eyes. They weren't just fighting for me, they were fighting for the freedom I had given them. Gran gave me a thumbs up. You're good at gathering supporters, right? Just think about that. When this all ends, I'll prepare a huge land for you. My mind raced. To win, I needed more people, more than just this handful of loyal friends. But mercenaries paid in coin would flee when things got rough. I needed to find volunteers, people willing to risk their lives for a reward greater than gold. My resolve hardened. I knew what I had to offer. For our freedom, I will fight against the nobles. The reward for those who join me, I declared, my voice ringing with newfound power, will be my unique magic. A murmur of shock went through the small crowd. Via the naming ceremony, it is possible to inherit my magic. The villagers who have watched me should understand how exorbitant this reward is. From now on, I will be naming myself Ars Baruka. From now on, this village will be known as the Baruka Village, I proclaimed, and everyone here will have their last name changed to Baruka. We will become a family. My father stared in disbelief. Ars, that is. I've never heard of anyone other than a priest being able to conduct the naming ceremony. I bit my lip. I knew it sounded absurd. I stepped into the center of the glowing magic circle I had prepared. Even so, my trump card is the naming ceremony magic circle. I would like all of you to decide right now. If you'll stand with me and be named Baruka. I gestured to my loyal allies, offering them a choice that would change their lives forever. As the ritual began, I called out their new names, the magic flaring with each declaration. Ashira Baruka, Beto Baruka, Tryon Baruka. One by one, they stood resolute, accepting their new identity as part of our fledgling house. The power flowed through me as I continued the incantation, my hand outstretched. Madak Baruka, Grand Baruka. Their faces were grim but determined, bound to me now by a power greater than loyalty. In the name of Ars Baruka I. Thou shalt be named. The light of the magic circle pulsed one last time, sealing the pact. We were no longer just villagers. We were the Baruka family, forged in defiance and ready for war. My childhood memories are a blur of hunger. The harvests were meager, and what little we grew was seized as taxes, leaving us in the grip of a great famine. It was during this bleak time that my 3-year-old brother Ars began his strange ritual in the fields. While I clutched my empty stomach, he would pat the barren soil, a tiny determined figure against a backdrop of withered crops. I watched him, thinking he was a fool for wasting his energy on land that would never grow a thing. Then the impossible happened. I never understood how he did it, but one day he held up a bunch of radishes, impossibly large and dark, his face beaming with pride. The parched, useless patch of dirt he had been tending was now rich and fertilized soil. His strangeness didn't end there. Though 2 years my junior, he possessed a strength that defied logic, effortlessly hoisting baskets of produce that made my own arms ache. I had been losing to him in everything lately. How? I finally asked, watching him with a mix of awe and frustration. How did you get so strong when you're so much smaller than me? Ars taught me a secret without a second thought, magic. He showed me how to hold mana within my body, a concept I couldn't grasp, but the results were undeniable. I learned body strengthening and joined him in the fields. Together, our plot of land became the most vibrant and bountiful in the entire village, a stark green jewel in a sea of brown. The other villagers, their own fields failing, would gather and murmur, asking my father how his third son could perform such miracles. When they pleaded for his help, Ars would offer a bright, apologetic smile and refuse, saying he had other things to do. The adults tried to hide their resentment, but whispers followed him like a shadow. He only cares about himself. He's a bad guy. The other children were less subtle. Their jealousy festered into malice, and they decided to teach the strange boy a lesson. He was still my younger brother, so every single day I fought anyone who dared to threaten him. I came home bruised and beaten from facing 5 boys at once, making my mother weep with worry. But through it all, Ars remained unnervingly calm. After one particularly rough brawl, he simply looked at me and pointed. "Betonea," he said, his voice devoid of emotion, "you suck at punching." He began to train me, correcting my sloppy swings and teaching me to move from my core. I seethed with frustration, enraged that he couldn't see I was doing this for him, but I listened. Under his guidance, I grew stronger, and soon, not even a dozen older opponents could best me. My strength earned me followers, a gang of my own who looked up to me. Meanwhile, Ars's own legend grew. He single-handedly defeated the giant boar that had once terrorized our village, incubated magical beasts, and even secured ownership of his land from the nobility. The village that once scorned him now sang his praises. But I couldn't lose to him. As he soared, I trained, pushing myself harder every day with a wooden sword, determined to become strong enough to defeat a giant boar, strong enough to stand against knights. My resolve burned with a singular, unwavering purpose. I had to be stronger, because I am his older brother. The sheer amount of magic Ars could wield was staggering, but it took a heavy toll, leaving him slumped against a wall, panting for breath. Our friends, Gran and the others, could only stare in amazement. "You're amazing," Bit exclaimed, his face alight with admiration. "You've been hiding all of this." A weary but satisfied smile touched Ars's lips. "From the looks of it, I guess I've succeeded." I watched him, a fierce hope igniting within me. With this power, I could become even stronger. Later, with a grave expression, Ars gathered our father and me. His gaze fell upon the sleeping form of little Carly. "We have to gather the villagers," he stated, his voice low and urgent. "The nobles are planning to retrieve my land, and they intend to kill me and Carly." Before the assembled group, Ars's voice rang out with conviction. "We are going to fight, to protect ourselves and our rights from the tyranny of those nobles." He raised his hand, a promise in his eyes. "Anyone who stands with us will be given land, and the gift of magic." Without a moment's hesitation, I turned to run. "All right, leave it to me," I shouted back at my brother. Medlock, the burly lumberjack, nodded grimly, pledging to speak with his men. Ars then turned to Tryon, the merchant, entrusting him with a more subtle task. "I need you to gather information off the streets to gauge the scale of the enemy's troops. Please be careful." Tryon extended his hand, his gaze serious. "Don't die, Ars." They clasped hands in a firm, silent agreement. As my allies departed into the twilight, I watched them go, a strange thought echoing in my mind. A commoner opposing a noble. It was unheard of. The phrase "don't die" was not one I ever expected to hear directed at me. I had braced myself for failure, for having to conjure a backup plan. But when I returned, a crowd of nearly 80 people filled the square. Medlock stood proudly amidst a group of hardy lumberjacks. I had brought my own contingent, the very rivals I used to fight, now loyal allies who depended on the fields for their livelihood. My brother had become truly dependable. But the most shocking arrival was last. Hector, my eldest brother, stood there, a bundle of cloth in his arms. "I'll go where Ars is going," he said calmly to his wife, Ira. "Please take care of my mother." Suddenly it all clicked into place. Hector's hasty marriage to the village chief's daughter. It wasn't a simple romance. The chief, trying to evade responsibility for the recent troubles, had likely schemed to absorb our family's property through the union. He never imagined I would make an enemy of the nobility, throwing all his careful plans into chaos. As Ars bestowed the gift of magic, the village square transformed. Awestruck gasps turned into joyous shouts as farmers felt power course through them for the first time. "This will make farm work so much easier," one cried. Another fell to his knees, bowing his head to the ground in profound gratitude. "Thank you, Ars." Exhausted but triumphant, Ars leaned against a post. "Have you finished the naming ceremony for everyone?" I asked. He nodded, admitting he'd barely managed with the help of a mana recovery potion. I then noticed his attire, a smart, durable-looking suit. "What's that clothing?" he bright. "Hector brought it. Mother made it for me. It was supposed to be a birthday gift, but she decided now was the right time." My blood was singing with anticipation. "Okay, it's time to get going," I roared, ready for a fight. "We have to get the drop on them." But Ars held up a hand, his brow furrowed in thought. "And then what?" he mused aloud. "Even if we hole up, it's impossible to protect 100 people along a 4-kilometer wall. It was built to stop giant boars, not soldiers." "All right, let's move out," I cheered, punching the air. Ars smiled and pointed in the opposite direction of the city. "We are moving towards the closest village to the southwest, Lesota. We're going to talk to the surrounding villagers about why we're opposing the nobles." My fist froze mid-air, my triumphant cheer dying in my throat. As we walked, Ars explained his logic. Every winter, people starved or froze to death while the nobles collected their taxes without a care. Surely, that aggravation was not unique to our village. But as we crested a hill overlooking Lesota, his theory met a harsh reality. A crowd of grim-faced men, armed with farming tools, stood waiting for us, their hostility a palpable wall. My father sighed beside me. "I mean, any village would be like this if approached by so many armed personnel." I flushed, realizing my focus on solo work had made me forget how to operate in a group. We had neglected to tell everyone we were coming to negotiate peacefully. A sharp voice cut through the tense silence. "Oi, the people from Baruka." A blond man with the build of an ox stepped forward, leveling a greatsword that was nearly as tall as he was. "What are you trying to do?" he demanded. I stared at the weapon. Most farmers used pitchforks or spears. A blade of that size and quality was an incredible rarity. "That guy, is he Vargas?" my father murmured. He explained that Vargas was a local hero, a man who had made a name for himself in many battles before leaving the village. His return explained the overwhelming presence we felt. This negotiation had just become infinitely more complicated. This was my moment. Astride a formidable beast servant, clad in armor crafted from the hide of a giant boar and wielding a sword made from its tusk, I urged my mount forward. No one would mistake me for a simple farmer's second son now. "The Fontana family has exerted tyranny over us for too long." I bellowed, my voice ringing across the field. "We will no longer succumb to their oppression. All of you should stand with us." Vargas's eyes narrowed, taking in my equipment. A flicker of respect crossed his face. "That equipment," he grunted. "We can finally speak on equal terms now. Are you the giant eater of Baruka?" "That's not me," I replied without hesitation, gesturing behind me. "My younger brother, Ars, was the one who defeated the giant boars. Come forward, Ars." Vargas threw his head back and laughed, a dismissive, grating sound. "Him? That's a funny joke. Take your people and go home." My temper flared. "Don't look down on my brother," I roared. The situation devolved instantly, our shouts echoing across the tense divide as the negotiation crumbled into a prelude to a brawl. Before blades could be drawn, Ars exhaled sharply. A crystal in his hand pulsed with light, and with a whispered word, scatter shot the ground between our groups erupted. Stunned silence fell. "Everyone," Ars said, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable authority, "please lower your weapons." Perched atop his mount, Ars extended an open palm. I am just here to have a peaceful conversation. Vargas stared, his eyes fixed on my brother. Was that magic? He asked, his voice low. Yeah, ours, replied simply. A dangerous smirk spread across Vargas's face, his eyes glinting with challenge. If you're planning to attack me, I'll hit you the next time. He lowered his sword slightly. Go ahead. Vargas exploded into motion, a blur of speed that defied his size. He charged, ducking low beneath my beast's head. He's fast, I thought, panicked. I had to stop him or I would be the one in trouble. I unleashed a frantic barrage of scatter shots, but it was like throwing pebbles against a storm. With impossible grace, Vargas weaved and dodged, his greatsword a silver shield that deflected every single blast. There was no hesitation in his movements. He was flawless. My mind raced, analyzing his movements. He wasn't just reacting, he was predicting. From that single warning shot, he had calculated the spell's pattern, the range of the stones, and its power. He was suppressing the natural fear of taking a direct hit, relying on pure perception and decisiveness. I understood now why people held him in such awe. I kept firing, peppering the area around him with magical blasts. From the sidelines, my father watched with a worried frown, likely thinking I was just shooting randomly and wasting my mana. But he couldn't see the pattern I was creating. I wasn't shooting randomly. I was aiming at the spots I predicted Vargas would dodge into. As he sidestepped another blast, he moved directly into the path of a pre-aimed shot I had already unleashed. The ground erupted around him. Yes, the blast struck him dead on. For a triumphant second, I thought I've got him, but as the dust cleared, my victory cry died in my throat. My eyes widened in disbelief. He was already behind me. He had cut his trajectory short, running straight through the impact zone. And despite the direct hit, the man who wore only simple leather armor was completely unharmed. I've got you, he snarled. Then I understood. It was a skill, something like my own physical enchantment, a battle cry that increased his defense. As he leaped into the air, his sword raised for a finishing blow, I realized Vargas had acquired the ability to harden his body on the battlefield. As his blade descended, a calm smile touched my lips. Too bad, I whispered, pulling out my crystals. I unleashed a point-blank, chantless blast of pure power. The impact was deafening. Vargas's enormous greatsword, a legendary weapon, shattered into 1,000 pieces. Vargas lay on the ground, dazed and disarmed. Surrender, I said, my voice steady. He cursed, shaking his head. What was that? I explained my counterattack. You were reading the angle of my palm and the timing of my callouts, so I used a scatter shot without either. I was glad for this test. It proved that against an experienced opponent, simple chanted spells might not be enough. Even caught completely off guard, Vargas had the presence of mind to use the hilt of his shattering sword as a last-second shield, mitigating the damage. He was incredible. I dismounted and extended my hand. We really need a guy like you right now. He looked at my offered hand, then at me. It's my loss, he conceded, taking my arm to pull himself up. I'll surrender, so don't harm the villagers. I shook my head, smiling. Those aren't my intentions at all. I only wanted to stand together against the tyranny of the nobles. Understanding dawned in Vargas's eyes. He stood tall, his back to his people and his gaze fixed on the distant fortress of our enemy. I promised to fight with you, ours. Far away, seated on an ornate throne, a nobleman frowned. The cause of this disturbance was due to my negligence, he mused, a cold light in his eyes. I'll bring forth my own army towards the Baruka village. This is a worthy occasion, for the glory of the Fontana family. He held the brick, turning it over in his hands, still marveling. He never thought he'd live to see the day magic could be used for anything more than simple lifestyle chores. By giving the villagers the family name Baruka, I had created a bond, a sense of unity that allowed them all to tap into the same well of power. The unexpected duel with Vargas had only solidified their resolve. My victory over Vargas, the hero of the battlefield, had transformed me into a symbol. Astride my Valkyrie, I could feel their shifting hopes. Whispers of doubt became declarations of defiance. Hands that once held farming tools now gripped spears with newfound conviction. If ours is leading us, they murmured, we might actually win against the nobles. A voice from the marching column broke my concentration. So, Mr. General, where are you heading next? The title was so unexpected it made me pause. I turned, a puzzled look on my face. What general? Vargas chuckled, clapping a hand on my shoulder. You gathered all these people under one banner. It's only natural they'd call you their general. I brushed it off, insisting he was better suited for the role. But my gaze drifted to the others, the friends who had followed me from our village. Protecting them was why we were here. The decision to march toward Linda had been the right one. I brought the column to a halt, my eyes scanning the terrain ahead. We'll make our camp here. The spot was strategically perfect, a stretch of land by a deep river south of Baruka, a natural choke point on the only route from Fontana City. Any army sent by the nobles would have no choice but to pass through this very spot. With a single command, the ground was leveled. Everyone spread out and gather firewood. I shouted as I began to magically erect buildings. In less than a day, a small village of hostels stood where there had been only wilderness. I stretched, a satisfied smile on my face. With reinforcements from Linda swelling our numbers to over 100, we could finally shelter everyone. Next, we build the defense walls, I announced. It was a marvel how easily everyone could now use the same magic without any personal instruction. My naming ceremony spell directly inputted all the information about my magic into their minds, but a problem quickly became apparent. What? There are people who can't use wall creation. Flash of insight struck me. The same issue had occurred with the road placement spell. I looked at the confused faces of the few who couldn't perform the magic and understood. I see. The spells that required a massive amount of mana in a single use were simply too demanding for those with smaller reserves. The information itself was being rejected by their bodies, unable to be processed. I filed the mana capacity issue away for later investigation as Gran approached. I have something to show you, Ars Dono. He held out a newly crafted suit of leather armor. I took it, testing its weight and flexibility. It's amazing, and so easy to move in. After my bare-knuckle duel with Vargas, I knew charging into battle without any protection was pure folly. Vargas gave his own blade a critical look. This is a little too light for my liking, but I shouldn't be picky on the battlefield. Now armored, I surveyed our preparations. I had delegated command to trusted comrades, fortified our base, and equipped our soldiers. The only thing left was the enemy. News from the scout hit the war council like a physical blow. Above 500 troops, I gasped. The merchant confirmed the number, having tracked their schedule en route. It was 10 times the force Baruka village would normally be expected to field. To think you could build a base here and gather people from a neighboring village, Trion said, shaking his head. You've certainly gone far beyond the Fontana family's expectations. The difference in number is huge, I stated, my voice grim. To seize a castle, you normally need 3 times the number of defenders. The Fontana family brought more than that. I clenched my fist. That is why we must fight them in an open battle. Vargas nodded grimly. I agree with the general. If we try to hold a siege, we'll lose. They probably think we're just a bunch of farmers. But we were more than farmers. We were a force capable of wielding battle magic. We will only have one chance, I declared to the assembled villagers who were practicing their new skills. Terms like open battles and ambushes sound cool in a game, but the reality is heavy. We have to ambush them. As the weight of my own words settled on me, a soft pressure on my shoulder made me turn. It was Valkyrie, gently biting me in her strange way of offering comfort. When did you get in here? I murmured, stroking her neck. A small smile touched my lips. I know, thank you, I'm okay. I swung myself into the saddle, my gaze sweeping across the determined faces of my people. I'm counting on you, partner, I whispered, leaning close to Valkyrie's ear. My resolve hardened into a silent vow. I will survive with everyone and win our freedom. With that, our small army marched toward the river. We arrived at the open field south of the river, our chosen battleground. Just as the merchant reported, the Fontana army was massive, with a corps of about 30 men clad in full metal armor. From their ranks, a single rider emerged, mounted on a warhorse that looked identical to Valkyrie, save for the lack of horns. My eyes narrowed. The rider's voice boomed across the field, a testament to his training. To all residents of the Baruka village, Ars of the Baruka village has committed a crime, he declared. He has gone against the orders of nobility and has caused harm to a tax officer. Even as an enemy, I had to admit his powerful articulation was the mark of a skilled commander. Oi Ars, are you just going to sit there and listen to his speech? Vargas growled beside me. The commander continued his proclamation, offering a path to clemency. As long as Ars surrenders and everyone lays down their weapon, we will allow the rest of you to continue living as you have been. I knew those words were a poison meant to fracture our unity. I had to answer. The battle of words had begun. I wasn't sure if I could craft a speech to inspire our allies and demoralize the enemy, but I knew a way to make them listen. Concentrating my mana, I focused it on my vocal cords, feeling them begin to hum with power. I would overwhelm them with sound itself. My voice erupted not as a shout but as a physical wave that vibrated through the air and soil. The Fontana family signed a document recognizing me as the owner of Baruka. I roared, but seeing our land prosper, they decided to take it back. They want to rob us of our land, our belongings, and our very lives. We will no longer allow the diabolical acts of the nobles. My voice rose to a crescendo, raw and furious. We will no longer live as livestock. It's time to regain our freedom. Everyone charge. The enemy line faltered, the soldiers staring in shock. They're charging at us, one stammered. Aren't they still in the middle of their speech? Hold the formation, brace yourselves, the enemy commander bellowed, trying to regain control. Seeing the line of soldiers scrambling to block my path, a snarl twisted my lips. You damn. Don't interrupt me. With a furious sweep of my spear, I unleashed a wave of force that sent the front line of soldiers tumbling backward. Their formation shattered before it could even form. For a moment, I was stunned by my own power. The Kugekin blade was too short for mounted combat, so I'd fashioned a long spear from magically hardened brick, but the weapon was just a conduit. The true strength came from my chantless physical refinement, my unique, dense mana pushed to its absolute limit. Out of my way, I bellowed, plunging deeper into their ranks. You'll get sent flying if you don't. My sudden charge had caught them completely off guard, with no time to set their spears or shields. More than that, the shocking sight of a child effortlessly tossing grown men aside was enough to break the will of the peasant conscripts. My eyes were fixed on the commander, the key to this battle, but a frantic shout cut through the chaos. Stop, Ars, you're charging too far and alone. I glanced back and saw with a jolt the vast distance I had put between myself and my own army. I felt the aura of my own power, a dense, potent energy. Our soldiers, enhanced by my magic, were far superior to the enemy conscripts, but I was different. Since infancy, I had been absorbing and refining mana from the air, from my food, creating a pool of power far beyond what anyone could develop naturally. That must be why so few people can keep up with me, I realized. I had to change tactics. Beto ne Vargas with me, I yelled. Dad Maddock, lead the others and follow us. Our new objective was the core of the enemy army, the group of heavily armored knights. They were the pillars holding the conscripts' morale together, just as Vargas and I were for our own people. If we could break them, the entire army would crumble. But I knew my scatter shot magic would be useless against their full-plate armor. As if reading my mind, the knights formed a solid wall of shields and steel to block my path. I could sense their mana reserves were far greater than the conscripts. They were setting a trap, so they're going to try and stop me, I thought with a grim smile. In that case, I'll just have to break through. I spurred Valkyrie into a powerful leap, clearing the shield wall entirely. But as we landed, a mailed fist shot out, grabbing the shaft of my spear and yanking me off balance. Oh I thought, suddenly exposed. This is bad. Get back up, one of the knights roared at his comrades. Don't lose to a damn kid. I stared in surprise. They hadn't been blown away by my initial charge. Their equipment was excellent and their mana reserves were vast, but I could sense the actual quality of their magic was no different from the conscripts. I glanced at my own hand, at the thick, viscous mana swirling around it like liquid energy. It was far superior to the thin, dull haze of their power. The quality, the density, that was the true difference. A wild grin spread across my face. Hey, this'll be easy if we just take out 10 guys each, I yelled to Vargas, who could only sputter in disbelief. What a crazy general we have, Vargas laughed, parrying a sword strike. I almost forgot you were such a monster. Through the clash of steel, the commander's voice rang out, cold and appraising. HMPH, it seems I underestimated you. The commander urged his horse forward, his eyes locked on me. Your little rebellion ends here, he declared. Then his tone shifted, becoming strangely familiar. It's been a while, Ars. Have you been well? That voice. I knew it. This was him. This was the commander. You were but a small child when we last met, so I suppose you don't remember, the man said, a condescending smile on his face as he raised his sword. I am the head of the Fontana family, the ruler of this land. My name is Raymond. The face of the enemy commander solidified in Ars's memory, a phantom from a day of humiliation. He was the one. The man who had ordered the Valkyrie's horns to be sawn off, and the very same official who had, with false ceremony, bequeathed him the deed to his own land. The memory was a brand seared into his mind. There was no way he could forget. And now this man, Raymond, the representative of the Fontanas, was here to trample on everything they had built. His name had been on the tax collector's notice, a harbinger of this very moment. Ars's fist clenched, rage boiling within him at the sheer arrogance. Calm down, Ars, his brother's voice cut through the haze of his anger. Look around you. Beto was right. The momentary distraction had cost them dearly. Across the field, the clatter of steel plates announced the enemy's recovery as the armored infantry rose to their feet. Damn it, Ars muttered, realizing the commander had deliberately shown himself just to stall for time. As a line of knights raised their hands in unison, a dreadful understanding dawned on him. Oh no. They were casting a spell. In this world, the right to rule was synonymous with the power to wield unique magic. It was this very power that allowed nobles to govern their territories, and through a rite known as the naming ceremony, they could bestow a fraction of that power upon commoners who proved their worth in battle. Granting such power was a risk, however. A history stained by an incident of betrayal had led to the creation of a rigid two-step process for advancement. First, a commoner had to distinguish themselves on the battlefield, earning the trust of a noble to become a sworn warrior. From there, they could become a squire, hoping their service would earn them the right to become a knight. The system was designed to ensure loyalty, as failure or poor performance meant being disinherited and cast out. It was this very system that Ars had exploited back in Barca. As the Fontana Knights unleashed their ancestral ice lance, he steeled himself, recalling that his own family name, Baruka, was synonymous with earth magic. A volley of crystalline spears filled the air. They were completely surrounded. A single look at the grim, determined faces of Vargas and Beto was enough. He couldn't possibly defend against them all alone. He had to trust his comrades to have his back. Poured his mana into his blade, activating the Ikugaken, and simultaneously reinforced his own body. But to deflect every spell, he needed more than strength. He needed impossible perception. In a flash of inspiration, he split his focus, diverting a stream of mana from his physical enchantment into a new spell for sight enhancement. The world around him slowed to crawl, every incoming ice lance a drifting shard of crystal. I can do this. The strain of maintaining two enchantments at once was immense, a feat he'd never attempted before, but he was managing. A thought suddenly struck him. The reason Vargas had been able to counter his scatter shot so easily was because he'd faced the knight's ice lances on the battlefield before. Just as the realization hit, a spear of ice slammed into Vargas's side with a sickening thud. Vargas grunted in pain, staggering from the blow but not falling. Is he gonna be okay? Ars cried out, his focus wavering. He knew that even with a hardened body and sword, his friend wasn't immune to damage. Vargas could have dodged, but in doing so, the lance would have struck either Beidou or Ars himself. He was acting as a human shield. The sight filled Ars with a profound admiration. He remembered the day he could only stand and watch as Raymond's men desecrated the Valkyrie. But he wasn't that helpless boy anymore. As if spurred by the same thought, Beidou let out a war cry and exploded into a whirlwind of steel, his barbarian two-sword style a terrifying and beautiful dance of destruction. Ars planted his feet on the ground, a newfound confidence surging through him. He had his own strength now, and more importantly, he had reliable comrades he could trust with his life. He was nothing like he was back then. The barrage of ice finally stopped. A lull fell over the battlefield. "We can win our freedom," Ars declared, his voice ringing with conviction. Beidou reached over to gently stroke his Valkyrie's neck. "Yeah, you did a good job too, Kiwi." As he spoke, a single dark red drop hit the dusty ground with a soft drip. Beidou's head snapped toward his mount. A deep gash marred Kiwi's flank and the beast let out a low whimper. "Fucking shit," Beidou roared, his face a mask of pure fury. "How dare you fucking bastards hurt her?" He launched himself from the saddle, charging the line of knights like a man possessed. "This is bad," Ars shouted, seeing his brother's reckless charge. "Vargas, cover Beidou Nye, please." He knew Beidou's physical enchantment was formidable, but he feared it wouldn't be enough to punch through the knight's full plate armor. With a savage cry, Beidou leaped into the air, bringing his twin blades down on the nearest knight. The sound of screeching metal filled the air as, impossibly, the soldier's helmet cracked and splintered under the ferocious impact. Ars watched in stunned silence as his brother tore through the armored line. He'd only ever seen Beidou spar with the village kids. He never imagined he possessed this kind of power. Even with his mana nearly spent, Beidou was strong enough to overwhelm a fully armored knight. With Vargas covering his rear, the two of them became an unstoppable force, suppressing the enemy advance. Seeing his friends had the situation under control, Ars dismounted. Their ferocity had drawn the attention of the remaining knights, leaving a clear path to the true target. "I can put an end to this battle," he resolved, meeting the commander's gaze. From atop his warhorse, Raymond looked down, a flicker of surprise on his face. "To think you had magic swords, and your physical enchantment isn't half bad either. How did you manage all this?" the commander asked, his tone laced with mild curiosity. "It's none of your business," Ars shot back. He could feel an immense pressure radiating from Raymond, a power far beyond that of his knights. "Oh, not at all," Raymond sighed with theatrical regret. "I was just lamenting the fact that it seems I can no longer convince you to step down. Taking you alive was a mistake." The sword in Raymond's hand began to glow, pulsing with an incredibly dangerous aura that dwarfed the mana of Ars's own Aikugeiken. "What a pity it is, Ars," the commander said, his voice turning as cold as ice. "But this is where you part from this world." There was no time for a drawn-out duel. It had to end in one hit. Pouring every last shred of his power into his blade, Ars charged forward, determined to shatter both the man and his sword with a single, overwhelming strike. Their blades met with a deafening crash. Shards of ice exploded from Raymond's sword, and for a heartbeat, Ars thought he'd broken it. But then, with a chilling crackle, new ice formed over the weapon, growing thicker and longer than before. "Allow me to show you the power of the Ice Spirit sword," Raymond sneered. Ars's heart sank. No matter how many times he struck it, the blade would simply regenerate. He was at a staggering disadvantage. Before he could react, Raymond's blade flashed past his guard, not at him, but at his mount. A pained cry, Q, tore from the Valkyrie as the ice sword bit deep into its leg. Ars's eyes widened in horror. The force of the blow sent him tumbling from the saddle, hitting the ground hard. He was still under his own physical enchantment, yet Raymond had unseated him with contemptuous ease. "Shit," he gasped, scrambling backward. This world was full of absurd superhumans. Across the field, Raymond was already wheeling his mount around for another charge. He couldn't possibly outrun a Valkyrie on foot. There was only one option left. Planting his feet firmly, he thrust his hand forward. In that case, scatter shot. The blast of pure force struck the warhorse's foreleg. The beast cried out and buckled, sending Raymond crashing to the ground. "All right," Ars gasped, adrenaline surging through him. "We're back on equal footing. Though the commander's raw power was greater, this was his one and only chance. If I let this chance get away, I'm done for." With a desperate roar, Ars lunged toward the fallen commander, raising his sword to deliver the final blow. But just as he closed the distance, a wall of steel erupted before him as Raymond's loyal knights threw themselves in his path. "Get out of my way," he screamed, his voice raw with fury. The golden opportunity was vanishing before his eyes. He was forced onto the defensive, the clang of steel ringing in his ears as he parried their coordinated assault. Their teamwork was perfect, a seamless web of attacks. "Shit," he cursed, realizing he'd have to pour even more power into his physical enchantment to break through their armor. The knights were strong, just as he'd expected. Gritting his teeth, he pushed past his limits, channeling his remaining mana into a desperate final flurry. With a final, ragged breath, he sent the last knight crashing to the dirt. He stood over the fallen soldiers, panting for air. A terrible heaviness settled over his body, and his head throbbed with exhaustion. He had won, but the cost was immense. Slow, deliberate clap echoed across the now quiet battlefield. Raymond was back on his feet brushing dust from his armor. You have dealt with my knight splendidly, he said, his voice calm. But it seems you're almost out of stamina. Stop this useless resistance and surrender. Ars forced himself to stand straight, meeting the commander's gaze. No way. You're the one who should surrender, Raymond. As he spoke, a low rumble started deep within the earth, growing stronger with each passing second. The remaining soldiers looked around, their faces etched with confusion. A triumphant, weary grin spread across Ars's face. You've fallen right into my trap. With a confident wave, the man issued his final command. Listen up, you just have to follow the river, he declared, his voice carrying over the rushing water. All right, go. It was a masterstroke, born from the understanding that a simple surprise attack would fall short. The enemy commander watched in disbelief as the trump card was played. Not soldiers, but a thundering herd of service beasts, Valkyries, with their flowing manes and proud antlers charged from the flank. It was an absurd, impossible sight. Come, Valkyries, Ars roared, his voice cutting through the chaos. With a unified cry, the herd surged forward, a living avalanche of hooves and fury that tore across the battlefield. Disbelief turned to terror in the enemy ranks. They're using magic, a soldier shrieked. The commander stared, his face pale as he realized the beasts were channeling the very same spells as the people of Baruka. Bloodied but resolute, Ars stared down his opponent. The chaos of the flanking Valkyries was just a prelude. To end this, to truly win, he needed one more thing. Checkmate, he breathed, his sword steady. This battle ends now. With a final, decisive strike, it was over. Ars stood above the fallen body of Raymond, the representative of the Fontana family. He raised his sword to the sky, his voice a clarion call. I've slain Raymond. Soldiers of Fontana, withdraw. A roar erupted from his allies as they raised their arms in triumph. Baruka is now free, Ars yelled, panting from the exertion. Let me hear you cheer. As the cheers subsided, his lead Valkyrie gently nudged him. He leaned against her, closing his eyes in exhaustion and gratitude. I'm fine, thanks, Valkyrie. And with that, the battle for Baruka was won. Later, at the camp north of the river, the mood was one of weary relief. The man who led the charge was still trembling. I was so scared. He confessed, the memory of using physical enchantment atop a galloping Valkyrie sending shivers down his spine. But Ars was already focused on the aftermath, his mind on the spoils of war. He gave the man a distracted look. Calm down, you did a good job. So what are you going to do now? The man asked. You do know that's not all the Fontana family had, right? Ars looked grim. I know. The gap in our military strength is still immense. But there was hope. They had recovered weapons from the fleeing conscripts, and news of their victory had drawn 200 new recruits to their cause. Ars approached the general. Were they willing to talk? The general nodded grimly. Yeah, we captured 6 knights, valuable prisoners of war. They're gravely wounded, but we're treating them. The information they've provided is invaluable. Ars considered the political fallout. A lord who can't quell a rebellion in 2 small villages will lose face. Other nobles won't risk meddling. He clenched his fist. We don't want a war of attrition, but we have to show our strength enough to make them consider talking instead of fighting. And that's why we will build a castle here, Ars announced. It's not just for defense, it's a symbol of power. He mused on the nature of their world, where magic made firearms obsolete and stone walls were paramount. We have the river nearby, so we can even dig a moat. Ars's vision was comprehensive. We'll build a road wide enough for carriages to bring provisions from Baruka and Linda. We'll construct walls for Linda village too, and each watchtower will have a Valkyrie stationed for reconnaissance. He turned to the gathered people. First, we arrange everyone into teams according to their magic. The man who had been so excited watched the first watchtower rise, a gleam in his eye. Let's make this a castle so magnificent it will astonish even the nobility. And so, with their combined magic, the construction progressed at an impossible pace. The results were staggering: a deep moat reinforcing the main wall, defensive fortifications for Linda village, and a smooth, wide road connecting them all. From the watchtowers, sentries had a clear view of the entire area. Ars surveyed their work with pride. Whoa, it's so huge. As Ars admired the new fortress, a man ran up. Hey, more people want to join us. Also, I have a message from Baruka. He leaned in. I was told Father Paulo wants to see you. A jolt of panic shot through Ars. He did not want to have that conversation. Back in Baruka, Father Paulo greeted him with a serene, knowing smile. Long time no see, Ars. I see you have done all kinds of things while I was away. Ars began to sweat, stammering an apology. You mean the naming, right? You're going to make me angry, the priest said, his smile never wavering. That's right, Father Paulo confirmed. Now that you've gone this far, you must understand the truth about magic and the naming. You have bestowed it upon many people without the church's permission. He began to explain. All people possess mana, but those who can truly utilize it to grow fields or strengthen their bodies are rare. They are called magicians. Long ago, Paulo continued, his voice echoing with history, some learned to invoke magic with mere words. This became known as casting spells, and those who mastered it were called wizards. But then came the magus, those who invented the naming, allowing even commoners to wield magic that was once the domain of experts. Paulo revealed the founding principle of the Holy Light Church. The magus claimed the naming was a gift from God, a way to spread peaceful, practical magic. But it had another purpose. He paused. Naming creates a hierarchical bond like that of a parent and child. The child gains the parent's spells while the parent absorbs a portion of the child's mana. The realization struck ours like lightning. Wait, is that why my mana has been growing so much? This is a secret technique circulated only among the highest echelons of the church, Paulo stated grimly. The weight of his transgression crashed down on ours. Fighting the nobles was one thing, but the omnipresent church, my life is over. He choked out before a desperate thought surfaced. And no, wait, the ceremony is used whenever someone is promoted to a knight, isn't it? Ars pleaded, grasping at the straw. If my case isn't unique, maybe they'll show mercy, won't they? Father Paulo sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Good grief. The church always mediates a nobleman's naming ceremony. It is how we prevent them from amassing knights and power indiscriminately. The alms we receive for a naming ceremony are merely tokens of gratitude to God, Paulo explained smoothly. Ars's face fell. You're taking money for it? He wasn't just breaking a sacred rule, he was undermining their entire business model. Then another thought occurred to him. Wait, if mana flows from the child to the parent? What if that parent themselves had a parent? Ars finished, turning to the priest. Hey, is part of my mana going to you, Father Paulo? The priest met his gaze, a soft smile on his lips. Yes, that's right. My own mana pool has grown by a great magnitude ever since I named you. Paulo admitted, I thought it was simply due to the high quality of your mana, but that alone couldn't explain it. Ars's mind raced to the Valkyries. He had only ever named one, the original, yet every Valkyrie born since then could use his spells. Hua? Ars shot up, horrified by the implication. Part of all the Valkyries' mana goes to Father Paulo through me. Isn't this a damn pyramid scheme? Because of this, Paulo said with a pleased smile, I'm really getting ahead in life. There are far fewer bishops than priests. Ars slumped in his chair. Who gave you that promotion? The priest's answer was cryptic. Nobody did. Because of the massive increase in my mana, I have been promoted from priest to bishop. I no longer rule just the church, but all the land in the region. I just suddenly learned a new spell one day, Paulo explained, a gentle light emanating from his hands, and I knew I had been promoted. I can now use healing magic. He looked at Ars. It's just like your people who couldn't use wall creation. Those who lack the necessary mana don't even know the spells exist. But once they have it, the knowledge suddenly awakens within them. The priest's expression turned serious, the gentle demeanor replaced by a sharp focus. That was all just a prelude. Now for my main point. He leaned forward, pointing a single finger at the boy. Ars, why don't you leave your future to me? Sum up your current situation. Ars, Bishop Paulo began, ticking off the transgressions on his fingers. You killed the tax collector soldiers, roused farmers to rebellion, attacked a neighboring village, and battled the Fontana army. You also captured 6 knights, are illegally occupying the land, and lastly, he paused for effect, you stole and misused a sacred art of the church, the naming ceremony, to recklessly spread aggressive magic. Ars threw up his hands in protest. You're making it sound so bad. The other side is at fault too. Ars's protest faltered as his mind raced. Wait, I have just cause for our war against the Fontanas, but I have no excuse for the naming ceremony matter. Paulo's voice was calm, cutting through his thoughts. Your only resolution would be to join the church. However, you'd be kicked out the moment they knew you could use offensive magic since you have mana bonds outside their authority. He leaned forward slightly. So you're saying I'm out of options. Your biggest problem right now is your dispute with the church, right? What if I told them, Paulo began, a cunning glint in his eyes, that you went through me to name the villagers? That I, Paulo, was the one who named the villagers of Baruka? Ars stared, taken aback. I see. He narrowed his eyes, his posture shifting to one of guarded suspicion. Honestly, I don't see why you'd cover for me like that. What's in it for me? Paulo touched the cross at his collar. I rose in rank thanks to the mana I received from you. There's a good chance I'll fall back down again if you die. He let the statement hang in the air before adding, furthermore, you recklessly misused the naming ceremony to bolster your own force. I'd very much like to keep that under wraps. Isn't it only natural that I'd like to stay on good terms with you? So it'd be a scandal for him. Ars realized, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. Paulo's smile was unnervingly serene, including a few small inaccuracies in reports to the church often happens, right? The implication was clear, and a shiver ran down Ars's spine. Both the church and Paulo are freaking scary. We cannot simply pretend this never happened, Paulo stated, his expression turning serious. The actions you've taken have been too grand for that. You will have to give alms. Ars slumped. On back to money, he muttered. Paulo elaborated, almsgivings are usually required for nobles to do their naming. If I claim to have named the villagers, the story won't check out if I haven't received any compensation. Resigned, Ars straightened up. Understood, I'll pay. How much will it be? Paulo jotted a figure onto a slip of paper and presented it. Ars's eyes bulged, his jaw dropping in disbelief. That's so expensive. That's pretty much all the money I've saved up through my entire life. For most people, this would be an impossible amount to pay, the woman beside Paulo noted calmly, meaning that you can afford it, right? The thought struck Ars with cold certainty. He must have known exactly how much I have and then came up with that number. But I simply can't afford to spend my entire fortune only resolving our dispute with the church, Ars argued, his expression firm. I can't entrust everyone's fate to you unless you also have a way to settle things with the Fontana family. Paulo's smile was knowing. You're right, we still have to deal with the Fontanas. Now ours, Paulo said, a hint of exasperation in his tone. You haven't grasped the root of their problem at all. He raised a finger, Mana swirling around it for emphasis. Imagine yourself in the position of the Fontana family. What is their most pressing concern right now? It's about where the Baruka army got their magic from. Very few people can use magic naturally, and even fewer have a way to bestow it upon others. Wouldn't they think some other noble has started a rebellion by giving magic to the farmers of their territory? Paul opposed, gesturing to an imaginary map of the lands. That's where I could tell them what really happened. I will tell them that no such noble exists and that their citizens merely rose when someone tried to seize their land. I will also claim the naming was done by me at your request. Ars looked up, concerned. But wouldn't it be dangerous for you to stand with me? Sly smile touched Paulo's lips. I was the one who performed your baptism. That should be enough. He added, his voice dropping with strategic weight, and above all, with my promotion, I'm the bishop who oversees all the churches in the Fontana territory. Of course, he conceded I'll have to do some groundwork first, something that would be difficult without your donation. Ars clenched his fist, understanding the web he was caught in. Steeling himself, Ars made his declaration. I'll place the fate of Baruka in your hands, Bishop Paulo. Elsewhere, footsteps echoed on stone as two men discussed the recent appointment. So Paulo is the new bishop, huh? One remarked. Yes, the other confirmed. It also appears he was the priest in charge of Baruka's naming. He knows that Ars very well. A nobleman observing from afar smirked. I'd never have imagined he'd have a bishop covering for him. That just means Ars is important enough that the church would stick their neck out. Down below, amidst the bustle of organizing troops, a familiar voice cut through the noise. Ars. Ars turned, stunned by the speed of events as Paulo arrived in a carriage. That was so fast. It's only been a couple of days, right? Paulo dismounted, not wasting a moment. I've worked everything out with the Fontanas, but as expected it will have to be settled by the two of you talking directly. We will do so in the place we planned, an informal discussion on neutral ground. As Ars ascended the stone steps of the designated roadside tower, a calm voice drifted down from the top. I see, so you are Ars Baruka. Reaching the top, Ars found a young man lounging in a chair, observing him with detached amusement. You really are just a kid, the stranger remarked. Ars scanned the area, noting the lack of guards. Is he looking down on me? And who are you? Ars demanded. The young man rose slowly to his feet. I'm Carlos. With a confident air, the young man declared, Carlos Fontana, the head of the Fontana family. The name hit Ars like a physical blow. The head of the Fontanas? I didn't know he was so young. He mentally cursed the bishop. Geez, you should have told me, Paulo. Carlos settled back into his chair. Why don't we just cease the fighting? We will overlook your annoying little uprising. Ars stood his ground, his gaze unwavering. I can't agree to that so easily. I have demands. A flicker of amusement crossed Carlos's face. Not only are you not kneeling in front of a noble, you even dare have demands, huh? I guess that's just how the person at the heart of this rebellion should be, Carlos mused, extending a document. How about these for the terms of our peace? Ars took the paper and read. The terms were clear, a ceasefire, dispersal of his army, and the return of prisoners in the Ice Sword. In exchange, it says I will have to serve the Fontana family, but in return they'll give me the status of knight. He looked up, surprised. These conditions are actually pretty favorable. You really keep these promises? Ars asked, skeptical. There are details to work out, but once the treaty is official, I won't overrule it, Carlos assured him. If I did something so heinous, my subordinates would abandon me. Ars pressed further. You do know I'm the one who killed your representative, right? Isn't it weird to want me as your subordinate? A slow, chilling smile spread across Carlos's face. No, the way things worked out, I'm actually quite grateful to you. Leaning forward, Carlos's eyes glinted. You did a splendid job killing Raymond. You should know what I mean. You're still a kid, but you have experienced the difficulties of raising an army. He settled back, his expression turning distant. 3 years ago, my father, the previous head of the family, died. I inherited his position. They called him the Winter General. His influence earned their ire, and through their combined efforts, they managed to kill him. All the other heirs were killed as well. The memory was stark, a small, vulnerable Carlos left alone. A mere child was instated as lord, so a man named Raymond from the Barbaros knightly family was elected to rule as my representative. I recognize he protected the land until I came of age, but while in charge he saw to the death of an excellent knight family, the Grahams. The position of representative was supposed to circulate among the knight families, but he wrestled it for himself, turning me into little more than a puppet. A thought clicked in Ars's mind. So Raymond was also responsible for the land contract mistake. Carlos confirmed his suspicion. That's right, just that one small slip was an opportunity to crush his power. Though I didn't expect him to be killed while I was on my way to arrest him. You put me back in power of the Fontana family, Ars exclaimed. It's not so simple, Carlos shot back. Do you have any idea how hard I worked to consolidate power after Raymond died? His family and subordinates are currently acting obedient, but I'm certain they will rebel sooner or later. Carlos pointed directly at Ars, his voice sharp with intent. And you will be the one to put a stop to that. I may be the head of my family, but I don't have much support. Nevertheless, I can stop them if I have the power of the Baruka family. He looked at Ars, not as a lord to peasant, but as an equal. You face me knowing full well I wield more power. You don't have the mindset of a farmer. You have something to protect. It tells me you won't yield to a show of power, so I can only offer something of value to you. The lives of the people of Baruka, the wealth you've built up, and your freedom, Carlos declared, his arms spread wide. As the head of the Fontana family, I will guarantee it all. In exchange, Carlos finished, his voice a low command, "You shall be my sword, Ars." Ars weighed his options. His position isn't solid, but he's still a lord. Rejecting this would ruin my relationship with Bishop Paulo and the church. He clenched his fist. "All right, I've made up my mind. I have some conditions I would like to add first." The secret meeting between Ars and Carlos continued until late into the night, the moon casting long shadows from the lonely tower as the foundation of a new alliance was forged. Before an assembly of their people, Bishop Paulo held up the negotiated treaty. "This is the peace we've negotiated. Do you both agree to these terms?" In unison, their voices ringing with conviction, Ars and Carlos shouted, "Yes." Inside the vaulted ceiling of the grand church, Bishop Paulo stood before the altar. His voice echoed in the hall. Then, "Step forward, Ars Baruka." From the pews, Ars rose and answered, "Yes." As Ars walked the aisle, one of his men watched with a distrusting glare. Paulo then called out, "Carlos du Fontana, step forward." "Yes," Carlos replied, moving to join Ars at the altar. "Do you swear to serve and support Carlos du Fontana?" the bishop asked. Looking up, his voice clear and steady, Ars replied, "I swear." "And do you, Carlos du Fontana, swear to employ Ars Baruka as your knight to help each other and fight together for the people?" Standing beside his new vassal, Carlos affirmed, "Yeah, I swear." "Then, as proof of your oath," Paulo intoned, his hand raised in blessing as Carlos laid the flat of his blade upon Ars's kneeling shoulder in the ancient rite of knighting. A brilliant magical circle flared to life on the floor around them. "Ars Baruka," Carlos declared, his voice resonating with power, "I shall name you as my knight. Henceforth, you shall be known as Ars von Baruka." "I look forward to you serving the Fontana family as our knight," Carlos said, a new aura of power radiating from him. The mana bond was forged, but the benefit was not one-sided. A shard of pure ice materialized in Ars's hand. Ice Lance. Through the new mana path, he and everyone connected to him had gained access to the Fontana's magic. A deep blush of excitement spread across Ars's face as he clenched his fist. "We can now use the ice magic of the Fontana family." He thought he could finally return to his normal life, but back in his new office, an advisor approached. "The castle turned out nice. So, don't you have anything you want to do now that you own land?" Ars Dono. "You're a bona fide lord." Gran cheered, his fists clenched in excitement. "Not only did you get Baruka and Linda, but you even got to keep North River Castle. Amazing." Ars looked away, a pang of guilt in his chest. "Carlos originally only wanted to give me Baruka, but I argued hard and he gave in." Gran leaned in closer. "Maybe I phrased it wrong. It's more something you need to do. Do you know what that is?" Ars's expression was dead serious. "To earn money." Gran's excitement deflated instantly. "Realist." Ars sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Sorry, Gran, but I can't afford to get swept up in fantasies. I've lost pretty much every penny I had." The weight of his new responsibilities settled on him. "I have obligations now. I have to pay taxes to the Fontana family and raise levies if they ask. Right now, I couldn't even afford to feed the troops. The stakes were higher than ever. If I fail to show my loyalty, the territory I've worked so hard for might be taken from me. I need to set up ways to grow money as soon as possible." His eyes hardened with resolve. "Let's organize the internal administration." In a sunlit library, a noblewoman named Lilina closed her book with a soft thud and a quiet sigh. "What's the matter, Lilina-sama?" her attendant asked. Lilina offered a faint smile. It's nothing." "Could you get that book for me next?" she asked, her thoughts drifting. "Recently, Raymond-sama, who protected this territory since we were young, died in a peasant rebellion." She clenched her fist. The powerful knights of his faction might find fault in being ruled by the inexperienced Carlos-sama. Still, he has always been talented. I'm sure he will manage. A shadow crossed her features as she stared out the window. "Carlos is smart, so he knows to make political use of me, his only blood relative left." She placed a hand over her heart, her gaze distant but firm. "I guess I also need to resolve myself for what's to come." With a bright, authoritative air that belied his age, Ars called for attention. "I will now announce the personnel of the Baruka Knightdom." His gaze fell first on the merchant standing nearby. "Tryon Baruka. The two of us will be in charge of internal affairs. He can read and write and do math, so he will be in charge of accounting. Beidona and Vargas will serve under me as captains," Ars continued, outlining his military structure. "I'll need money to have a standing army, so they'll focus on just training peasants for now." He then turned to his father. "My dad will take care of security. I want you to keep the few people who use offensive magic in peacetime under control. Maddox-san and the village chiefs of Baruka and Linda will be my judges," Ars declared. He explained that while there was no formal law, a person of authority was needed to hear disputes and render judgment. "Lastly, Gran will continue to be in charge of crafting," he added, making a mental note to assign someone to keep the free-spirited artisan organized. Finally, Ars addressed the crowd of commoners who had helped build the roads and castle. "For the rest of you, I want to personally hire you to carry out ajobs." He recalled their clever suggestions during construction, proving that even without literacy, they possessed sharp minds. A manic gleam filled Ars's eyes as he laid out his plan. "I'll have any capable person work with all they have for the Baruka Knightdom. With access to meditation and recovery herbs, they could work tirelessly." As the new administration was born, Tryon could only stare in horror. "You're a monster," he whispered. "The very first thing you do is take all my precious money," Tryon wailed dramatically. Ars calmly explained his predicament. "Since I'm dead broke after paying the church, I first asked Asen to invest." He framed it as a lucrative business partnership, even offering a prime plot of land as part of the deal. Grumbling, Tryon reluctantly accepted it as a donation to his lord. Tryon's theatrics gave way to genuine concern about Ars's new, precarious position. Ars's expression hardened as he acknowledged the danger. "I've established a mutual relationship with Carlos, but his subordinates and other nobles don't think well of me." He knew they saw him as an expendable pawn, and that any sign of weakness would invite them to seize his territory. Just having my land do okay won't cut it. To secure his future, Ars announced his first major economic policy with a flourish. "Let's open a market." The idea was met with shock and Tryon immediately shot it down. "No way, nobody in their right mind would come this far out in the sticks to trade. You're completely devoid of common sense." Tryon began to lecture Ars on the harsh realities of commerce. "All nobles are constantly squabbling," he explained, detailing the endless checkpoints and tolls that made travel between territories a nightmare for merchants. "And that's not to mention the difficulty of dealing with guilds. They charge excessive fees for everything, from what you sell to where you sell it. So wouldn't it be a great idea to create a free market where people can trade without guilds meddling?" Ars proposed. Tryon paled at the thought. "Guilds are scary, they'll have you erased," he hissed before adding the practical flaw. "Merchants would still have to pay all the tolls just to get there." Ars conceded the point, realizing the merchant's experience was invaluable. Though his initial plan was flawed, Ars's resolve was absolute. "But still, I have to create a city and a system where merchants will gather of their own accord." His new plan was to forge an easy passage from Fontana City, starting with reinforcing a bridge and building a new road. As he supervised the construction, he noted it also fulfilled a condition of their peace treaty, killing two birds with one stone. Beto eyed the project with suspicion. "Did the peace terms say you have to build a road for merchants?" "Fontana regards this as a road for the army," he pointed out. Ars nodded. "Well, you're right, but another term is keeping the soldiers at North River to a minimum. If they try anything, we can use this road to lure them into our defenses." Ars had no desire to antagonize Carlos further, recalling how he'd had to make a show of power during their negotiations. "I'll make North River Castle an in-town," he decided, looking toward the fortress, a connecting point between Fontana City and Baruka Village. The work progressed with incredible speed. Landowners with magic enlarged their fields while the landless were tasked with road construction. Ars watched in amazement. They're all experienced in making roads, so it goes quite fast. Within days, the new route was complete, drastically cutting travel time to Fontana. "Good job, everyone," Ars cheered, but his praise was met with worried murmurs. With the road finished, the landless workers faced unemployment. The realization hit Ars with the full weight of his responsibility. Ensuring his people had homes, jobs, and food was crucial to maintaining peace. With a grand gesture, Ars presented his solution, a new, sprawling residential area within the village. "It's part of the Lord's all-important task to keep the peace," he announced to the stunned crowd. "Anyone who wishes to can live here." He explained that he had cleared and walled off 4 square kilometers of land to build the new lodgings. The workers erupted in grateful cheers, but Ars held up a hand. "I already prepared work for it, so you can make a life for yourself here. The work consists of mainly 2 things. One is hardened brick production," Ars declared, holding up a sample. Because the materials, like giant boar tusks and Valkyrie horns, were so rare, the enchanted bricks would become a unique and valuable specialty product exclusive to Baruka. "The second is growing magical mushrooms," he continued. "The most important aspect is giving them ample mana. If you do so, you can harvest from the same log for several years." The crowd cheered again, and Ars accepted their thanks with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Inwardly, Ars lamented the loss of his personal monopoly on the profitable mushrooms. "My direct earnings will drop, but this should be better for me in the long run." His thoughts turned to the inevitable wars to come. Stockpiling mana potions made from these mushrooms was critical to maximizing his chances of survival on the battlefield. With 2 new specialty products established for his territory, Ars turned his attention to his next major project. "Next, I'll have to deal with the farmers," he announced, feeling a wave of exhaustion. "Let's start by doing a land survey." "What's a survey?" Beto asked, completely baffled. Ars patiently explained the concept. "Basically, it's investigating the land, measuring its size, and how many crops it can grow." Beto scoffed and promptly excused himself to go train the villagers, leaving Ars to his thoughts. The survey was a prelude to taxation. Thanks to his magic, crop yields would skyrocket, meaning he could justify a larger tax. However, he knew that raising taxes in his first year as Lord would be a deeply unpopular move. Lacking proper measuring tools, Ars puzzled over how to conduct the survey accurately. Suddenly, inspiration struck. His ground leveling spell covered a consistent 10 by 10 meter area. It could be the standard. He turned to the young boy at his side. That way anyone could make measurements. "You're so smart, Kyle." Ars recalled how Kyle had been racked with guilt after their fight with Raymond, blaming himself for the Valkyrie getting hurt. Ever since they had reassured him, the boy had been desperate to prove himself useful. Alright, let's also decide on the units of length Rs announced, using the side of a ground leveling area as his base. He divided it by 10 to create the meter, and the meter by 100 to create the centimeter. From there, he defined volume with the liter, and weight with the kilogram, even setting the boiling point of water at a convenient 100 degrees. Knowing the new system would be confusing, Rs turned to his eager student. I don't think everyone will get it right away, so I intend to distribute a table for them. Kyle, can you go tell everyone for now? The boy looked up, surprised. Me. Yeah, you remember everything I just said, right? Rs said with an encouraging smile. I'm counting on you, Kyle. A determined blush rose on Kyle's cheeks as he nodded firmly. Okay. And with that, the territory of Baruka began to adopt a revolutionary new system of measurement. In my old life, preserving crops year-round was commonplace. But here, we feast only during the harvest season and the rest rots. With a determined fist, I declared, but that ends as of today. With this new storehouse, we will be able to store crops for a long time. It's just a giant tofu-looking building, Gran muttered, clearly unimpressed. I shot back, it's not so simple. This is a special airtight building with walls almost 3 times as thick as normal. With my hand outstretched, I prepared to reshape the interior. Neither light nor air can enter, and now. With a sharp cry of ice lance, I began filling the cavernous space with magical frost. Shards of ice clanged against the stone as I fired spell after spell. Don't you think you should take a rest? Gran asked, concerned. We need a lot of ice for this. I called back, the walls are thick, so there's no problem. Once the chamber was filled with a mountain of ice, we covered it in sawdust to slow the melting. The ice room-type freezer was complete. A wave of intense cold washed over them. Whoa, it's hella cold, Gran exclaimed, rubbing his arms. I see now, crops stored inside this ice room won't spoil. A new thought sparked in my mind. We could create smaller ice boxes for families who can't use magic, allowing them to preserve not just vegetables but meat from hunts as well. As I was lost in thought, a voice cut through. By the way, Rs Dono, why don't we build a castle here too? Gran seized on the idea immediately. A lord without a castle is just weird, he declared. I tried to explain that working from Baruka was more efficient, but he was insistent. Then why not just make another castle here? Castles are an important way to display your power. I hesitated, worried that building a castle so soon after the conflict with Raymond would seem arrogant. But Gran's expression was serious. No, I'd say it's needed for your smooth transition to a ruler, he argued. Everybody at that battle is aware of how strong you are. But on the other hand, those who weren't present have no idea. You need a symbol of power in order to collect taxes without issues. Gran's eyes lit up, his fists clenched with excitement. That's right, and because it's meant to be a symbol, we should decorate it way more than North River Castle, right? I could only manage a week, yeah, he just wants to build another castle. I mulled it over. We were opening a free market, but I was worried merchants wouldn't show up. The most impressive thing in the Baruka Knightdom is North River Castle, but as Gran said, I, the Lord, am never there. Then it struck me, I couldn't just focus on ruling the land, I could be sent to battle at any time. My main priority had to be bolstering our forces to increase our chances of survival. My fist tightened with resolve. Just building a castle is not enough, Gran, we will make a castle town. The vision became clear. If I created a city within the walls where people wanted to settle, merchants would follow, turning it into a lively trade hub, and people with treasured homes would rise to defend them of their own accord. Now that I'm the Lord, this plan held immense advantages. Unfurling a map, I laid out the grand design for the new heart of the Baruka Knightdom. The first phase would be developing the land between the inner and outer walls, establishing a free market in the southern area where Beidou Ni and Gran lived. The plan was meticulous. The remaining land in the south and west would be divided into neat, ordered squares and sold to anyone who wished to live there. The northeast, with its dense forest, was designated as the district for logging and charcoal making. This would naturally attract the papermaking and magical mushroom farming industries, as they also required wood. The northwest, which had served as pasture for the Valkyries, would be repurposed. I planned to eventually establish a dedicated military corps there. As I rode through the fields, my thoughts turned to governance. I would need a jail to manage criminals and a courthouse to try lesser crimes. For now, I would put my father and the peacekeepers in charge of training here. Focusing on the southern quarter, the city began to take shape, with every building constructed from hardened brick for defense. Tryon the merchant arrived, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is amazing, boy. I've never seen a town like this before. From a high vantage point, the sheer scale of the city was breathtaking, a splendid grid of streets, elegant houses with rare glass windows, and the gleam of high-class bricks. Isn't this an even grander city than Fontana? Tryon marveled. There must be no other city like this. I smiled. This is sure to amaze people no matter where they come from, right? After helping the terrified merchant down from the rooftop, I turned my attention to the next task. Next, I need to improve the external wall. Making the entire wall out of hardened brick would be too inefficient. Instead, I decided to keep the existing wall but add stairs and watchtowers. For a castle North River's size, 4 towers were enough, but this perimeter was far too long. So I would place a tower every 200 meters. Chugging mana potions like crazy, I used memory preservation to erect the towering structures. I decided to leave Beto, Nia, and Vargas in charge of the wall's defense, just as they were at North River, and asked Gran for an improvement to our defenses. His idea was simple and brutal. Now if we end up in a defensive battle, we can drop hardened bricks down on the assaulters. It was a mana-efficient tactic that would have to do until we could procure proper bows and other weapons. With the walls fortified, it was time to make a moat. Since we couldn't fill it with water like at North River, I made it 10 meters deep instead. The lumberjacks, with their incredible skill, finished 4 wide drawbridges in no time, 1 for each gate. Vargas nodded in approval. Limiting the access to the city is a great boon to our defenses. If it comes to it, we can raise the drawbridge and hunker down for a siege. I looked upon our work with pride. This was the heartland of the Baruka Knightdom. As leaves drifted over the newly completed city, a new name came to mind. This was the birth of the fortress city, Barucania. My moment of satisfaction was shattered by Tryon's frantic shout, "Boy, we don't have enough glass. Could you make some more?" Exhausted, I slumped at a table. "Even the reserves are gone," Tryon explained with a wide grin. "Well, it's because you made this city, of course. Merchants have been buying the glass alongside the hardened bricks. Now that they've seen them used in buildings, they've re-evaluated glass as a useful product." Tryon pressed on. "Now we have people who want to move in, so please have it ready as soon as possible." I sighed, resigning myself to creating another mass production spell. Just then, a hand clamped down on my shoulder. Magic again. Gran's voice was heavy with disapproval. "But aren't hardened bricks convenient to have?" I asked. "Bricks and glass aren't the same thing," he stated flatly. "I'm a craftsman. I really don't enjoy mass-producing stuff with magic. Making bricks with magic makes sense due to the difficult-to-obtain ingredients." "But what about glass?" I wondered. Gran explained, "Aside from windows, you can use it for drinking glasses, plates, and all kinds of bits and bobs. But if you turn it into a spell, you would only be able to make one thing. It'd be boring if we stopped making new things." An idea flashed in my mind. "Then Gran, why don't you try making some new stuff with glass?" I proposed with a grin. Lenses made from glass." Gran's eyes widened, the craftsman in him instantly captivated by the challenge. "All right," he exclaimed. Though it was a sudden request, Gran found it fascinating and took on the job immediately. "I promise I'll live up to your expectations," he declared, full of renewed purpose. For the first time in what felt like ages, I savored a cup of tea in peace. "The inner walls and the castle's interior come next, right?" Hector asked. I nodded. "That's right. It's meant to be a symbol of power and all, but I have no idea what to actually build." Suddenly, a furious shout echoed from outside. "How many more times are you going to repeat that nonsense?" Recognizing the voice, I hurried out to find Beto and Vargas locked in a heated argument. "Hey Ars," Beto called out. "We were talking about how we should fight if we end up in battle again, but all Vargas talks about is defend, defend, defend." Vargas shot back, "Practicing nothing but charges for training is dangerous." "I see, they're talking about battle plans." I raised the teapot. "This is an important topic, so let's calm down and have a civilized talk." "Sorry," Hector Nielsen, Ars said, pushing a cup of freshly brewed tea towards him. "No worries, I was in the middle of it anyway." But the calm was short-lived as the strategic debate reignited. Beto slammed a hand on the table. "You can't win unless you attack. We focus on the offensive." Vargas countered, his voice a low rumble of dissent. "No, we have the power to make castles. We should focus on defense." Ars took a thoughtful sip of tea. "Well, I can understand why Beto is so obsessed with attacking." His mind drifted back to their first battle against the Fontana army. An eerie atmosphere had laid over the battlefield, a place where lives were staked on every move. He remembered the tension coiling in his own gut, the feeling that he needed to scream. That's why he and Beto had ended up attacking so carelessly. The memory of that victory still burned brightly in Beto's mind. "We won against a higher number of better-trained enemies," he declared, certain that their charge was the sole reason, and thus we should continue fighting in the same manner, but Ars saw it differently. "Although Beto is strong, he's still a kid and lacks experience." He grimaced. "I don't think of our victory as a success." Ars shuddered internally at the thought. "Never again do I want to charge an enemy while knowing we're outnumbered and outmatched." On the other hand, Vargas's defensive focus was just as flawed. As an inexperienced upstart knight, he was intensely disliked by the Fontana family's retainers. The Raymond faction especially should regard me as one hell of a pest. From my current position, a defensive battle is just too risky. His knuckles whitened as he clenched his cup. "Whether we build fortifications or come under siege, no reinforcements will come to help us, Vargas." His general's brow furrowed in concern. "Are you okay, General?" Ars stared into his tea. "Not only is Carlos' position unstable, he would likely abandon me in such cases. We aren't specialized in either type of warfare they're proposing." He finally looked up, his gaze sweeping over his loyal men. "The other knights hate us, and we could be sacrificed at any moment. We have no choice but to survive by our own power." His voice rose, filled with a new, sharp conviction. "Every one of us must be flexible on the battlefield in order to make calls that will keep us and our comrades alive." He envisioned a new kind of army. Every one of us must have the power and knowledge equivalent to the squad captain. Vargas and Beto exchanged a skeptical look. Well, I mean that sounds strong and all, but Vargas began, yeah, that's not really realistic. Ours sighed, turning away as they left. It may be difficult, but we have no choice. Alone, he crossed his arms, lost in thought. I can now see what the Baruka army needs. The problem is how we go about obtaining it. Ars, do you want to conquer land and grow powerful? Hector asked quietly. Ars recoiled in shock. Who? What? No, not at all. He quickly composed himself. I will only fight for my land and my status here. I've already clashed with the nobility, so that won't happen. He gave a sheepish smile. I'm afraid of fighting and I don't want anyone to die. My memories of my previous life in a warless world must have a large influence on me. I just want a peaceful life of farming and enjoying good food, he said wistfully. Hector laughed. That does sound good, but Ars knew it was a fleeting dream. Though I don't think I can be a pacifist in this world full of skirmishes between nobles. The idyllic image shattered, replaced by the thunder of hooves as he galloped forward, his hand thrust out. Fire. And so our training to become a true surviving force on the battlefield began. First up was practicing riding the hornless Valkyries. The men had to use physical enhancement just to stay on, resulting in horrible muscle aches. My whole body hurts, one groaned from the ground, but it was nothing a little meditation couldn't fix. Those who learned to ride proceeded to the next step, using magic while on horseback. It took a tremendous amount of practice to get used to, as wielding a weapon from a saddle is incredibly difficult. First, they practiced with the high-accuracy scatter shot before moving on to mastering the Ice Lance. Ice Lance, the command ripped from Ars's throat as the volley flew. This was the fighting style he had chosen. Our greatest advantage was our large number of Valkyries, so he was training magic soldiers who could ride and simultaneously hit the target he designated. By fighting from a distance, we could leverage their speed. Fire. The great boar fell and a cheer went up from the riders. We did it. The practice had gone well. Ars patted his mount's neck, observing the unit. My Valkyrie is also leading the flock by itself, so even if the riders aren't that good, we can keep formation. They moved with a fluid grace. With such great leadership, it's like you're all one big creature, like a school of fish. That was how we took the first steps to forming the Baruka army's magic cavalry. As training wrapped up, a triumphant voice called out, Ars Dono, I finally completed it. Gran stood before him, holding up a strange device. Feast your eyes on this. You're already done? Did you work with no sleep again? Ars asked. Gran just grinned. It's all fine. I'm a proper Barukan capable of using meditation, so I'm completely fine. Ars knew that meditation could restore stamina even without sleep. He took the device binoculars for viewing faraway objects. I only have a vague understanding of how it works, so I can't replicate it with magic. From the top of a tower, he raised them to his eyes. While in the distance, he could clearly see his mother hanging laundry. This works incredibly well, Gran, Ars exclaimed, amazed by the cold, bright view. Gran puffed out his chest with pride. I never make anything half-baked. Ars lowered the binoculars, a genuine smile on his face as he looked at the craftsman. To think he made this from the shabby diagram I gave him. His talent is anything but half-baked as well. A profound sense of gratitude for Gran washed over him. Just then, a small voice broke his reverie. Wow, Ars Nielsen, it's snowing. Carl stood by the window, watching the first flakes fall. Yeah, Ars replied, looking up from his desk. Makes sense. It was certainly cold today. Should we get something warm to drink? Ars savored the warm drink, sighing in contentment. Peace is awesome. The year had ended without Carlos ever asking for something unreasonable. Though they were summoned numerous times, the Baruka army was never sent into direct battle. Why? Because wherever they went, they constructed splendid roads and huge fortifications near the enemy bases. They made that overnight? The rebels would whisper in awe and terror. After seeing the huge number of troops gathering and the roads and fortresses that grew by the day, most of the enemies simply surrendered, raising the white flag without a fight. There were exceptions, of course, but Carlos had been the one to lead the troops to rout them. Thanks to the roads we built each time we were summoned, Fontana's infrastructure had grown quite excellent. Ars had even persuaded Carlos to waive the passage fees for the areas the rebels held. If you do, people and goods will flow more freely and you will certainly earn a lot from it. Carlos looked weary, feeling his arm had been twisted yet again. As a result, the cities in Fontana were doing much better, and even the Baruka Knight domain on the northern edge saw more people and goods coming through. He's really suspicious of me though, Ars thought of Carlos. But with winter's arrival, the flow of goods in the summons came to an end. Huddled by the window, watching the snow pile up, Ars shivered. When it gets this cold, I really feel like taking a bath. An onsen. Carl looked up from his book, confused. What are those, Ars Nielsen? I mean, I want to warm up by soaking myself in hot water, Ars explained. Carl just tilted his head. You are really weird sometimes. This world has purification magic, so the concept of a relaxing bath doesn't really click for them. Ars sighed, the fatigue of his duties settling on him. But boy, managing the territory's finances is just so exhausting. Just then, a familiar shape appeared at the window. A sharp kick came from the window pane. Valkyrie, Ars said, surprised. Q, came the reply from the snow-dusted sill. Bundling up in the winter coat Gran had made, Ars stepped outside. What's the matter? You want me to ride you? The Valkyrie nudged him insistently, and soon they were gliding silently through the snow-covered landscape. They stopped at the edge of a river where steam rose into the frigid air. Ars's eyes widened. Wait, is this a hot spring? He turned to his mount, tears of gratitude welling up. I see, you found it when you crossed the river back in the fight with the Fontana army, right? And you showed me because you heard me talking about hot springs. My Valkyrie is such a smart and kind kid, he exclaimed, sitting on a rock and dipping his feet into the heavenly warmth. This is paradise, an idea sparked. If there was a hot spring in nearby, people would definitely come. He leaped back onto his Valkyrie and galloped toward the village. Vargas, I would like to use a piece of open land in Linda village. Why are you in such a hurry so early? Vargas asked, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Ars eagerly pointed to a map. I'm going to lead a hot spring from the river. I think we can get a lot of customers if we build an inn where people can stay while they bathe. Vargas looked baffled by the concepts but nodded. An inn, huh? I'll relay that to the village elder. With permission granted, Ars began his work. He reached out with his magic, searching underground for the source. First, he would bury a hardened brick pipe directly down into the hot water, complete with a filter to separate out dirt and a cap to stop it from gushing out. Next, he laid a slanted, insulated pipe all the way from the river to Linda village. All that was left was to fill a bath and it would be complete, or so he thought. He stared in horror at the result. It was charming, but this is a damn pool, definitely not a hot spring. This is what you wanted, right, Ars? The villagers asked proudly. It was his own fault for leaving the work to people who had never heard of a bath. Kinda dismayed, but it can't be helped. It'll just have to be a Western-style open-air bath. He tested the water, the temperature was nearly perfect. He'd also installed a drain for hygiene, a channel that could run all the way to Barucania and fill an outer moat. Later, Carl posed a logical question. If you just wanted a bath, wouldn't heating some water from the well be much quicker? I don't really get it. He then added, but doesn't meditation relieve all your fatigue overnight anyway? Ars froze, flustered. And not good. What a calm and logical rebuttal. At this rate, Carl is going to think I'm a weird brother who made a ton of people work just because I wanted a bath. I can't allow it. He clenched his fist, an older brother's rampant pride taking over. I have to justify this. How do I get Carl to say, you're amazing, Ars Oniason? I need a lord-like idea. The next day, a new structure stood in Linda village, a strange building of hardened bricks and vast panes of glass. Vargas arrived, rapping his knuckles on the frame. What in the world are you planning on making here in Linda, General? Something wonderful, Vargas-kun, Ars declared with a flourish, trying to hide that he'd come up with it last night. This plan I totally spent ages on hatching is why I led the hot spring to Linda. What I built is something like a greenhouse. I was thinking hard about a way to grow crops in the winter. My previous attempts failed because at night the temperature fell to the same as outside. But now, he gestured to a pipe releasing steam. I should be able to keep it warm through the night using steam from the hot spring. Vargas stepped inside. Whoa, that sure is warm, General, Ars beamed. Hey Vargas, could you tell the villagers to try and grow something in this greenhouse? And that's how I ended up building a hot springs inn and a greenhouse in Linda, both completely foreign to this world. If this works out, our winter food situation will improve a lot, he said excitedly. He looked down at his mount. Thanks to you, Valkyrie, we can now do more stuff in the winter. What are you saying? The Valkyrie seemed to ask. Ars just hugged her tighter. I'm just so glad you hatched from that egg. My Valkyries are seriously amazing. They could run tirelessly, they had mastered all his magic, and their mana surpassed any common farmer. And now, a new quality was added to the list. They're also very resistant to temperature changes, having even discovered a hot spring. Their ability to handle both the boiling heat of the spring's source and the freezing winter cold cemented their strength as animals. As Ars clung to his mount for warmth, a familiar voice called out, "Hey, it's almost time for us to set out, boy. You two sure get along well, huh?" This is a grand opportunity, Ars declared, his eyes sparkling. Do what people don't is a fast rule of commerce. He held up a bunch of the Hatsuka beets we grew in the greenhouse, and so we will transport them by sleigh to Fontana City and sell them. Commerce, let's make it in. Although we'd improved the taste, Hatsuka were still regarded as livestock feed and didn't sell for much. However, the reaction from the townspeople was immediate. Excuse me, I'd like to get as many as I can, one woman cried. You normally can't eat fresh vegetables in the winter, and the winters in this world are brutally harsh. They seem to be low on supplies. In this world, it's common for the eldest son to be chased out of the house to look for work in the city, only to die in a gutter somewhere. Food is worth its weight in gold. Sorry, but we've sold all we brought today, Tryon announced. Oh no, a man groaned, but Ars called out, it's okay, we'll be back again tomorrow. The man stared. Really? You'll still have Hatsuka? Don't worry, Ars said with a confident grin, we're growing tons of it in Baruka. The winter Hatsuka trade was in full swing, and he ended up earning far more money than he thought he would. Riding through the snow on his Valkyrie-drawn sleigh, he felt like Santa Claus making bank while also doing a good deed. My Santa Claus activities continued all the way until the new year. With the profits secured and the people fed, my gaze turned to the future. Now then, it was time for the first big project of the new year. The winter air was crisp over the stone walls of Fontana City. Above it all, perched on a windswept hill, sat Carlo's castle, the heart of the region's New Year's traditions. My first great project as the new lord of Barucania was not one of conquest or construction, but of custom. I had come to fulfill the New Year's traditions of this land. Within the grand hall of the castle, I found my place in the long procession of knights. We all stood in a formal, winding line, waiting our turn to greet the lord who had knighted us. Being a newcomer meant I was last, a position that required a great deal of patience. Once the ceremony concluded, we moved to the hall of feasts for a standing dinner party, and it was there, amidst the clinking of glasses, that the whispers began. The word spread like a contagion. The rumored farmer knight, he's just a kid. I heard that bastard was selling produce in the middle of winter. In a room filled with the privileged sons of knightly families, I was an outcast, a commoner standing utterly alone. Despite being fellow knights in name, not a single person would keep my company. More rumors circulated that I used a different type of magic, that I had ties to some other powerful noble. They looked like a pain to deal with, so I decided to pretend I didn't notice them. Overcome with boredom, I decided to take a peek at the mana flowing through the guests. The difference was immediately obvious. The battle-hardened warriors had a thick, potent quality to their mana, unconsciously refined by the rigors of the battlefield. In contrast, the ones who had colluded with Raymond possessed mana so thin it was pathetic, lacking in both quality and quantity. As I took a bite of food, a different presence suddenly flared in my senses, startling me. What in the world was that? My eyes fell upon a serving girl. She didn't look like she'd ever been in a battle, but her mana quality was the best I had ever seen. It was also strangely uneven, unlike the knights whose mana covered their entire bodies. Intrigued, I approached her. "Excuse me, can I have a moment?" She turned with a serene expression, offering a tray of drinks. "Oh yes, what can I do for you?" Her calm demeanor was a stark contrast to the revelation shocking my senses. Was she doing it unconsciously, or was this some kind of special training? Her mana was entirely concentrated on her head. The feeling was bizarre. I leaned in close, my eyes wide with scientific curiosity. "Hey, can I ask for your name? Where do you live? I want to know everything about you." The girl flushed, taking a step back. Dear knight, could you give me some space?" A smooth, mocking voice sliced through my enthusiastic questioning. "Must be good to be you, ours, feeling free to solicit women the moment the new year dawns." I turned to see Carlos approaching, a smug grin plastered on his face. I sputtered, trying to defend myself. "It's not what it looks like, Carlos-sama. I didn't call out to her because she was a woman, but because there was something interesting about her." He waved off my explanation and addressed the girl directly. "Lilina, show ours to a private room and keep him company. You do nothing but read your books all day. This is a good opportunity." In the quiet of a private library, I felt a twinge of guilt for the awkward situation I'd created. As she set down 2 cups of tea, I ventured a question. "How do you know Carlos-sama, Lilina? He seemed to be concerned about you." "Carlos and I are related by blood," she answered simply. My jaw dropped. "Your siblings?" She clarified. "Carlos-sama was born to the Lord's wife. I was born to one of the maids here, so they were half-siblings, living almost as strangers under the same roof. They shared the same hair color, but where Carlos was a storm of ambition, Lilina was a pool of quiet reservation. Her beauty was otherworldly. "Why were you working as an attendant then?" I asked. She explained that noblewomen were expected to entertain guests, and Carlos, tired of her seclusion, had ordered her to participate this year, despite her being only 16. With a faint blush, she deftly changed the subject. Enough about that. What was it you wanted to ask me?" I seized the opportunity, my curiosity reignited. "I was looking at the mana of the people at the feast, and I noticed yours is all concentrated around your head. Who taught you that?" She looked genuinely confused. "Nobody taught me. It had to be an unconscious skill. I thought of my allies. Beidou strengthens his whole body with mana, while Vargas uses it as a shield. Concentrating it on the head would massively boost memory and processing speed. Her mana quality was already superb. This was a heaven-sent talent for both beauty and brains." A theory began to form. It may be your talent, or the fact that she reads books all day long. Like how the quality of my mana improves when I'm farming. I gestured around the library. "What kind of books do you have?" I thought back to the old man always complaining that writing letters to nobles was a waste of expensive parchment and time, filled with nothing but long-winded praises. I might be able to read, but if I were asked to read these classics without a dictionary, it'd all be nonsense to me. I held up a dense leather-bound volume. "I don't understand a word of this. Could you relay to me what this book says in an easy-to-understand manner?" Seeing her surprise, I pressed on. "You have history books, right? I barely know any history. For example, why did the royal family, which united all the nobility, decline so much?" Lilina paused, then gave a small nod. "I don't know if I will be able to explain to your satisfaction, Ars Dono, but allow me to try my best." She began to recount the history of a land once peaceful and isolated, ruled by its founder, the first royal, a wizard like no other. She explained how the founder used the church's naming system to command all the land's wizards, with his descendants becoming the royal family and the wizards becoming the nobles. But after many generations, she continued, her tone somber. A tyrant, King Nero, enraged by dissent, ordered the disloyal nobles to be purged. He didn't realize that by severing those mana paths, he was destroying his own power. Only a portion of the nobles were purged, Lilina clarified, but with their power lost, his position as king weakened. He lost the ability to invoke the Grand Spell, a magic only the king was capable of, powerful enough to wipe an entire town from the map. It clicked. This was just like what Paulo had told me. He said his rank rose after I named him, granting him enough mana to use healing magic. And if his rank were to fall, he would lose the mana and thus the ability to use that magic. It all made sense. There's no way of knowing what spells exist if you don't have the mana to use them. The Grand Spell was the ultimate trump card, a spell requiring so much mana that it kept the royal family at the top. After losing it, Nero saw his error and tried to mend his relationships, but few nobles were willing to obey a king who had lost his power. That was the end of the royal family's dominance, and the beginning of the endless skirmishes between nobles that continue to this day. I was floored. I never imagined I would be able to hear the history in such detail. Thank you, Lilina. I picked up another book and tried to sound out the title. Neroidiot. Lilina gave a small, amused smile. I don't think I'd see such language in a priceless history book. She let out a soft laugh. Now that you mention it, I was quite surprised as well. I think fairy tales might be easier to read. I found myself smiling back. She really loves her books. At that moment, a firm knock came from the door. Come in. Nisan, I'm coming in. A young man with reddish hair entered. Her younger brother. What's the matter, Lion? She asked. He nodded towards me. Carlos-sama told me I'd find you here. Excuse me, R-sama, Lilina said, making the introductions. This is my little brother, Lion. The boy's eyes were sharp. I know, his rumors precede him. I was still confused. Excuse me. I heard Carlos was the only son. You being Lilina's brother must mean you're related to Carlos-sama as well, right? No, Lilina explained. I was born to my mother and the Lord, but Lion was born to our mother's current husband. What a complicated family situation. Lion grinned, poking his sister's arm. Stop it. I've never seen Nisan enjoying talking to a man before. You're beet red, Nisan. As they bickered, I could see how close they were. Lion's expression became serious as he turned to me. My sister is very reserved, so I was worried. Please take good care of my sister. I nodded. Lilina's stories are very enjoyable since she knows so much about history. He was probably only 13 or 14, but he had the presence of an adult. More than that, his mana quality was even better than Lilina's. As we spoke, I saw him focus mana on his eyes. He was sizing me up. This boy was crazy, and I would like to talk with him again someday. After Lion departed, Lilina turned to me, her face flushed as she fidgeted with her dress. Excuse me, R-sama. I looked at her, waiting. Yeah. It's nothing, she stammered quickly. Before I could press her, Carlos's voice boomed from the doorway, filled with smug triumph. Welcome, Ars, your marriage is now set. I stared, my mind a complete blank. From his chair, Carlos watched me with an amused expression as if he'd just won a grand prize. Marriage, huh? Your marriage is now set, Carlos declared, his voice echoing with finality as he held up the official notice. We'll hold the ceremony in the spring once the snows thaw. A wonderful arrangement, wouldn't you agree? Below, Ars could only recoil, crossing his arms in a defiant X. No, thank you. A knowing smirk played on Carlos's lips. HMPH. And the bride is Liliana, of course. I'm well aware you've taken a liking to her. He leaned back, adding, her brother Lion has already given his consent, entrusting her to your care. The memory of Lion's parting words, then please take good care of my sister, slammed into Ars, the true weight of that request finally dawning on him. A memory of Liliana, her cheeks flushed and eyes wide as she stammered his name, flashed through his mind. I see now, he muttered to himself, the pieces clicking into place with agonizing slowness. Damn it, I was the only one who had no idea what was happening. Carlos-sama, I'm only 10 years old. Ars protested, the absurdity of it all boiling over. Carlos's gaze was cold and pragmatic from his seat of power. For a noble, that is the normal age for marriage. Furthermore, your own position is still delicate. By marrying my blood relative, you will solidify your standing. It is a boon you cannot afford to refuse. But what about Liliana's parents? What do they think? Ars pressed, clinging to some hope of reason. The question was met with a cold silence before Carlos stated flatly, they have passed away. The words hung in the air. This was what they called a political marriage, a direct connection to Carlos, a clear benefit to his own ambitions. Even if her parents were alive, I wouldn't entertain their objections, Carlos continued, his tone leaving no room for debate. Liliana has known since she was a child that she would never be truly free. A day would come when she would be used as a bargaining chip. In fact, she has already received numerous proposals. This is the fate of those born into nobility, Carlos asserted, his voice sharp. If she marries the wrong man, she could lose everything, even the simple pleasure of reading her books. That is precisely why Lion entrusted her to you, so make up your mind and quickly. Riding through the snow-dusted woods, Ars sighed. Carlos's words, though harsh, were undeniably rooted in concern for Liliana. Still, it all felt too rushed. His mind drifted back to a quieter moment, to her voice, soft with a hint of jealousy. You absorb new words just like dry land absorbs water, Ars-sama. I was much older than you when I first read that book. He had brushed it off, insisting she was just a good teacher, but her smile had been radiant. You know, she confessed, her eyes crinkling with joy, I've never spoken with anyone about books like this before. This is the most fun I've ever had. The memory warmed him, but as he rode on, a new anxiety settled in. Now, how am I going to tell everyone? What? You're getting married? Bite's roar of outrage was predictable. You dare get married before I do, Ars, and to a noble lady no less. Some people have all the damn luck. Ars tried to placate him. Well, Liliana will probably bring a maid. Maybe you can, you idiot. That's not what I mean. Just you watch me, Ars, Bite declared, pointing a finger to the heavens. I'm gonna get stronger, do amazing stuff, and marry a super pretty lady. I won't lose to you. At home, the mood was more subdued. It's incredible, Kyle beamed. Marrying a noble is on another level, but his mother's smile was tinged with sadness. Congrats, Ars Nielsen, but I suddenly feel a little lonely. I was sure you had no interest in getting married, Hector remarked later, watching his younger brother. You were always playing by yourself as a kid. Ars gave a small, weary laugh. I'm still only 10, so I'm not interested really. He rested his chin on his hand, his thoughts drifting. It was true that he had no personal interest, but the strategic advantages for Baruchania were undeniable, and besides, she did seem like a very sweet girl. Bite leaned in, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. Huh, you're holding something back, aren't you? He accused. You're being a pain, Beto na. Ars deflected, a faint blush betraying his composure. With a weary sigh, Ars decided to shift the conversation to solid ground. Putting all that aside, it's true the marriage will benefit us. In fact, thanks to this union, the castle construction Gran has been so eager for can finally begin. Bite scoffed, can't you just build one on your own? You did it at North River without permission. That's right, Ars beamed, his enthusiasm infectious. We plan to make the castle here in Baruchania extra luxurious to show off my authority. During the marriage talks, I declared, I need to make the greatest home possible, worthy of Liliana Fontana. Thanks to that, we can go a little overboard without anyone complaining. And so the official construction of Baruchania Castle began. The most obvious way to project power was height, a towering spire reaching for the clouds. But then, pragmatism set in. It would be an absolute pain to keep clean, he mused, and the only people visiting are me and my housekeeper. He decided to refrain from showing authority through sheer scale. How else to build something that garners respect? Something imposing. His mind drifted to the memories of his past life, to images of gods and Buddhas always depicted with a radiant halo. Something divine. Maybe lighting, he whispered, a spark igniting in his eyes. That's it. He found Gran immediately. You know how we're drowning in requests for the window glass we used in town? We'll build a castle with it, something no one has ever seen before. Gran looked skeptical. I get what you're trying to say, but a castle covered in windows won't seem very imposing. Of course, Ars grinned, I'm not talking about ordinary glass. I want to use stained glass, he declared with a flourish. Gran just stared. So, what is stained glass? Ars ignored the question and began to paint a picture with his words. Imagine, visitors to Baruchania will enter the castle for an audience. And they will find me standing with my back to a large, ornate window. The colorful light passing through it will create the impression of a halo behind me. For those seeing it for the first time, the experience will be unforgettable. It's perfect for projecting authority. He paused. Though it might end up looking more like a cathedral. Let's make it blue, the color of mana. Whoa, Gran, now fully on board, produced a flurry of blueprints based on Ars's drawings. Since the appearance will change with the angle of the sun, we'll need to orient it carefully. The others pointed out a flaw. Because of all the glass, it will be quite weak to attacks. I thought we'd depend on the inner and outer walls, Ars mused, but a secret passageway for emergencies is an excellent idea. The plans were finalized. Private quarters for him, living space for the staff, a meeting hall for important figures, and the grand audience hall with its stained glass centerpiece. I've already tasked the citizens with making hardened bricks during the winter, Ars announced. I'll leave most of the construction to Gran. While I'm in charge of the stained glass. But before tackling the full-sized masterpiece, he knelt on the workshop floor to experiment with model-sized pieces, testing colors and compositions. This might take up too much of the space. No, this one's too dark. All right, it's perfect. After countless adjustments, he presented the finished model. Whoa, that's amazing, Ars Nissen, Kyle exclaimed, holding the miniature building. It's so small, but it looks so real. Ars smiled. This might sell well as a children's toy, or perhaps nobles would buy it as art. You're going to build a big one now? Kyle asked. Yeah, I'll have Gran build it and use this as the model. A thought struck Kyle, but couldn't you just make the whole thing with magic? The words hit Ars like a physical blow. He froze, the model clutched in his hands. I completely forgot I could do that. He'd gotten so used to making simple four-walled structures, the obvious had escaped him. Thank you, Carl, we might be done much sooner than planned. A few days later, Wian arrived, his jaw slack with astonishment as he stared at the magnificent structure before him. Ars Sama. I had no idea such a splendid castle existed in the Baruka Night Dome. I'm so glad I came to check on things before the wedding. Ars grinned. Of course you didn't, we just finished it. With a grand, sweeping gesture, Ars welcomed him. Welcome to Baruka Castle, he announced, pointing out the various wings, the audience hall, the employee quarters, and the main reception hall. As they walked down a long corridor, the sound of their footsteps echoing on the polished stone, Wian's gaze was drawn forward. The Baruka Night Dome was originally just a small territory with 2 villages, Ars explained. So I thought we'd need a castle at least this grand to welcome the princess. She's nowhere near a princess in status, though, Ars clarified, his expression turning serious. You may have heard she's the child of the previous lord and a maid. The Graham family, which has served the Fontana family for generations, was even a knightdom once. Wian nodded slowly. Yes, Carlos Sama told me that Raymond Dono buried the Graham family. Suspicious, isn't it? Ars muttered. Doesn't that mean Raymond Dono had something to do with your father's death? Wian shook his head with a sad smile. My father was his political enemy. He merely used the opportunity to confiscate our territory. It's an old story. It would be difficult for Carlos Sama to reclaim it now that it's been divided among other houses. I'm grateful for your consideration, Ars Sama, Wian said, his voice firm and clear. But I cannot afford to get hung up on a past I cannot change. I would rather focus on what I can do now for the future. He looked at Ars, a new light in his eyes. And so, I have a request for you. Do you allow me to serve you? Wian asked, his voice ringing with passion. Reviving the Graham family is my dearest wish, and for that I need to achieve results in battle, but I've never even fought before. Ars was taken aback. Wouldn't it make more sense to ask Carlos Sama to put you in the vanguard? It's embarrassing to admit, Wian confessed, but my family can't even mount a suitable force to stand on the battlefield right now. But not long ago, he continued, his voice swelling with pride, the Graham family was at the pinnacle of knights with many others serving under us. My late father taught me command and many useful tactics since I was a child. I'm certain that I will prove of use to you in battle. Ars processed the proposal. So you want to serve as a tactician and commander, he clarified. That way you can earn achievements even without troops of your own, all in service of reviving your family. Yes, Wian affirmed, his gaze unwavering. A wide smile spread across Ars's face. Okay, you will work by my side, Lion. The relief on Lion's face was palpable. Naturally, Ars then raised a finger. Since you were taught, that means you can read and do math as well, right? In that case, I'd like you to help me not only in battle but with regular work too. As they walked up the grand staircase, Ars added, are you still in contact with the people who worked for the Graham territory? If you ever have the chance, tell them to come work for us. We'd be especially glad to welcome anyone experienced in territory management. Lion stopped, overwhelmed. Territory management. You'd entrust me with such important duties. Of course, Ars chirped. You'll be my little brother soon enough. Lion's face flushed with determination and gratitude, and as the older brother, it's my duty to help you out. I shall go find them and bring them all to Baruka right away. As they continued their tour, a sharp, disdainful voice cut through the air. Good grief. Have they no tact building such a gaudy building? I honestly doubt their sanity. Gran, who had just joined them, bristled instantly. Are you criticizing my work? He growled. The voice replied coolly, oh, so it was made by some seedy nobody like you? I guess it makes sense then. A woman with long, dark hair and an imperious air stepped into view. Don't act like that in front of Ars Sama, it's rude. She snapped at Gran, who immediately shrank back. Ars sighed, a weary smile on his face. Good grief, Clarice. A woman with an unnervingly placid smile glided forward. Pardon my rudeness, Ars Sama, Lion Sama, she began, her voice as smooth as polished stone. Lion, flustered, rushed to apologize for her. I am Lilina's personal attendant, the woman continued, her gaze unwavering. My name is Clarice. I'm delighted to make your acquaintance, Clarice said with a slight bow, though her smile never wavered. As Lion led her away to check on wedding preparations, Gran grumbled, it sounded like you were arguing with her. What happened? Clarice's voice drifted back, cool and precise. I merely suggested we get rid of this needlessly gaudy interior and replace it with something more appropriate. That's right, Gran roared, gesturing wildly at the ornate vases and chests. All of these are masterpieces I crafted with my own 2 hands. Ars tried to placate him, but then considered Clarice's point. But if every single inch of this castle is covered in such works, he mused aloud, it will be taken as me showing off excessively. In short, it's like I'm exposing my recent rise to power. Objection, Gran yelled. This castle was made by Ars Dono and myself. What baseless opinions other people have don't matter. Clarice sighed, her eyes narrowing with a chilling intensity. Don't you take noble society so lightly, she warned, her voice dropping. Don't you realize that the one you will be dragging through the mud if you ignore noble values and aesthetics is Ars Sama himself? Gran muttered his frustrations, but Clarice pressed her advantage, her expression turning deceptively sweet. It's true Gran and I are predisposed towards functionality and practicality, Ars admitted. Clarice seized the opening. How merciless to say that with a smile, she chided gently before delivering her final blow. And so, Ars Sama, it would be my honor if you left the interior decoration to me. Don't you think it's a good idea? I guarantee that not only will your wedding be held in splendor, but your life together afterwards will also be spent in the most well-decorated environment possible, Clarice declared. Ars, feeling outmaneuvered, could only agree. But then she continued, her eyes sparkling with ambition. I want to invite famous master craftsmen like Almarie and Barbara to come here and make furniture worthy of this castle. A jolt went through Ars. Huh, you want me to invite craftsmen? As Gran began to protest again, Clarice cut him off sharply. Please shut up, Gran-san. But before the argument could reignite, Ars intervened. Hold it. Getting that done before the ceremony is simply impossible, Clarice. There's just not enough time. A brilliant idea suddenly struck him, and his expression brightened. In that case, I can just ask Asen to put up an event for it. That way I can have all the merchants that come to Barcania gather interior decorations for me easily. I was thinking something like a quality check, Ars explained, gaining momentum. We'll say it's to ascertain the discerning eyes of our merchants. If what they bring satisfies you, we can give them a certificate. Claris's eyes lit up, a frying pan appearing in her hand as if by magic. Perfect. Ars continued, if you approve of them as having a good eye, I'm sure the merchants would do their best to bring something excellent. Claris's enthusiasm cooled slightly as she considered a practical issue. That does sound tempting. But this castle is still too unique. How would merchants who have never seen the inside of it before even hope to find something that matches well? Ars pondered this, realizing the merchants wouldn't risk bringing expensive things that could be robbed without some confidence they could sell them. But we do have something that could help them find what matches, Ars exclaimed, hopping up from his seat. I think I left it over here. He returned holding a detailed, small-scale model of the audience hall. What if we distributed this model we made before we actually built it? If you open it, you can get the gist of how it looks inside, Ars explained, presenting the delicate model. Claris was utterly captivated. It's so delicate and beautiful. I can't believe something like this exists. She stammered before eagerly asking, could you possibly also prepare one of those models for me? I simply must show them to Lilina-sama. Even Gran was won over. Of course it would. Wouldn't this make finding an interior that suits the castle easier? Lion, ever the pragmatist, voiced a concern. That'd be too careless. It would be dangerous to show just anyone exactly how the castle is constructed. Ars grinned, unfazed. Would it be fine if I kept the exterior and the audience hall the same but messed around with the other stuff? Alright, I'll make a few models and give them to Asen to share among the merchants, Ars declared, turning to Claris. And then you will be in charge of choosing the products that suit this castle best. He then glanced at the still simmering craftsman. I assume you're fine with that too, Gran. Gran grunted in assent. I will join the interior judging as well. I need to make sure Claris doesn't only choose based on appearances and buy some useless crap. And so the merchant quality check event started. Standing on a balcony overlooking the main street, Ars was stunned by the turnout. There's a lot more than I thought there'd be, he breathed, watching the massive crowd. A lot of merchants came even from outside Fontana, claiming they have the best taste. The excitement was palpable. It's all thanks to the model of Baruka Castle, one merchant exclaimed. Not only is something so meticulously crafted rare, but people have never seen anything like the stained glass in the audience hall before. Another added, and to top it off, you can earn a stamp of approval from the Graham family. It's like a festival for merchants. The judging was a clash of wills. Gran's eyes widened at a piece of intricate furniture. Whoa, what incredible craftsmanship. It's a mechanical doll, he marveled. Beside him, Claris maintained her serene smile and delivered a one-word verdict. Rejected, just no. As another merchant presented their wares, Gran leaned towards Claris, his voice a low growl. Are you really going to allow defective goods like these to enter our castle, Claris Dono? It will be as good as new after a little repair. Through the grueling battle of tastes between Gran and Claris, Baruka Castle was approaching perfection. The once over-the-top reception hall was transformed into a clean and stylish space. This sure seems like a better place to live in now, Ars said, smiling though he winced internally. Claris had no mercy on my wallet. Almost all the money I had saved up was sacrificed. Hey, Ars, a familiar voice called out. It was Maddox San carrying stacks of ledgers. The merchant quality check is finally over. We've also itemized everything. Ars greeted him warmly. Asen, Maddox San, thanks for all your hard work. It was a ton of work, Maddox admitted, but thanks to you we were spared from dealing with any problematic merchants. He explained the system. Merchants passed or failed based on 3 conditions: quality, aesthetics, and whether or not they had engaged in any wrongdoing. Those who fulfilled all 3 became 3-star merchants, dramatically improving the quality of trade in the Free City. Let's regularly hold this quality check to keep the quality of the goods traded in the Free City high, Ars proposed enthusiastically. As he looked out over the bustling city, he reflected on the outcome. Just as the castle's interior had improved, so too had the quality of goods and people coming to the Baruka Knightdom. It had been a learning moment. The preparations were complete. Standing in the soft light filtering through the trees, Lilina, adorned in a beautiful gown and a wreath of flowers, looked on with wide, shimmering eyes. He approached on a white steed with antlers like a great stag, its breath misting in the cool air. With a gentle smile, he dismounted and offered her his hand. She placed her hand in his, and he gently helped her onto the steed. Their fingers intertwined as they began their procession, a symbol of their new journey together. On a day with a warm spring breeze that breathed life back into the land, Lilina and I held our wedding ceremony. Before the assembly of our friends and family, beneath the magnificent rose window, we sealed our union with a kiss. We were married surrounded by cheers, with the beautiful light shining through the stained glass. The festivities continued, unabated, for 3 full days. Our wedding ceremony's always this intense? Ars groaned, utterly spent. Lilina smiled. Most couples stop receiving congratulations after a day or 2, but it seems you're very popular. After the ceremony, people had lined up outside the castle, each wanting to give their personal congratulations. There's also the fact that I used to be a farmer, Ars mused, so all kinds of people just showed up. And what were they all after? The food, a chef from the Graham family declared proudly. It was the custom to treat everyone who shows up to your ceremony, noble and commoner alike, to a meal. This meant commoners and farmers came in droves for the high-class food they'd never get a chance to eat otherwise. Can't really blame them, Ars thought, licking his lips. It was all so delicious. You know, I was very happy I was allowed to be the minister at your wedding, Ars, Bishop Paulo said with a warm smile. Ars bowed his head. Thank you so much for taking the time when you're so busy. The bishop waved it off. I've been traveling all over the Fontana lands, but thanks to the roads you built, it's much easier than it used to be. And the stained glass of this castle is truly magnificent. The bishop's expression grew serious. However, Ars, there has been one thing that's been bothering me. I didn't come across a single church in the entirety of your castle town. A cold sweat broke out on Ars's brow. Oh crap, he thought I completely forgot about the church. He tried to deflect, stammering, well, but isn't the church in Baruka village good enough for now? The bishop's eyes narrowed. So you're saying that a church isn't needed in your city, aren't you? Ars recoiled as if struck. I would never, he shouted, then quickly changed his tune. I've naturally made sure to set aside land to build the church on. That's right, in the southeastern area, I will definitely make a church there. The bishop's smile returned as he prepared to leave. I pray you two will be happy together. He paused at the door, turning back. Oh right, I almost forgot Ars. He patted Ars on the shoulder. Churches in big cities always come with an orphanage. So please do make sure the church here will also have one. The request left Ars with a new, weighty responsibility to consider. So, following Bishop Paulo's demand, a new church and orphanage were planned for the southeast district of the castle town. I only recently became a bishop myself, the gentle nun explained, her hands clasped together, so I'm pleased to hear a new church is being built. It would be a tremendous help. Paulo gestured to her, entrusting the new parish to the young woman who had assisted him in Baruka. Seeing the two of them would be managing it all, Ars made a practical suggestion. I suppose I should connect the church and the orphanage with a covered corridor. We have materials left over from the castle, so it won't take long. With a confident smile, Bishop Paulo accepted the terms. All right, I'll be counting on you then, Ars, God bless you. And with that, he was gone. Ars stared after him, completely flustered. You really think so? He really left this time, right? Lelina watched him, a serene smile on her face. Bishop Paulo appears to be a truly good man. She prepared to pour him some tea. Lelina elaborated, I find the way he tells you wherever you fall short without mercy very valuable. Ars, however, still looked troubled. I'm just afraid of him because he knows my weakness and I have no idea when he might come threatening me. He sighed, accepting the cup from Lelina. But well, building a church is not a bad thing in and of itself, and most importantly. Heavy sack of coins materialized on the table with a soft thud, startling him. He got me funds to build the church. The timing was too perfect, making him wonder if the bishop had a complete grasp of his economic situation. His mind began to race. An orphanage, a church, I guess I should make a school as well then. The thought solidified into a plan. Even with the people from the Graham family, he was desperately short on staff for clerical work. Vocational school might be the perfect solution. Explained the growing problem to Lelina. An urban legend was spreading like wildfire, a rumor that anyone who came to Barucania would be granted the family name. While wealthy merchants were buying up land, a more desperate crowd was also arriving with no money, hoping for a handout. We finally have peace with the Fontana family, and I owe the church for overlooking my misuse of naming. I can't just hand out the Baruca surname haphazardly. He gestured frantically towards the imaginary city walls. But if I ignore them, a slum will spring up outside the city before long. Ars shot to his feet, his mind made up. All right, let's make a vocational school. I gave everyone who did a good job working on the castle permission to live inside the city, but day laboring is too unstable. I need to get them proper jobs. He laid out his grand vision, growing more animated by the second. At the school, we'll teach how to read, write, and do math, and at the vocational school, we'll teach crafts. The words hung in the air, and the sheer scale of the undertaking suddenly crashed down upon him. Oh crap. He slumped back down, flustered. Sorry, we just got married and here I am, completely focused on managing the territory. Lelina's expression was soft and understanding. Don't worry. Just like Bishop Paulo, I was amazed by the wonderful road leading here. And north of her castle was so amazing, I thought it was your palace at first. She beamed at him, her eyes full of admiration. I feel you're a truly good lord because you think of the territory all the time. Her mind drifted back to their arrival, to the sea of kind, joyful faces that had welcomed them. She remembered the children, laughing as they placed a crown of wildflowers on her head. In that moment, she knew instantly that this was a place where people could lead peaceful lives. Our world is beset by starvation and strife, so I'm in awe, she confessed, her voice filled with emotion. She looked at him, seeing not just a boy but the architect of this sanctuary. Being born into a noble family means you will never have true freedom. I was prepared to lead a life where my desires meant nothing, knowing the day would come when I'd be used as a pawn in a political play. But now, I want us to protect this wonderful happiness you've created together. With her hands pressed to her heart, her eyes shining, she made her vow. Let me stay by your side for the rest of our lives. Ars was stunned into a blushing silence. He'd always thought marriage was something far off in his future, but hearing her say it, it wasn't half bad, it was great even. His thoughts were interrupted by an arriving youth. Ars Nielsen, sorry I'm late, it was Carl. But Ars, filled with a new sense of purpose from Lelina's words, was already looking past him. Thank goodness it was Lelina I met. I feel really fired up now. Before them stood the fruit of their recent labor, gleaming in the sun. Wayo, it's all done, the church and orphanage. And beside them stood two more new buildings, one marked school and the other vocational school. Carl stared in wonder at the sprawling complex. Amazing, Ars smiled, pleased with the result. It's a little away from the center, but there's plenty of space, right? Ars turned to the boy, a brilliant idea taking shape. Now then, Carl Kun, I want you to be a teacher at the school. Carl's jaw dropped. Me? A teacher? Who? Ars pointed toward a stack of paperwork, his expression serious. I need many things to create and maintain a proper bureaucracy for Baruka Knightdom, and one of them is increasing the literacy rate of the people. He explained the problem he'd encountered. The villagers were originally poor farmers, so almost none of them could read or write. Relying on verbal reports and memorization was inefficient and prone to error. And so I'll have them all learn how to read and write with memory preservation, or at least I thought I would. He slumped over a desk covered in near illegible scrawls. Even if they knew the words, their handwriting was atrocious and they couldn't organize their thoughts, let alone perform arithmetic. That's where the school comes in, Ars announced. He laid out his plan for Carl. I'll have merchants lecture the students in literature and math when they are in town as temporary lecturers, and I'll have the chiefs and the knowledgeable elders teach daily wisdom and history of the area to the kids as regular lecturers. He grinned, adding the final incentive. Once they're done for the day, they'll be treated to a delicious all-you-can-eat lunch. I'm sure that will lure more people in as well. Carl Ars continued, his gaze intense. I want you to teach them how to focus on mana on their heads. Their heads will work better, and they should be able to learn quicker. He explained that Carl's own advanced intellect was a result of this very technique, which he'd practiced since he was small. It was how he'd become smart enough to handle all the quality check documents for their projects. Carl looked down, a shadow crossing his face. I just wanted to be a little useful. He murmured, the memory of his own plight causing the conflict with the nobles still fresh. It's my fault we had to fight, yet I could do nothing to help in the battle. He looked up, his expression transformed by a new resolve, and clenched his fist. I'll do it. I'll be a teacher. I'll teach everyone how to control their mana well so they can learn language and math. Ars beamed, ruffling the boy's hair affectionately. All right. Guess I could ask you to do something else for me too. He leaned in with a grin. Could you make sure to have lunch with everyone in the school after class? Carl's face lit up with a brilliant smile. Okay. Thanks, Ars Nielsen. Ars watched him, thinking how responsible and kind the 7-year-old was. With Carl teaching them, the students would pick up mana control right away. And the duty of checking the lunch was an important one, so long as Carl didn't overwork himself. The problem, Ars mused with a deadpan expression, was the head teacher of the vocational school, Gran. The man appeared with manic energy, declaring, you can easily work a few weeks in a row without sleep. And don't worry, if you collapse I'll be there to wake you up right away. From behind a wall, Carl and the other students peeked out, terrified. Ars sighed. He had tasked Gran with training craftsmen for a host of necessary trades, furniture from the forest preserve, charcoal, even saddles and stirrups for the Valkyries. There were so many things he needed artisans for, but Gran's teaching methods were unorthodox. With the rising popularity of stained glass, he needed more glassworkers, but his most pressing need was for a craftsman who could make lenses. He crossed his arms, gritting his teeth in frustration. I wish Gran would just make whatever I tell him to. He had tried. Gran, could I ask you to make a few more binoculars for me? He'd requested. The craftsman had thrown his hands up in disgust. Making the same stuff again and again is a pain. That kind of boring work is more suited for someone like you, Ars Dono. The man was an innovator with incredible design skills but absolutely no desire for production. A useful but useless worker. Ars's plan to have students make copies of Gran's work was failing because his intensity was scaring them all off. Riding through a vast golden wheat field, Ars let the problem of Gran fade from his mind. The harvest would be soon. Whoa, what a sight, he exclaimed, the breeze rustling the stalks around him. I want to show this to Lilina. Familiar voice broke his reverie. That's right, General. The harvest is starting soon. It was Vargas, looking uncharacteristically grim. I pass through this wheat field every day on my way to and from the training area. Ars looked at him, confused. Isn't that a good thing? Vargas's expression darkened. But General, the harvest this year is gonna be way too much. I really hate thrashing, General, Vargas admitted with a deep sigh. He explained the laborious, traditional method. First, you beat the wheat in a bag to get the grain off the ear, then you sift it, letting the grain fall from a distance so the wind blows away the light trash, leaving only the heavy wheat behind. He looked out over the endless expanse of wheat, thoroughly dejected. General, I get all depressed just imagining thrashing this entire field. Ars patted his shoulder in solidarity. He understood. His ground leveling and soil improvement spells had massively increased the crop yield, but the local farming techniques hadn't progressed to match, largely because the long civil war had constantly pulled men away from the fields. I think thrashing's a pain as well, you know, Ars said brightly, leading a surprised Vargas to a nearby structure. And so I made this when I was a kid. It's a thresher. He presented a wooden contraption with a large comb, though its teeth were worn and tattered. I'm not too happy with it. It's not very durable because the teeth are made of wood. I want to make one you can make rotate by stepping on a pedal, like this. Ars explained, his hands flying as he described the mechanism. Vargas's face lit up. That would indeed be helpful to have. A plan formed instantly in Ars's mind. It's a good chance. I'll go tell Gran the gist of it and have him make it. Gran won't make more than one, so I'll have the vocational school students take notes as he makes it. The foot-powered thrashing machine worked like a dream. With a steady whirring sound, it stripped the grains from the stalks with incredible speed. This is amazing, General, Vargas shouted over the noise, feeding another bundle in. The thrashing will be over in a jiffy like this. Ars watched, relieved. I want to have a few of them made and given out. Vargas grinned at him, wiping sweat from his brow. Now that we've made a thrashing machine, I feel we just need one more thing. You've got another great tool in mind, don't you? Ars flushed slightly. Well, this one is just a thought. I have no idea whether we can even make it or not. Vargas laughed heartily. How can I not be curious after you had such a convenient tool made? You always do such weird stuff, General, Vargas declared with a grin. I'm looking forward to it. The words made Ars pause. Wait, am I considered a weirdo by people? He mulled it over as his Valkyrie nudged him. A small smile touched his lips. Well, it's okay, I'm fine. As he rode back toward the magnificent castle where Lilina waited, he felt a sense of peace. Even if he was a weirdo, he was surrounded by people who trusted him enough to let him do as he pleased. He had a family. He would create a place where they could spend every day without worry. Waving brightly, he made a silent promise. Let's do our best as a lord tomorrow as well. In a cold stone hall far away, a stern-faced commander issued his orders, his voice echoing off the walls. Report any change, no matter how small. Send orders to all the nobles. His gaze was sharp and unforgiving. We're reconquering Einred Hill. Time to end this old feud. Pedal-powered thresher was a resounding success, a clattering, whirring marvel of efficiency. But the next step, grinding the separated grain into flour, proved to be a maddening roadblock. Spread out on the floor amidst a sea of discarded schematics, Ars flopped in defeat. He had tried to improve the simple, human-powered querns, but every design was a failure. He let out a groan of frustration, biting his lip in thought. Hey, why are you rolling around on the floor? A cheerful voice asked. It was Carl holding a stack of documents. He surveyed the chaotic room, trying to build something new again. Ars sat up. Yeah, Gran sketched out a basic design for me and I sent him off to lecture the workers, but I'm completely stuck. Carl's smile was encouraging. Everyone's learning so quickly. You must be a wonderful teacher. With renewed energy, Ars grabbed a diagram and began to explain his grand vision. It's a building I call a windmill. It uses these sturdy sails to catch the wind, transferring the force through axles and cogwheels to turn the querns automatically. Carl's eyes widened. Using the power of the wind is an amazing idea. He then tilted his head, pointing to the plans. But if you already know how it works, what's troubling you? The blades won't turn if the wind isn't blowing the right way, right? Ars slumped, the problem hitting him all over again. I want to make it so the sails can be turned, but I have no idea how. Carl, however, looked untroubled. Do you really need a function like that? It's not like we need to grind flour every single day of the year. He offered a brilliantly simple alternative. Couldn't you just build 4 windmills, each one facing a different cardinal direction? The simplicity of the idea struck Ars like a bolt of lightning. 4 windmills, of course, at least one would always be turning. He stared at Carl, a slow grin spreading across his face. Flexible thinking, I see. He realized he'd been too caught up in perfectly replicating technology from his old world. He scooped Carl into a hug. You're so smart, Carl, stop it. Carl squirmed, embarrassed but pleased. So the plan was put into action. 4 towering windmills were erected in the northwest, where the vast wheat fields stretched to the horizon. With the new threshers and mills, even the magically increased harvest could be processed without delay. A burly farmer clapped Ars on the shoulder, his face beaming with gratitude. I feel like the wheat fields will appear much less intimidating to me next year, thanks to you, General. I finally found you, Ars-sama. A woman from the Graham family rushed towards him out of breath. Ars froze, a blush of guilt creeping up his neck. You were supposed to have a lesson in manners from Clara Sand today. It completely slipped my mind, she scolded. Carl-sama has been waiting patiently and Clara Sand's silence is ominous. Please hurry. Just as Ars was about to apologize, a rider thundered into the courtyard on a lathered horse. Ars, the man bellowed, his face etched with urgency. There's an envoy from Fontana, and it doesn't look like an internal squabble this time. Ars turned from his forgotten lesson, his expression instantly serious, and gestured to his subordinate. Vargas, I'll leave this to you. From the castle ramparts, Ars and Carl watched the long column of soldiers marching out. The summons had always been for conflicts within Fontana's borders, brief month-long deployments, but this was different. This time, they were marching east towards a piece of land known as Einred Hill. The journey alone would take a month. Factoring in the fighting and the return trip, winter might be upon them before they saw home again. Are you all right, Carl? Ars asked softly. The army was being deployed in force. Even Tryon San was gone, leaving only a few of the Graham family's men behind. Carl, I'll be leaving Baruka Knightdom in your hands. Carl clenched his fist, his gaze fixed on the departing soldiers. He knew that until now, every task Ars had given him was just a way of looking after him, of teaching him. But this was different. With almost the entire army gone, the defense of their home rested on his shoulders. This was the land of the Baruka Knightdom, and he was being trusted to protect it. With a surge of determination, Carl turned to Ars. But this time it's different. I'm fine. This is my chance to repay Ars Nielsen. Ars watched him, a gentle smile touching his lips. I see. He placed a hand on Carl's shoulder. I know it's for Ars, but don't work yourself too hard. Carl nodded firmly. I won't. As their own contingent rode out, a map of the region solidified in Ars's mind. Their first objective was to rendezvous with soldiers from Fontana City and other territories, where Carlos would assume overall command. The destination, Einred Hill, sent a chill down his spine. Going to Einred Hill must mean we're fighting the Uruk family again. His father chuckled from the saddle next to him. Again, you were just a little kid when the Fontana and Uruk families last clashed. I believe it was around when you were making sandals and going around screaming money, money. Ars flushed with embarrassment. What a cutting way to put it. His father's smile was nostalgic. Sure takes me back. I remember wanting a weapon for myself back then when I saw all the men leaving for war. His father's expression grew serious. Back then, I was a common foot soldier, so I never fought any knights directly. But even from far away, I could tell the Uruk family's magic was incredible. He gestured, recalling the sight. Just as you'd expect from the archenemy of the ice-wielding Fontana family, they wield the direct opposite. Ars's eyes widened in alarm. You mean they use fire magic? Well, they certainly produce flames, Lion interjected from nearby, but the magic of the Uruk family is beastification. He explained that while several noble families could transform into beasts, the Uruk specifically turned into foxes. After transforming, their knights can use a magic known as hazy fire. But the bigger issue, Lion continued, raising a finger for emphasis, is how much faster and stronger they are after using beastification. This is a completely different kind of magic compared to my earth magic and the Fontana family's ice magic. Ars fell into deep thought, his hand on his chin. A whole new system of magic. He realized with a jolt that he should have investigated the other types more thoroughly. Ars snapped out of his reverie. Hey Lion, what do they look like after they transform? Lion shook his head. It's not like they turn into actual foxes, it's more like their bodies take on fox characteristics. He clarified more precisely, it's like they grow fox ears and a tail. The world seemed to stop. A single glorious word echoed in Ars's mind. You mean, Kemimimi, he shrieked, his eyes sparkling. I'll get to see Kemimimi in real life. Are you telling the truth, Lion? As Lion stammered a confirmation, Ars's mind was already lost in a fantasy of a beautiful girl with fluffy ears perched on her head. Wait, why are you so weirdly happy about that? Vargas demanded. But Ars was in his own world, stars in his eyes. To think such a mainstay of the fantasy genre actually existed here. There were still so many wonderful things in this world he had yet to discover. Hey Ars, we're heading into what might be a massive battle. This is no time to act like an idiot, Vargas yelled. Ars just smiled serenely. I know, Beidone, it's a battlefield, meaning it's just gonna be middle-aged men with animal ears. So depressing, isn't it? As Vargas sputtered in confusion, their column crested a hill, revealing the formidable walls of Fontana City below. They had arrived before dawn thanks to the roads they'd built. The fortress, built with the very bricks they had tributed, now stood complete, a bastion of military power. More soldiers than ever before were gathered within its walls. As they rode through the gates, the atmosphere was thick with tension. A commander rode up to them. Ars, could you start by building a stable for the horses? Later, his father laid out the strategic situation on a map. The Uruk in the east and the Fontana in the west had long fought over the lands between them. The one that has gone back and forth the most, thus being a battlefield more times than any other, is Einred Hill. It's the only truly defensible piece of land in the area. That's why people say controlling it is the same as controlling the other family's land. Inside the command tent, Carlos's voice rang with conviction. But in recent years, the Uruk family has claimed victory after victory. They are unjustly occupying Einrad Hill, which is our domain and essential for southbound traffic. No longer will we tolerate the barbaric Uruk cutting us off from our dear lands we've often risked our lives to protect. Carlos's gaze swept over his commanders, his expression grim. Justice is on our side, he declared. It's not only because of Einrad Hill. Another reason the Uruk have been able to occupy the area for so long is because I killed the representative who controlled the Fontana family, Raymond. We will reclaim Einrad Hill. Carlos explained how the Uruk had viewed the internal strife in Fontana as a golden opportunity to conquer more land. But his swift consolidation of power, seizing control, taming the ringleader of Barca, and even arranging a political marriage to a relative of Lord Baruka, had made them suspicious. The Uruk, represented by cunning foxes, began to wonder if the entire uprising had been a trap engineered by Carlos himself. Thus the Uruk decided to merely see how the situation would play out, Carlos concluded. Thanks to that, we were able to avoid a large-scale invasion, but in exchange, a lot of smaller territories around the hill were lost. For the sake of our peaceful lives, Baruka must fulfill its duty. Ars listened, a weary expression on his face. He truly preferred not to be on the invading side of a war. Hey, after all that, we're just gonna be building roads as usual. Beto Nia's voice boomed across the construction site. I finally thought it was time for us to fight, but we're just building roads. What a letdown. Atop a newly constructed wall, Ars surveyed the landscape. Einrad Hill has been transformed into a fort by the Uruk to serve as their central stronghold, he explained calmly. So we need to establish our own base first before we can reclaim the surrounding villages. The plan is to take the hill only after we've reclaimed all the surrounding land. He was, frankly, relieved to be given a task that didn't involve a direct assault on an impregnable fortress. What? I want to fight, Beidone raged. I want to show them how strong we've got. Ars sighed. I know how you feel, but please don't rile the soldiers up on your own. He raised a spyglass to his eyes. Now then, let's check how the work's going. As he scanned the distant forest, his brow furrowed. What's wrong, Ars? Vargas asked. Well, I feel something's off in the forest. I saw something hazy for just a second. Vargas squinted into the distance. I don't see anything, though, but Ars kept the spyglass pressed to his eye, a knot of dread tightening in his stomach. No, I'm sure there. His eyes widened. The haze was back and it was moving. The air itself seemed to shimmer. It wasn't haze. It was mana, a colossal condensed mass of it moving through the forest. It's mana, Ars screamed, his voice cracking with panic. There's a ton of it gathered in one spot in the forest. Beidone, we're under attack. Without a second thought, Ars bolted, taking the stone steps of the rampart two at a time. It's approaching fast. If we don't move, everyone working will be in trouble. His subordinate called after him, but we can't just move out now, Ars. He didn't stop. Leaping from the final steps, he landed hard on the ground, his mind racing. Judging by the size of that lump of mana, there must be hundreds of soldiers. They must be riding magic beasts too. He had been naive, convinced that a full-scale battle was still far off. There was no time to wait for orders. Valkyrie. As his ethereal deer-like mount materialized, the workers on the road stared in confusion at the rumbling sound. Ars swung himself into the saddle, his face a mask of grim resolve. I can't afford to be late. For everyone's sake, let's go, Valkyrie. Miles away, hidden within the forest's canopy, an Uruk scout reported to his commander. Kima-sama, according to our scouts, there are no signs of bigger movements at the enemy camp. A cruel smirk spread across Kima's face. He glanced at an older, mustached warrior beside him. They must be resting from the journey. They would never suspect a surprise attack, as we already have every advantage. The old man nodded. Yeah, Gramps. Kima spurred his draconic mount forward, raising his sword high. The beast roared, and behind him, a cavalry of similar monsters charged through the trees. With our speed, victory is certain, he bellowed to his troops. We'll massacre the Fontana soldiers. Kima-sama, the enemy is on the move. A scout with keen, fox-like ears announced, his gaze fixed on the horizon. A small unit has been spotted, and they're heading straight for us. Below, a young, blonde-haired boy urged his white steed onward, a determined glint in his eyes, though an older commander seemed utterly unconcerned. It's merely a small, ill-equipped unit, the old general scoffed, his expression one of utter disdain. We should crush them immediately. Riding his fierce dragon mount, Kima's confidence soared. My grandfather, the feared fierce Uruk general, taught me to strike swiftly. Einred Hill is our fortress, and our dragons are the strongest force in Uruk. Our victory is guaranteed. Mow them down. The enemy's charge was a straight, brutal line, trampling trees and tearing through the undergrowth. They're so powerful. Even an army twice our size would be overwhelmed, Ars thought, his knuckles white on the reins. If they're allowed to roam free, they'll crush everyone. His expression hardened with resolve. I have no choice. I have to do this no matter what it takes. Kima-sama, I've spotted the enemy. The scout called out, his arm extended towards the charging force. There appear to be a few hundred of them. From his vantage point, Kima peered down at the approaching tide of white. Oh ho, he mused, a smirk playing on his lips. So they're riders as well. Creatures were four-legged, pure white beasts thundering through the forest. Wait, there are no people riding them, one soldier noted with confusion. Kima's eyes widened in sudden recognition. That must be the magic beast squad we heard about. The rumors were true. The de facto leader of Fontana, Raymond, was brought down during the Barucan rebellion by a boy not yet 10, and the deciding factor had been a swarm of beasts that sowed chaos on the battlefield. Think Baruca would deploy so many to a real battle. Kima muttered, aware that the loss of even one of these magical beasts could bankrupt an ordinary man. His face hardened. Nevertheless, a tactic like that can only work once. It won't work on us since we know about them. He raised his hand, his voice ringing out across the ranks. Everyone, prepare to counterattack. Those white beasts can use magic. Attack as soon as your magic is in range. Keep your shields up, a soldier commanded. Another pointed towards the front of the stampede. It seems somebody is riding the beast leading the squad. Judging from the size, it's just a kid. Kima's eyes narrowed on the blonde figure. I see. That must be the giant slayer from Baruca, Ars. A cruel, confident smirk spread across his face. Looks like he's just a naive, rash, and stupid kid who thinks the same tactic will work twice. Kima-sama, we're within range of our magic now. The commander's arms shot forward. All men, use fox form. Aim for the enemy rider. Ready your hazy fire. His troops echoed the command, their formations shifting with practiced ease. Everyone into spear formation. Just as Kima bellowed fire, the impossible happened. The herd of white beasts, instead of charging into the attack, suddenly split apart, fanning out in two directions. They're splitting up, Kima cried in disbelief. From the center of the chaos, Ars's command cut through the air. Scatter, make a wall. Where the magic beasts ran, the very earth erupted. Huge, solid walls of stone sprouted from the ground, rising in an instant. What? Kima stared, bewildered. Did he judge our power and try to avoid a direct confrontation? He scoffed. Doesn't that idiot know how fast our dragons are? But a panicked shout from below cut him off. Kima-sama, watch out. His aim is to trap us, a soldier realized, seeing their formation crumble into chaos. We must turn immediately, the old general roared. Avoid the walls, but it was too late. No, Kima-sama, we're in full gallop. If we stop now, the people behind us will crash straight into us. The trap was closing. We need to escape before we're completely surrounded. Sickening crunch of bone and stone echoed through the corridor of walls. Gramps, this sound. Kima began, his face pale. The old general winced. The rear guard wasn't informed in time. They couldn't retreat. Kima's gaze shot towards the unblemished stone, but why wouldn't we even see the slightest shake from those walls? Some of our dragons are of the highest weight class, he raged. Making such a sturdy wall in only a moment. It should be impossible. What in the world have I just witnessed? Kima thought, his mind reeling. Then he saw it, a gap in the ever-growing prison. There, the exit, he yelled, spurring his dragon on. We need to escape before we're completely enclosed. From outside the closing walls, Ars's voice was calm and cold. We can always rebuild and return. He called out to his beasts, then his command shifted to his human allies. Everyone, fire ice spear. Kima's blood ran cold. Did he just say? Not good, ice spears incoming. Kima twisted on his mount, pointing frantically at the boy outside the walls. Counter with hazy fire. But his order was futile. Our formation's a mess, we're riding in a narrow column. A rider lamented as he tried to unleash the spell. The dragons, packed tightly together, couldn't aim properly, their fiery breath sputtering uselessly as the volley of ice descended upon them, impaling riders and mounts in a storm of frozen death. The screams of men and beasts died down, replaced by a grim silence. Bodies and wreckage littered the narrow passage. I see, Kima whispered, his eyes wide with horror. We're nothing but fish in a barrel. His grandfather's voice was choked with regret. Kima-sama, this disaster is all my fault, but Kima shook his head, his expression hardening. No, Grandpa. Certainly I don't see any way out of this. Kima admitted, his gaze locking onto the distant figure of ours. But that's why we have to at least take the head of the enemy. He raised his voice in a final, desperate command. Everyone, charge forward, ignore the ice spears. But as he turned, a deep, resonant rumbling began to shake the ground. Gramps. Standing atop the newly formed rampart, Ars gave a single, quiet command that sealed their fate. Close the walls. Kima's eyes widened in sheer terror. The stone slabs ground together with finality, entombing the last of the Uruk dragon riders. From his vantage point, Ars watched the trap complete its work. Wall creation. Ice spear, he murmured. Sorry, Gramps, it seems I won't be able to avenge you. Below, a perfect circle of stone stood as a monument to the swift, brutal battle. As Ars's allies galloped up, a man with a dark headband reined in his horse sharply. Hey, Ars, you idiot, he bellowed. Beidou ne, you're late. You're the one who charged in all on your own. Beidou ne fumed. Ars simply gestured towards the stone enclosure. Anyway, I was somehow able to beat back the enemy. I think there are still some Uruk soldiers alive inside the walls, though. He turned to the newly arrived troops. Fire ice spears through the gaps and wipe them all out. His voice was devoid of emotion, his gaze unwavering. Don't let even a single one of them get away. Anyway, it's incredible you were able to think up this defense on the spot, Ars, a companion said, amazed. Ars shrugged. I thought of it a long time ago. Since the strength of the Baruka's Night Order lies in high speed and long-range magic, they wear only leather armor. I was worried about facing a large group of archers, so I considered having the Horned Valkyries use wall creation for defense. This time we were heavily outnumbered, so I tried completely trapping them. I'm just happy it worked out, Ars said with a faint smile. Beidou ne's expression grew serious. Hey Ars, we were up against enemies trying to kill us. There's no reason we should have mercy. He looked at the younger boy intently. You've never wanted to kill, not even the tax collector or when you faced Raymond, right? If you keep thinking like that, it'll only lead to your early death. I know, Beidou ne, Ars replied, his gaze distant. But I've never thought you were cruel for cutting our enemies down without mercy. I have no intention of rejecting this world's values. His eyes met his brother's. I only want to use everything I can to protect what in those I care about. I have memories of a peaceful period from my previous life. I'll use anything I can, my knowledge from my previous life magic, whatever, to survive in this world. Though as I told Hector Nielsen, I would prefer to just live in peace and work the land. The scene shifted to a command tent under the moonlight. So you defeated Kima and Miriam on the very first day we came to Einrad. Ars, now present, looked utterly bewildered. I don't even know what to say. Carlos rubbed his temples, a weary sigh escaping him. I feel sorry for our enemies, he murmured. Carlos-sama, who are Kima and Miriam? Ars asked. Kima was the heir to the Uruk family and Miriam was a general who served as his aide. Kima was only a 21-year-old greenhorn, but Miriam was a seasoned leader known as the Fierce General. The problem here, Carlos stated, looking down at the boy from his command chair, is your achievement is too great. Now the other knights need achievements to match yours. Ars shuffled his feet. I didn't know it would have that kind of downside. Miriam has killed many knights of Fontana in the feuds we've had for Einred Hill. It's a great accomplishment, Carlos continued, his tone final. And so, you won't be allowed to participate in the capture of Einred Hill. Ars's face was a mask of pure shock. The shock on Ars's face melted away into quiet, unrestrained joy. Yay, I didn't want to fight, he thought, barely containing his relief. Can I really? He asked aloud. Yeah, you can, Carlos replied, eyeing him strangely. He's always so weird. A side objective of this war was to gauge how hard the men who were in the Raymond faction would work for my sake. If they work hard, I will guarantee their status. If they don't, I'll curtail their interests. Your job will be to watch from the sidelines. Carlos gestured to an attendant who brought forth a magnificent blade. Lastly, take this. It's a reward for your achievement. It's 9 tails, the magic sword that belonged to Kima. It's a rare item that will emit a flame sword if you use mana. Ars accepted the weapon, his eyes wide with wonder. Is it alright to give me something so valuable? Carlos nodded. Of course. And I assume you don't mind if I keep Miriam's sword to myself. Clutching his new sword, Ars practically skipped up the stairs. I even get to stay away from the front lines from now on. That's a load off my shoulders. As he walked away, he overheard the whispers of the other knights. It's his first time at Einred Hill. It must have been pure luck he got such a great achievement. I just wish Carlos-sama would see that as well. Kima and Miriam must have been worthless generals too to get taken out by such a country bumpkin, another knight sneered. The words hit Ars like a physical blow, and the cheerful expression vanished from his face, replaced by a cold, hard glare. He tried to shake off their words, forcing a smile as he admired his prize. "Oh boy, what a sweet sword I got. I'll do my best to make camps for everyone," he announced to his friends. Internally, however, the resentment lingered. "I don't want to get on their bad side after all," he thought, his grip tightening on the hilt. Still, he gazed at the intricate craftsmanship of the blade, a flicker of respect in his eyes. This sword must have been passed down in the Uruk family for generations. A silent vow formed in his mind, a promise to the defeated foe. "I'll put it to good use, Kima." "Lord Ars, I know you must be tired," a young knight named Leon began, his voice tight with frustration as he stood in the Balka base, "but I have something I'd like to suggest." His agitation was palpable. Why isn't he going to the front lines? Not showing up on the battlefield doesn't make sense. Another commander attempted to placate him. "Thanks to Lord Ars's performance, we can capture Einred Hill faster than scheduled. However, with the surrounding village recapture and then the hill assault, it will take a full lunar cycle." Leon's jaw dropped. "A whole month? Seriously? You're not participating in the hill assault after we perfect our defenses?" Leon pressed, turning his attention to Ars. "We Balka forces will hold off Uruk's reinforcements." Ars, looking thoughtful, calmly countered the point. "But we already have a separate unit attacking the northern city of Burma from Einred Hill to stop reinforcements, right? Like a diversion." Leon faltered, his argument deflating in an instant. That's right. "And let's make sure the reinforcements can't reach the hill." Leon insisted, his passion reignited. "It would be difficult for just our numerically disadvantaged Balka forces to intercept reinforcements." Ars's eyes lit up, recognizing the strategic wisdom in ensuring their victory. "I see. If there's a way to end the battle quickly, we should take it." A brilliant, confident smile spread across his face as he made a decision. "Got it. I'll think of a way to stop Uruk's reinforcements. Leave it to me." Standing proudly atop a massive, newly formed stone rampart that snaked across the landscape, Ars beamed as his troops cheered from below. "This should stop Uruk's reinforcements," he declared, his voice filled with satisfaction. "Everyone's gotten used to wall building, and our efficiency has improved." Leon stared, utterly dumbfounded at the sheer scale of the project. "I was the one who said we should prevent enemy reinforcements." "I did, but I never imagined you'd completely surround the hill with walls." Ars gestured towards the more treacherous parts of the terrain. "I only surrounded the routes that are easy to climb," he explained. "There are gaps in the rocky areas, gaping holes even. So while Carlos attacks Einred Hill, I'll steadily continue patrolling the surroundings." Ars continued, holding up a pair of binoculars. "I'll have towers taller than the walls with binocular surveillance, and Beidou Ning on his Valkyrie will patrol the surroundings without fail." He gave a thumbs up. With Valkyrie's speed, even a day trip covers a pretty wide area. It should cheer Beidou Ning up a bit too, killing two birds with one stone. With a determined grin, he called to his mount, "Let's go, partner." Back in his makeshift office, Ars was met by an older merchant who gestured grandly towards several heavy sacks on the desk. "And I was also managing my territory," Ars mused to himself, before the man cut in with a flourish. "This is the money from selling the riding dragons we captured in the recent battle. Selling tamed beasts brings in good money. Riding dragons are the most popular because they're strong and don't get injured easily." "Any merchant's dream of buying a riding dragon?" the merchant pressed, confused by the boy's lack of enthusiasm. "Why's that, kid?" Ars leaned forward, a knowing look in his eye. "I won't. Neither strong, but militarily, dragon cavalry units are symbols of terror too. Using them for military transport is questionable. That's why I sold them." He held up a finger, beginning his lecture. "There are too many types of riding dragons. There's no uniformity. Different types mean different running speeds, which becomes a disadvantage during marches. Actually, when Uruk's dragon cavalry was surrounded by my walls and had to change course, the speed differences caused their formation to stretch out vertically. For cavalry use, it's better to keep the same type, like with the Valkyries," Ars concluded with a grin. "Did you get it, old man?" The merchant's eyes widened in realization. "I see. Then if we breed them the same way as Valkyries, we could standardize the riding dragons," he murmured, his mind racing with the possibilities. "Old man, look," Ars teased, waving his hands playfully. "We could, but I was able to attack that opening," Ars finished. "Without that weakness, it wouldn't have been such a one-sided result." He then added another critical point. "Besides, riding dragons mainly eat meat. That's a high cost. If there's meat, I'd rather eat it myself." The merchant nodded. "Exactly. So considering food, Valkyries might be superior to riding dragons, unless you're in Uruk's territory." Ars tilted his head. "Uruk's territory?" The merchant explained, "There are lots of wild goats in the mountains east of Uruk. Apparently there are quite a few, so they're perfect for feeding riding dragons." Ars's eyes went wide, a cartoon goat popping into his head. Wait a minute, there are goats, lots of them. Why didn't anyone tell me about this before?" Ars slammed his hands on the desk, his eyes sparkling with an intense, almost terrifying desire. "Hey, I want goats, old man." The merchant recoiled slightly from the sudden pressure. That sounds great," Ars gushed, lost in thought. "If it's goats, we can eat the meat and get milk, right? That's great. And goats can also produce cashmere, can't they?" The merchant, sweating, tried to temper the boy's enthusiasm. "Well, that's fine. But do you even know what kind of creature goats are when you say that?" Ars's mind immediately conjured an image of a demonic, magic-wielding beast with glowing eyes. "Goats use magic?" he asked, bewildered. "Magic using goats. Are they different from the goats I know? Is that bad?" Moment later, a merchant's aide led in a perfectly normal, albeit slightly nervous goat. "What, they're just goats?" Ars exclaimed in relief. The merchant, however, was fuming. "Kid, absolutely don't let it escape. It was hard work bringing a live goat to the battlefield. This goat cost quite a lot." He grumbled to himself. "Merchants are crafty, they'll do business even on battlefields. If you tell them what you want, they'll bring it, but it comes at a high-risk battlefield price. In other words, you get ripped off. Well, at least the goat's magic wasn't something scary, Ars said, patting the creature. It's not scary, the merchant agreed, but I think it's troublesome magic for raising them. This is probably the result of enhancing their escapability to survive. As if on cue, the goat let out a defiant baa and stomped its hoof firmly on the ground. In a flash, the rope was ripped from Ars's grasp. Why are you letting go of the rope, kid? The merchant shrieked. The goat launched itself into the air, clearing their heads with a powerful spring-like leap. "No," the merchant wailed as Ars stared up in awe, a grin spreading across his face. "I see, amazing jumping power, like bouncing." Goat landed gracefully on the other side of a low wall and immediately began munching on radish stems left behind by the Valkyries. "But it doesn't look like they can jump over 10 meters, old man," Ars observed. Oh, that's true, an idea sparked in Ars's mind. If we surround them with walls from wall building, we could let them roam freely. That might work. The merchant looked intrigued. Actually, Balka's environment might be perfect for raising these goats. Ars's expression turned grim for a moment as a memory surfaced. Remembering knowledge from my past life, I once tried domesticating wild boars, but it was a disaster. He recalled the chaos, the powerful beasts charging at people, chomping through fences, eating everything in sight. Even raising just piglets or removing their tusks didn't work. I failed at domesticating wild animals once before. Shaking off the bad memory, Ars's smile returned. They jump, but the goats don't seem aggressive. Let's try sending a few to Balkania for now, he decided. For now, milk is the goal, but it would be nice if we could use their wool effectively too. I hope they'll eventually end up on our dinner table as meat. The merchant sniffed the air. The scent of new business, that's so amazing. Just then, a soldier burst in. General. Soldier, a large man named Balgas, entered with a smile. Beto and the others have returned from patrol. They ate and are already sleeping. Ars beamed. Really, that's great, thanks Balgas. Balgas chuckled. That's good, but even though I said day trips, he's cutting it close every day and doesn't report when he returns. He charges ahead whether it's good or bad. If he really goes out of control, I'll handle it. Ars's expression softened. Life keeps getting richer, so Beto doesn't really need military achievements. Father told me that you earned so many military achievements on many battlefields that he got the nickname Iron Wall, and was promoted from knight to retainer, Ars said, looking at the older man with respect. I feel bad that even though he's leading our Balka forces, he can't even go to battle. He squirmed a little, but I really don't want to fight much. I don't want to put family and comrades in danger. Balgas simply gave him a gentle, understanding smile. Balgas's smile faded, replaced by a look of hardened resolve. That's exactly why I came back to the battlefield, he said, his voice low and serious. Ars stared, startled by the sudden shift. What does that mean? Balgas met his gaze, his eyes filled with a painful memory. I never want to lose comrades again either. Balgas's words hung in the air, a heavy silence settling between them. Ars's mind, however, was already drifting to the broader conflict. While Uruk's morale was plummeting, the Fontana army, inspired by his own unexpected victories, was filled with a fiery motivation. Many knights eager for glory likely envisioned a swift, heroic path to honor under the new Lord Carlos. But Ars knew the grim reality of a siege, a brutal, grinding affair of climbing over the corpses of fallen comrades, day after day, enduring a hail of arrows and stones until the fortress finally broke. If I host a banquet, Ars mused to himself, a gentle smile on his face as he imagined patting a subordinate's head, maybe those dissatisfied with me will calm down a bit. And so, with the successful conclusion of his first major expedition, a celebration was held under the crescent moon, or so I thought. Reason Fontana's morale never dropped was because you achieved such great military honors, Lord Ars. A young knight declared, his voice ringing with admiration. Everyone charged with fierce determination, not wanting to be left behind by you. Ars, caught off guard by the praise, could only stammer, by the way. I seem to have stood out badly again. The knight pressed on. Since the conquest was successful, we'll have a little celebration, right? With a cheerful, open-armed gesture, Ars agreed. Yes, we should do that. Just as the festivities were getting underway, Leon burst into the hall. Lord Ars, he shouted, his face alight with excitement. Our forces have successfully captured Einred Hill. Ars's jaw dropped in disbelief. Really? That's fast, Leon beamed, his cheeks flushed with pride. It's only been 2 weeks. Even though we crushed the dragon cavalry first, it wasn't supposed to take less than a month. Surrounding the hill with walls and cutting off Uruk's reinforcements was a huge success. Right, Ars declared, his arms thrown wide in triumph. Sounds good. Let's serve enough for all Fontana soldiers, including the peasants, to drink. Old man arranged for alcohol. As the men roared their approval, he quickly added, give extra drinks to those on guard duty first. Balka will handle the night watch during the celebration, so father, I'll leave the troop assignments to you. Leon, ever the worrier, interjected, hey, Lord Ars still can't drink alcohol yet. And everyone else, don't drink too much either. Ars just smiled sheepishly, his hands held up in a placating gesture. Raising his cup to the cheering soldiers, Ars's voice cut through the din. After regaining our strength at the banquet, we'll head to the northern city of Burma where the separate unit is. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the edge of the torchlight, his presence immediately silencing the nearby soldiers. Lord Carlos stood there, his expression unreadable. Ars stammered, raising a hand in confusion. May I ask a question, Lord Carlos? Wasn't the Burma conquest just a diversion to draw Uruk forces away from Einred Hill? Carlos met his gaze, his voice steady and cool. That was until we conquered Einred Hill. Carlos raised his voice, addressing not just Ars but the entire assembly. Now that we've conquered Einred Hill, heading to conquer Burma, which has equal value, is natural. The reports from the Burma separate unit aren't encouraging. Therefore, we will go to their rescue. His gaze locked onto ours, his next words landing like hammer blows. And this Einred Hill will be temporarily entrusted to you, Ars von Balka. You will hold this hill until I return from conquering Burma. No, wait. Hold on, Lord Carlos, Ars cried, rushing forward as Carlos took a seat. The Balka army is mainly cavalry and small in number. No matter how many walls we build to strengthen defenses, there are limits. Carlos waved a dismissive hand. Then I grant permission to recruit new soldiers from the villages around the hill. Ars's face contorted in frustration. That's not the issue. No. Rest will head to the Burma conquest with me, Carlos announced, ignoring Ars's protests. Those who distinguish themselves will be greatly promoted. As the other knights roared in excitement, Ars muttered in desperation, wait. Balka is strong in field battles, but defending the hill requires coordination with multiple units. We don't have enough personnel to command regular soldiers right now. Just as he trailed off, a voice cut through the noise. Lord Carlos. I would like to help Lord Ars defend this hill, if that's acceptable. Carlos glanced at the man who had stepped forward. Very well, Paicha and his retainers will remain here. Yes, sir, the knight replied with a crisp bow. Ars stared, racking his brain. Who was that again? I feel like I've seen him before. Paicha. The memory clicked into place, the face of a captured enemy knight, wounded but defiant after the battle against Raymond. As Lord Carlos rode out with his forces, Ars turned to the knight. What are your intentions, Sir Paicha? He was from peasant origins and knew Balgas, if I recall. Wouldn't you have gained more military honors by accompanying Lord Carlos? Paicha met his gaze with a calm smile. Well, even someone like you wouldn't easily defend this hill with just Balka's forces. Honestly, I think there are honors to be gained by helping with the defense here. Ars's expression hardened, shadows falling across his face. I'm not good at probing each other's intentions, so I'll ask directly. What is your aim, Sir Paicha? He took a step closer, his voice low and intense. Are you planning to avenge the late Sir Raymond? Paicha considered the question for a moment. No matter what I say, you probably won't believe me, but... I'll put it simply, Paicha declared, a genuine smile spreading across his face as he pointed a thumb at himself. I was impressed by your way of fighting. Moreover, Balgas is here, who's also from peasant origins and has fought alongside me. I judged that speaking up here was the best way to continue fighting alongside you. He looked Ars straight in the eye, his expression earnest. Whether I can trust you or not aside like Balgas, I'll work with all my might to earn your trust. Balgas, standing nearby, added his own assessment. Paicha isn't just strong. He's experienced on battlefields and always makes calm judgments to keep himself and his comrades alive. He's a knight who promotes capable soldiers to become his retainers. The pieces suddenly fell into place for Ars. The retainers that Paicha has promoted can be used as commanders to lead regular soldiers. In other words, I can get the military strength I need to defend Einred Hill. Well, it's Lord Carlos's decision anyway, Paicha said with a shrug. Please take care of us, he offered a confident smile. Ars turned away with a quiet HMPH. I had a bad feeling about this, he thought, gazing out at the newly conquered hill. But we have to use what we can and do what we can. For now, let's have Leon and the Graham family members work together and not neglect surveillance. That night, under the light of a full moon, a change began. Deep within the woods, a muscular, masked figure stood as if awakening. With a series of sharp cracks, his form seemed to shift, and pristine white feathers drifted down through the silent air. Standing before the assembled men on the newly conquered hill, Ars's voice cut through the murmurs of the camp. We must defend Einred Hill until Carlos returns. For that, we'll use everything we can and do everything possible. He pointed a decisive finger toward the damaged fortifications. First, we need to repair the walls damaged during the siege. Those who can do wall construction, please handle this. A roar of assent rose from the crowd. Then turned to his most trusted advisors. Leon, how long do we need to defend this place? The conquest of Burma has become a siege, it won't be short. Please calculate the expected defense period, even roughly. Also, I need a proposal for troop deployment. Leon's expression hardened with focus. Yes, Ars then caught the eye of the quartermaster. Old man arranged for enough food to be secured and brought in to last for the period Leon calculates. The merchant gave a sly, confident grin. I'll stock up extra. Father and Matic, please return to Balkania and recruit more soldiers. Ars commanded. His father nodded grimly. Understood, leave it to us. His gaze then fell upon the hulking form of Balgas. Balgas, I want you to gather soldiers from the surrounding villages. Since these villages have been ruled by the Uruk family for years, make sure they understand and follow Balka's rules from now on. With a stoic expression, Balgas simply replied, understood. Brother Bite, Ars called out, turning to the energetic scout. Bite beamed, striking a pose. Yeah, I want you to construct defensive lines with May. Bite's confident expression immediately dissolved into a mask of confusion. Defensive lines, what's that? Ars paused, trying to find the right words. Just strengthening defenses won't always work, so I want to be ready to sally forth when needed. Bite threw his hands up in frustration. Hey Ars, tell me so I can understand. That's too complicated, I don't get it. Ars simplified his explanation. In other words, when we spot enemies, I want to prepare to intercept them using smoke signals and messengers before we're forced to hide in the castle. You patrol daily and know the Uruk reinforcement routes, right? I need you to show me the best locations to build watchtowers. Understanding finally dawned in Bite's eyes. Ooh, I see, so that's what you mean. Why didn't you say that from the start? He grabbed Ars's arm, already pulling him along. There's a place I've been curious about. Let's go, Ars. All right, everyone, proceed with your tasks. Ars shouted, his voice echoing across the grounds. With a final, sweeping gesture to the assembled forces, he made his declaration. We will defend Einred Hill no matter what. And so, as the men murmured amongst themselves and filed towards the fortress, the Balka army's defense of Einred Hill began. Looking over the sea of new recruits, Ars beamed. While quite a lot gathered, Balga stood beside him, arms crossed. They're all second and third sons from farming families, though. Reassuring, he added with a wry smile. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Hey, that's Ars, right? He really is just a child. Another whispered, thanks to the general's popularity, everyone volunteered. Apparently he completely crushed Kilmaz's dragon cavalry too. Balgas leaned in, his voice low. Gathering people is good, but how do you plan to defend this place, General? Standard tactic is to use bows from atop the castle walls, Balgas continued, his expression turning serious. But probably none of these guys can use bows. They're all peasants and learning archery takes time. True, Ars conceded. Anyone can throw bricks at enemies climbing the walls, but wouldn't it be better to act before they even get close? A brilliant smile lit up his face as he raised a finger. That's why we'll also use catapults. He gestured towards a massive wooden war machine, a reinforced brick catapult that dwarfed the men standing beside it. I had the prototype Gran and I made in Balkania saved in memory storage, Ars announced proudly, patting his head. Balgas stared at the engine of destruction, his eyes wide with disbelief. Something amazing. Days later, Ars's father returned from his recruiting trip to Balka. He and his companion stopped dead at the edge of the camp, stunned by the sight before them. The entire landscape around the fortress had been transformed. We only made a round trip to Balka for recruiting, but hasn't the terrain changed? Ars appeared, a cheeky grin on his face. Well, I just dug a moat outside the usual walls. When you excavate around a hill, it ends up looking like this. His father looked horrified. It would be no joke if it collapsed. The sides are reinforced with 2 layers of wall construction, so it's fine, Ars reassured him just as a deep echoing boom reverberated through the ground. What's this sound that's been echoing? His father asked, his face pale. It's test firing the catapults, Ars explained calmly, pointing off into the distance. We're launching reinforced bricks to check range and direction for training. We're avoiding this route so it's safe. His father, however, was already scrambling for cover. Let me inside quickly. Ars turned to Balgas, his expression earnest and sparkling with pride. It's a machine that launches bricks far away, but I think it has enough power to damage even you with a direct hit, Balgas. Since it's reinforced, I'd like to ask, can you make those in time from now on? Balgas stared at the aftermath of a test shot. A thick, iron-banded shield had been utterly obliterated, its fragments scattered across the ground. He looked from the wreckage to Ars, a look of dawning respect on his face as he recalled the boy's words about considering his tactical advice. Preparations were comprehensive. They installed several catapults inside the fortress, each with massive piles of bricks on standby. The gaps in the surrounding walls were completely sealed, and the outer walls were modified for interception. Finally, based on Byte's experience, multiple watchtowers were erected, their smoke signals allowing for instant communication across the territory. Thus, Einred Hill was transformed into the ironclad Einrad Rock, Pycha sighed, rubbing his temples as he looked over the bizarre but formidable defenses. Good grief. Ars really does things in an outrageous way. We have no choice but to do this if we want the Balka army to defend this place. Tell that to Lord Carlos, who made the unreasonable demand, Tilda. Well, though, seeing this, the Uruk family probably won't even attack, Ars's father said with a confident laugh. If I were them, I wouldn't want to fight someone who builds such an outrageous fortress. Ars offered a weak smile. I hoped you were right, but reality wasn't so sweet. Suddenly, a frantic shout cut through the air from the direction of the ramparts. Ars. A soldier scrambled up to the command post, his face pale with urgency. He pointed frantically towards the horizon. Smoke signals are rising from the northeast watchtower. Ars didn't hesitate for a second. Brother Byte and I will head out first, he yelled, already breaking into a sprint. Leon, organize the elite light cavalry and send them to the northeast watchtower. Leon snapped to attention. Yes. From the vantage of the watchtower, Ars peered through a pair of binoculars. The enemy force swarmed across the plains below, a disorganized but massive column of men and wagons. Their formation is messy and hard to count. He murmured, his brow furrowed in concentration. At least 3,000, possibly up to 5,000. They have more tamed beasts than expected, too. Beside him, Byte shifted impatiently. What do we do? Launch a preemptive strike. Ars lowered the binoculars, his expression grim. No. Even with the advantage of fortress siege defense, it'll be quite difficult if it's 5,000, Ars reasoned, his voice tight with the weight of command. Our Balka cavalry is only about 200 riders. Even with the horned ones, we're at too much of a disadvantage. Byte threw his hands up. You're planning to let them advance without doing anything. Right now, we need to send messengers to request reinforcements from Lord Carlos and the fortress in case this becomes a siege, Ars stated calmly, already thinking several steps ahead. Even though there's a good distance to the fortress, we can't just leave this as it is. Cunning smile replaced the worry on Ars's face. Let's at least cause some trouble, he said, his eyes glinting. Something to stop them moving and force them to start preparations while it's still daylight. He gestured toward the sprawling enemy encampment. Setting up camp for thousands of troops is a major undertaking. Byte, catching on, raised his own binoculars. After a moment of scanning, he pointed. Confirmed, though they're divided into several groups. Looks like the food is gathered in that large central tent. A night raid is fine, but setting food on fire seems too plain, Byte grumbled, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Kinda boring. Ars turned to him, a single finger raised for emphasis, his expression suddenly sharp. Without food, the army can't advance, right? Plain stuff is important. As dusk settled over the valley, Ars looked out over the growing constellation of enemy campfires. Even with Valkyrie speed, can we get right to the center of their camp? Ars, Bite asked, his skepticism returning. It's not a crucial operation, Ars clarified. If it's impossible, we'll just set nearby tents on fire and use the confusion to escape. Bite let out a frustrated groan, slapping his hands together. Oh, I wish the nine-tailed sword's flames could reach that far. Ars, you have such an amazing sword, but you're being too greedy. Bite exclaimed, his voice echoing in the small watchtower. Brother Bite, you're too loud, Ars chided gently. True, the nine-tailed sword's flames burn with heat so you can only dodge, but it also has the drawback of heavy magic consumption. It's more troublesome than the water spirit sword. He paused, a thoughtful look on his face. But the hard fang sword may be plain, but it's a good weapon with high durability and reliability. This is what Gran says. Bite stared back, flustered. Of course I know that. Any sword that doesn't break when I swing it around is obviously a good sword, Ars declared with a sudden, passionate blush. With the plan settled, he turned his gaze back toward the horizon. Well, their movement has stopped and the food storage location is determined. Let's return to the watchtower and meet up with the reinforcements Leon organized. His expression hardened with resolve. When it gets dark and quiet, we'll strike with a small elite force. If this night raid goes well, we could repeat attacks to wear down the Uruk army's morale. That's what I thought at the time, but the reality of the situation was far harsher. Under the sliver of a crescent moon, Ars and his elite cavalry sat mounted atop their silent Valkyries, gazing down at the sea of enemy campfires that stretched across the plains like a fallen constellation. The sheer scale of the force was breathtaking and daunting. Ars held up a small clay bottle filled with oil. The objective is to ignite the oil bottles distributed to each of you and set the food storage on fire, he commanded, his voice a low whisper carried on the night wind. From here we charge into the enemy camp at full speed. He patted the neck of his Valkyrie, his trust absolute. Not only are they fast, but Valkyries have good night vision, so we can trust them to get us to the enemy camp. They're the partners I trust most in this world. His eyes narrowed, fixed on the target. Now. Let's go. With his final command, the entire unit surged forward as one. They flowed down the dark hillside, a silent, ghostly wave of riders and horned steeds, their movements impossibly swift and coordinated. As expected of Valkyries, they were the perfect weapon for a lightning raid. They moved like a single organism, a silver arrow aimed directly at the heart of the camp. But as they closed in, a sharp cry suddenly pierced the night from the enemy perimeter. A commander, silhouetted against a fire, pointed directly at them. They've come, intercept them. Ars's eyes flew wide with shock. They saw us. They noticed us before we even attacked? The thought barely had time to form before the enemy camp exploded with activity. Torches flared to life, illuminating the entire area. There they are, over there. The shouts came from all directions, a wave of instant communication that defied logic. This speed, it could only be. One of his riders cried out, pointing a trembling finger. Look at those enemy soldiers over there. Their beast transformed. The horrifying truth crashed down on Ars. The soldiers had fox ears and tails sprouting from their heads and bodies. The Uruk family's magic. Don't tell me, he breathed, his strategy crumbling in an instant. The physical enhancement from beast transformation also improves hearing. The beast-transformed soldiers could hear all our movement sounds. The element of surprise was gone. Brother Bite, let's give up on the food storage, Ars yelled, his voice cutting through the rising din. Without slowing down, let's set fire to as many tents as possible. But as they veered from their original path, a guttural roar echoed from the enemy lines. One of the beast men began to swell, his body contorting as a monstrous power erupted from within. Gah! The transformation was terrifyingly fast. Where a soldier had stood, there was now a giant, a hulking brute whose enraged roar, Groa, shook the very ground. It towered over the charging cavalry, a nightmarish silhouette against the flickering flames of the camp. Ars stared up into the creature's shadowed, inhuman face, his blood turning to ice. The sheer scale of the threat was beyond anything he had prepared for. A single, desperate command tore from his throat, raw with panic. Scatter. Retreat, Ars bellowed, wrenching his Valkyrie's reins to swerve away. An attack is coming. The giant swung a colossal dark shape through the air, and the once perfect formation of the elite cavalry shattered, riders peeling off in every direction to escape the devastating blow. Glancing back even as he fled, Ars's mind raced to analyze the new threat. What is that giant? Where on earth did it come from? His eyes widened as he identified the weapon. It was swinging a massive log, an entire tree trunk like a simple club. There was no giant like this in the camp until just now. It's 5 meters tall.